Excellent. Why don't I go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Today is January the 27th. It is about 6 o'clock. I will kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I know that can be a bit challenging at times over Zoom, but I appreciate your participation. Moving right along, we'll do a roll call. Irene, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, Councilmember Bagsby.
Present.
Councilmember Lands. Councilmember Walter.
Present.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Present.
Thank you. And Mayor Turner.
Present. Thank you. Jose, would you be so kind as to offer a report out of closed session, please?
Absolutely, Mayor. The council met in closed session today for labor negotiations. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it. Any conflict of interest declaration from my fellow council members or staff on tonight's agenda? Hearing none. I'm going to go ahead and bring us into agenda review. I'm going to be honest, we have a long one tonight, and I see on my participants list here a handful of folks that I recognize from emails regarding the design review that's going on. I'm going to be honest with you, I think you probably have about an hour. Now, I would love for you guys to join us. Really appreciate the participation, of course, but I understand time is precious for everybody in the evening. And one of the things that I will do is following, I believe it's public comment or possibly the consent calendar. But either way, right before we get into that item, I'll call a 5-minute recess. So if anybody wants to set up a texting chain or anything like that to let folks know to get back on, by all means. And with that, any other changes or additions to the agenda, city staff?
Mayor, no changes to the agenda this evening proposed by staff.
Excellent. Now, there is one thing I need to read that I have here from Irene, who sent it to me, so please bear with me. All right. So hello, everyone. I'd like to state for the record, this meeting is being conducted by telecommunication pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided for under the governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. Council members, please remember that in order to prevent crosstalk or feedback, please mute your microphones until it is your turn to speak. And we will happily remind you when you have forgotten to take yourself off mute when it is your turn. Public comment announcement. Members of the public wishing to make a comment, please click on the raise hand icon, or if on a phone, dial *9 during the public comment periods. You will then be unmuted for your public comment. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Once comments have been heard, the public comment period is closed. If any of our council members lose power at their homes or are not able to call into the meeting, losing a quorum, we will adjourn the meeting and all remaining items will be continued to the next agenda. Anyone using abusive, vulgar, offensive, threatening, or harassing language, personal attacks of any kind, or offensive terms that target specific individuals or groups will be muted and removed from the meeting. Thank you. So with that being said, I'd like to open us up to public comment. Any item that is not currently on the agenda that you wish to speak on, please feel free to do so now. If you are on Zoom with us, please raise your hand. Irene will call on you in the order that she sees it come up, and we will be happy to hear your comment for approximately 3 minutes. Irene, any hands raised?
Yes, Mayor, we have a couple hands raised. And let me get this. Let's see. Sorry about that. We will start with Julie Carter.
Julie, please, when you're ready.
I'm talking about the Ledson issue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll bring that up. Well, you know, we'll go ahead and call upon you when that item comes up. As I mentioned at the onset of the meeting, I'm predicting we're about an hour out on that one.
Okay, and you're gonna, okay.
Anyone else wishing to make comments on items that are not currently on tonight's agenda, please?
We have a raised hand from Helen Sutton.
Helen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to the presentations tonight, but I have something very low priority, but I wanted to put it out there. I took a nice walk through City Park recently, and we have very nice parks, and I really like the bark that's in the playground areas now. But I noticed when I was walking around City Park that there are 17 trash cans, 3 dumpsters for trash, 2 dumpsters for other, and probably about 17 recycling bins. The park isn't being used for large community events. I'm sure all of these cans came from people not putting their trash in the right receptacles. But I wonder if we need to reevaluate some costs, because we probably don't want to pay for all this garbage service that we're probably not using as a city. And there might be other areas where things have shifted because of COVID, but we keep paying them because we always pay them. So I wanted to bring that up. I know I'm not a volleyball player, but and it looks like we had a lot of extra bark and we put bark in the volleyball pit. I'm pretty sure nobody wants to play volleyball on bark, but the net is nice. And I went to a library workshop a long time ago for City Park improvements and development. And I don't know if that file's closed, but it dawned on me that the playground area, if it was moved closer to the road, it might feel safer, it'd be more visible, and it'd be easily accessible. But mostly it's a visibility safety thing. So I don't know if that project is closed, but if we could put more comments on there, I would add shade to a very future playground, and I would move it closer to the road because it's tucked behind in between the 2 buildings, and it's not very visible. And I realized if I was alone with my kids there, I feel a little too far removed from the street. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Council, yep. I believe we could probably at least discuss this at the next Public Works Subcommittee. Maybe we can bring that up later in the agenda and see if there's an appetite for that. Understanding public comment we cannot deliberate on because it was not agendized. So we appreciate your comments and we'll do with them what we can. So thank you, Helen. Irene, any other hands raised?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
Excellent. With that, I will go ahead and close public comment, and that brings us into proclamations and presentations. I think what I'd like to do here is I'd like to go ahead and put the student liaison reports first, as long as they are ready. So let me get over here real quick. And I know I saw, let's see, I'm going far now. What happened here? Who do I have with me today?
Jennifer.
Jennifer, thank you. Did Summer join us today, or is it one at a time still?
One at a time.
All right, Jennifer, are you prepared at this time to do the student liaison report?
Yes, I'm prepared.
Excellent, if you'd be so kind.
Yeah. You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay. With regards to all council members and others, in Cloverdale, the high school gym was painted and the floor was redone as well, which hasn't been done in a while, which is a good start. Some sports are to be determined or in pause. Wellness Wednesdays are still in place for the rest of the school year, which is optional every Wednesday, open to teachers and students to talk about different subjects like improving your sleep, or this week, the topic was self-motivation. This year, we have a 3x3 schedule, which means you have your first 3 period classes plus 7 period combined, which is AP Spanish if you're taking the class. Then in the second quarter, we will have our 4th period class to our 7th period class. Most students like this schedule because they can focus on 3 classes rather than all 6 combined together. The Citrus Fair is coming up, which will be a drive-through, which I'm sure you all know. And students will have a couple of days off. Last week, students took the youth survey and might go to school once teachers get vaccinated and when California is not in the purple tier anymore. It is the time of year to apply to college, for Santa Rosa Junior College and other colleges as well, plus signing up for scholarships, which is especially essential for seniors. That'll be all. That'll be all for the report.
You're muted, Mayor.
See, I even did it to myself. I muted myself and then forgot to unmute. Councilmember, staff, any questions or comments for Jennifer before we move on? Hearing none. All right, let's go ahead and get back on track here. We're going to hear a presentation from Sonoma County on the Sonoma County's 5-year strategic plan. And I believe we have a guest with us this evening. David, if you'd like to just go ahead and introduce our guest, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight is a presentation by Sonoma County on their 5-year strategic plan. This plan is expected to go before the Board of Supervisors for adoption on March 2nd. I believe joining us tonight is our district supervisor, James Gore, and along with Supervisor Gore, there are county staff members that are leading up this process. It is largely an internal process to Sonoma County, but it does help the county define their strategic priorities. And of course, those strategic priorities may have an impact on the city of Cloverdale. So we thought it was a valuable presentation to bring forward for council's review and input. That concludes my my introduction, Mayor, members of council. And at this point, I'd like to ask Irene to turn it over to county staff to lead you through a brief PowerPoint.
Excellent. Welcome, you guys, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, but I'm going to let Supervisor Gore introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I appreciate you being here with us tonight. Is Crystal on the call as well?
I am, Supervisor. Thank you.
Okay, great. It's good to see you too. So this is a little weird sitting in my bedroom, but we all live in weird times. I say that ironically, and I appreciate all the work that you all are doing in Cloverdale. So, you know, first of all, Mr. Mayor, I want to know how much time do you have for our item? Because I want to make sure I acknowledge and respect your time.
Well, I made a commitment to some folks that we'd get into a new business item by 7. So I also want to make sure you have the opportunity to get the details that you need to across to our community. But if we could hug the 20-25 minute mark, I think you'd be doing everybody a favor.
That's absolutely fine. Catherine, how much time do you need to go through the presentation after I do opening comments?
It's a quick presentation, about 7 minutes, but then the bulk of the time is just questions from the city council members.
Great. Well, Mr. Mayor, the point here is that there might be some other things, and so I want to that you all might want to talk to me about, right? And I'd love to have a back and forth with you. So I think let's backtrack from 7 p.m. and if we can beat that, we will. But I want to start by just opening up that the Sonoma County 5-year strategic plan, the goal for us is to make sure that we're aligning towards the policies of the future. And as you'll see as we go through the presentation, there's a variety of things that we have that we've made sure that we go through, different pillars that we believe in that are important for us for the future. Health and safe community, obviously the county, one of our primary roles is oversight of the budgets for the sheriff, the district attorney, probation, we manage the jail. All of those things are an important area for community safety. But as we all know is that health and safe community really goes into the largest budget item of the county, where we have a budget of more than $1.8 billion, and it's the health and human services area. You all within your cities, you manage your law enforcement, you manage your roads, you manage your other issues in an incorporated area. The one single area that the county really touches every or potentially every constituent of the 500 or resident of the 500,000 and 493,000 in Sonoma County is through our Health and Human Services program. Nothing more relevant than right now as we deal with COVID, where the health department and what we do as a county health officer in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors really impacts what you do in your area. So I want to make sure I open that up. Second thing is for us, it's really an internal goal that is organizational excellence. The only side that I will say of that really links to you all as a part of this is for me a primary goal of organizational excellence is making sure that we have the right kind of partnership and respect for our cities and our city councils, our 9 incorporated cities. We obviously have direct authority over the unincorporated communities, but you know, we all know that there is at times a strained relationship with the city and the cities in the county. And one thing I just want to let you know that I really focused on our retreat earlier this year was in our county administrator's office, is making sure that there is not just leadership support, but staff support to make sure that the interaction with the cities is not something that's ad hoc and intermittent, but it is sustainable and it is a core of what we do. We've dealt with this in the past with our fires and floods, but obviously what we've dealt with this pandemic and everything that we're going through, to me, necessitates a deeper level of respect and partnership and announcements and everything that are going out to the cities. Because sometimes we're all too damn busy to do damn good work, right? And we get frustrated with each other just because we're not taking the time to touch base with everybody all the time. It's what happens when we get working too fast and too chaotic. And as we know, the chaos around us has driven that. One that you'll see here, which is very near and dear to my heart, even though I'm a gringo, is racial equity and social justice. I really spearheaded the creation of the Office of Equity at the County of Sonoma. One of the things that I'd really like to focus on with you all, and I know Catherine will potentially get into in some of these areas, is not just racial equity and social justice, but some of our work in continuing to make the commitment to get out in geographical equity. One of the things is, in my opinion, that's been kind of the past of Sonoma County is everything starts Santa Rosa centric. And so it's very hard for things to reach out to Cloverdale, out to for Supervisor Hopkins to the coast, Supervisor Gorin to East County, Supervisor Rabbit down to South County. It tends to emanate out on a link by link. And so a couple of years ago, we really pushed forward with an effort with our Human Services Department to try and open a satellite office for the county in Cloverdale. There were unfortunately tenant improvement and cost issues that we ran into, but my commitment is to continue to push that forward as a priority for what we're doing. Climate action and resiliency, we all know where we're at with that. You all know it most presciently through the impacts on the city area from the surrounding areas. You have over by the Cloverdale Airport areas where the Russian River continues to push and breach its levees and have impacts there on especially industrial users on the east side of town. And then we also know that Pine Mountain is one of the few areas in eastern Sonoma County that has yet to burn. And I say yet because whether that's, I don't say that as this is going to burn this year, but at some point it will. And we will have Diablo winds up there. And then you also have the Walbridge fire this past year, which showed us the difference between an offshore wind and an onshore wind is what it's like when we're dealing with a different kind of an element, not a late season Diablo wind coming out of the east, but a fire that started from lightning strikes and then moved around and did threaten Cloverdale in some ways. Resilient infrastructure is the final one that Catherine will get into. And you all and I work a lot on this already. I won't go through the list. You all know it well. Some of it's exciting. Some of it's frustrating and continuing to move forward. But just a couple updates on that. Number one is you all know that I've made a commitment to really pave a lot of roads. First time that many of those roads have been paved in 30 to 40 years. River Road been paved down to that First Street Bridge heading out. We got the funding. We worked our tails off, especially with council members Russell, Paula, and Marianne Brigham to go about getting the funding for the pedestrian access or walkway on the First Street Bridge. We got the funding, and then I realized that it would take 3 to 4 years to actually get the improvements on the project, because you got to go through the environmental, get the money out of OBAG. And you all know, as being in government, that some of this is the frustration of those of us in government, that it does take too long. Sometimes being in government means we fight our own government. Sometimes it means that we lead rapidly, and other times it means that we have to fit necessary environmental laws and take the time to do what we need to do. The other thing I just want to mention, and Catherine, I'm just going to go into a couple high-level things outside of the strategic plan, because I think this builds into the strategic plan, but I think it's worthy updates to this council is you all have seen some of the work that we've done to build out and get the land use and the rights to be able to move in and develop a park over on Preston. This is off of Geysers Road in that section of really the Mendocino County line. That is not just to build a park. That is really the understanding that some of those areas that are highly impacted by homelessness, by RV flotillas and other things, is that one of the only ways to manage those areas effectively is to be able to manage them and not just go and ticket people and move them along and move things around. I think some of you know that some of the RV kind of flotilla stuff that's going on out there, we've worked hard to clean up our side. We've worked hard to get Mendocino County to partner with us on the stuff on their jurisdiction. We still have encampments down there. My anticipation is that once we get through the rains and into the spring, I'll work with parks to appropriately notice and clear some of those areas and prepare it for the work that needs to happen this year. I want to supplement that with a commitment that in the roads budget, which I am reviewing right now, we will prioritize Geysers Road for paving, for full paving. I am going through the analysis of how quickly, if I can get that in 2021 or if that's a 2022 project. But I do want you all to know that that's a commitment from me to finish out that area. It's actually, ironically, a very personal issue. As some of you might know, I grew up on Preston Heights, which is across from the NACO West or the RV park there, and I drive over that area quite often, and it is like it is dangerous. It is bad. It is one of the worst areas in the county, and I've made a commitment to get the funding for that and the slide in the other areas, and we are going to do it. So with that being said, there's so many things we could talk about. I want to pass it over to Catherine and Crystal and let them present the strategic plan and make sure that you all have an opportunity not just to speak to them. Catherine, for you and Crystal, my request is that you take down all the list of what the to-do list that's coming up here so that we can go into that, because a strategic plan cannot be so high level that it doesn't fit the transactional needs on day to day, but at the same time, it can't be so transactional that it never achieves a strategic vision. Right. And so the one big one that I'll put down, Catherine, for you, which is something I've talked about with many members of this council, is really integrating and making sure we have budget allocations to scope out when we do the general plan with Permit Sonoma, is where we look at the smart approach to holistically get the city moving forward on the areas that it wants to annex into the city that's within the urban service area already, as opposed to the approach that we've been taking now, which is every time there's a project that wants to go through, they got to kind of come to LAFCO and go through all the process and pay fees and work with the city and work with us, because the ultimate goal is the county does not need those commercial tax dollars that are kind of sitting there ancillary to the town. The other one is, along with that, is there's some islands, county islands within what you would call kind of the urban service area, specifically, as you all know, on the south end of town. And we've had conversations about the need to incorporate those. But if we are going to incorporate those areas, if they really are going to become part of the city, just like we did with Roseland, we're going to have to get into a situation where we look at what kind of improvements bring it up to code for the city to be able to move it in. I think those are some core things that we will hear today. And I want to pass it over to Catherine for the presentation, and the council members. I'd love to get a to-do list from you today. So thank you very much. I think you know my commitment is to work my tail off with you all to get this done. I apologize sometimes if I'm not immediately responsive. Just like you all, I'm subsumed by what's going on, but my commitment is always to do better and to prove my worth through my effort. So thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore, and good evening, council members. My name, again, is Catherine DePasqua, and joining me today is Crystal Carey-Harrow, who's the Deputy County Administrator. I'm going to run through this presentation rather quickly so that we have time at the end to hear from you all. So the goal of today's presentation is really to hear from our city partners before we finalize our strategic plan. We'll be presenting the revised goals and objectives that we brought to our board yesterday, and we'll answer any questions you may have. So to give you some background on the strategic planning process, the Board of Supervisors approved a draft plan back in August, knowing that we would start a pretty hefty engagement process with both our county employees and community members, which would then impact the goals and objectives. And then the revised plan went to the board yesterday, where they reviewed the feedback that we gathered and then also provided direction on any revisions to the plan. And then the plan is to bring the final materials back to the board on March 2nd. So again, I'm gonna run through this quickly so we have some time for questions, and I will of course log them all here. But to the extent the City Council has some further input, we request that you submit it in writing by February 12th so that we can incorporate into the materials that we're gonna bring to our board on March 2nd. So as the supervisor mentioned, the purpose of the strategic plan is really to inform what policies and projects get prioritized over the next 5 years as kind of, our long-term planning document. Strategic plans tend to have different terminology. So here's just a quick overview of how we've set up ours. Pillars identify the most important priorities for the county to accomplish. And as Supervisor Gore mentioned, our 5 pillars are healthy and safe communities, organizational excellence, racial equity and social justice, climate action and resiliency, and resilient infrastructure. Under each pillar, there's a set of goals, and these are the outcomes we want to achieve. And then further, under each goal, there's a set of objectives, and these are the measures of progress needed in order to achieve that goal. And beyond that, once the plan has been adopted by our board, the assigned lead for each objective will then work on developing an implementation plan that will be needed in order to meet each objective. So we made a significant effort to gather feedback from both our county employees and community members, mostly to get input and reactions on the draft plan before it got finalized, learn if there were any new goals or objectives that should be added to the plan, and then also to understand what the relative priority of the objectives are. So in both employee focus groups and community sessions, we polled participants to see which objectives they think should be tackled first, and that'll be really informative once we start developing the implementation plan. So for employees, we hosted several focus groups, drop-in open house sessions, and we launched an online survey. For community members, we hosted several community sessions in both English and Spanish, made presentations to numerous community stakeholder groups, including the cities. Again, thank you for having us. Developed a session in a box for organizations who wanted to host their own focus groups. And then we also launched online surveys in both English and Spanish. So up next, the following slides are very dense slides on each pillar with all the goals and objectives listed. What I'm going to do in an essence to save some time is I will read the pillar and just at the goal level, and I'll go through each of the 5 pillars, and then we'll save time at the end for any questions you have on any of the 5. And I'll just say Crystal and I are here to answer any questions, but just as a reminder, we're not necessarily the subject matter experts, but we will do our best. And anything we can't answer, we will obviously log and forward to our steering committee and our board. So up first, healthy and safe communities. Provide quality and equitable housing, health, and human services for all. Goal 1, expand integrated system of care to address gaps in services to the county's most vulnerable. Goal 2, establish equitable and data-driven distribution of services. Goal 3, in collaboration with cities, increase affordable housing development near public transportation and services. Goal 4, reduce the county's overall homeless population by 10% each year by enhancing services based on collaboration and coordination. I flipped it too. And finally, goal 5, continue to invest in public safety so that residents and visitors feel safe in our community. Organizational excellence. Be an innovative, effective, engaged, and transparent organization focused on quality programs and services. Goal 1, strengthen operational effectiveness, fiscal reliability, and accountability. Goal 2, increase information sharing and transparency and improve county and community engagement. Goal 4, become an employer of choice with a diverse workforce that reflects our community and an employer with a positive work culture that results in engaged and developed employees. And goal 4, seek out grant funding to enhance programs and improve infrastructure. Our third pillar is racial equity and social justice. Achieve racial equity in county service provision and ensure a workforce reflective of the community that we serve. Goal 1, foster a county organizational culture that supports the commitment to achieving racial equity. Goal 2, implement strategies to make the county workforce reflect county demographic across all levels. Goal 3, ensure racial equity throughout all county policy decisions and service delivery. Goal 4, engage key community and internal stakeholders to develop priorities and to advance racial equity. Our fourth pillar is climate action and resiliency. Make Sonoma County carbon neutral by 2030. Goal 1, continue to invest in wildfire preparedness and resiliency strategies. I will make a note that this version of the PowerPoint is a little different than the version that got attached to your agenda. We ended up adding this new Goal 1 to reflect some of the feedback we got during our engagement process to really elevate the need for wildfire preparedness and resiliency strategies. So this is a new goal, just to make you guys aware. So goal 2, invest in the community to enhance disaster resiliency and become carbon neutral by 2030. Goal 3, make all county facilities carbon free, zero waste, and resilient. Goal 4, maximize sustainability and emission reductions in all county fleet vehicles. And finally, goal 5, maximize carbon sequestration through land conservation work and land use policies. And finally, resilient infrastructure. Enhance all hazards resiliency for the community by investing in county roads, buildings and property, communications, and flood protection. Goal 1, invest in county buildings and technology solutions to enhance service delivery and improve employee mobility. So as Supervisor Gore mentioned earlier, this is the goal that has the objective that talks about establishing regional service centers, and in particular in the Cloverdale area. That's objective 4, just for note. Goal 2, invest in capital systems to ensure continuity of operations and disaster response. Goal 3, continue to invest in critical road infrastructure. Goal 4, implement countywide technology solutions to promote resiliency and expand community access. And finally, goal 5, support, fund, and expand flood protection. So with that, that's the end of the PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I will open it up to you guys to ask any questions, and we're here to answer as many as we can.
Excellent. Thank you, Catherine, Supervisor Gore, Christina, for being here. We appreciate it. Sorry, Crystal. Council members, any questions? City staff, any questions?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, Councilmember Walter. James, thank you for the presentation, very in-depth. I'm particularly interested in the Church Lane area, as you referred to, one of the islands within the city, and the amount of infrastructure that needs to be taken into the city. But another area that I don't want us to lose sight of is McCrae Road. and the whole septic tank issues that we have going on out there right on the river. And I'm just wondering if that's going to make its way into some type of a 5-year resilient infrastructure plan. In addition to 6 Acres Water Company, South Cloverdale Water District, all are looking to come into the city with a lack of funding behind them. So just in particular, McCrae Road is really of interest to me. So just a thought.
Well, I want to start by saying that I think that a lot of, as you appropriately say, a lot of these things overlap, right? And so, I mean, I don't want to wait. I mean, we're going to do a planning session on the general plan later this year. We have to put, I mean, we're getting quotes that the general plan process is going to cost us about like $4.5 million. I mean, we got to do EIRs with it, other things multi-year. So I don't want that to slow us down, but I want whatever we do to be inputted into that. So, you know, one thing that might be a consideration for you all, you've had ad hocs in the past, however you want to approach this is that, you know, I do have to make a commitment to you guys to sit down and have some conversations as we lead into that about what it means on these areas where utility and urban service areas link. As you talk about, you have multiple water districts. There is money on the table from the state if we're smart about how we go and approach it, but we have to have grant writers. Maybe I provide that or other things to do it. But then on the other side is the infrastructure has to do it. But we have to get this stuff embedded into the general plan, but also try and get some traction here. So I commit to make myself available in the spring and through the summer to build that stuff out. If you guys want to figure out the conversation about really your urban service area, the incorporation, and then the water districts as a part of it, because it's really a land use discussion. And I think it's a very deliberate one we need to have.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please, Vice Mayor Cruz, go right ahead.
Yes, Supervisor Gore, thank you for your presentation and for your presence in our meeting today. I'm particularly interested in this county areas where housing standards are very much non-existent. And it's the need for appropriate and decent housing for all members of society. At the same time, affordability becomes an issue. But how can we as a town and how can we as county hold some of these irresponsible owners to the table, you know, bring them to the table without necessarily impacting the dwellers, the people who rent in these facilities? Many times, because we have absolutely no jurisdiction, either state or jurisdiction like with trailers or its county, we have our hands tied. But we are also carrying the problems that these members of our area of influence have. So this is something to keep in mind, and something that we need to start developing a vision and a plan for.
As you say that, it really opens in my mind about 3 or 4 different examples that pop in. I think about, number one is the area we talk about church and other areas where, you're talking about infrastructure that really isn't up to par. Whether it's, we talked about water before, and it's like the water's has fecal matter and other things in it because they're on top of it. And there's no, I'm getting calls from people who say there's no ADA access and I'm in a wheelchair in there. And so there's that issue. Then on the other side, as you talk about, there's housing code issues. I get reports just like you do from, and you see it personally. You don't get reports. You see it personally of individuals who are living in squalor, right? And sometimes those are things regulated by the state or the county or you. I feel like, one of the things that we need to rally around is not just, housing and homelessness do run together, right? And behavioral health at the same time. And put simply is like, as you talk about, one of the things you talked about trailers is like, so in trying to address the issue on Geysers Road with trailers, all of a sudden I learned in talking to the Citrus Fair that really the same folks move from inside the RV park, then out onto the street because they have to leave after 3 weeks. Then they go over to the Citrus Fair for a while. Then they go back into that area and they rotate. And so we're never getting to a solution, as you, I think, appropriately say. One thing that might be important to do, and this is, a thought for our strategic plan, is what about an addendum for Cloverdale priorities with our strategic plan? Whether I'm in this office for 8 more years or somebody else takes center stage, is that we have this great general plan, but what about having, an addendum, which is a Cloverdale County strategic plan? So it's not just dependent upon you fighting hard and me fighting hard, but we put the elements that are the priorities for resilient infrastructure. We put the priorities in there that are for homelessness or for affordable housing. Because as you say, is that what about our county fund for housing? We haven't put money to my knowledge, we haven't had applications, but we haven't put money from our county fund for housing into Cloverdale recently. Madam Vice Mayor, with you, in the position you're at right now, if there's an opportunity to kind of collaborate on that, and if you all, rather than just putting written comments, that's just top of mind, maybe something we could do.
And I heard your offer of even perhaps offering a grant writer. We would welcome that with big open arms, because as you very well know, we work on a skeleton staff.
Well, let me give you an example.
And few people.
Yeah. Well, let me give you an example. Is that last, and Madam Vice Mayor, I think this is appropriate that you're talking about it with housing. Is that so? Last year, right? There was finally a program that worked for what I would call the homeless services out of the state, and it was called Project Home Key. So what it did out of the state was about $650 million, and it provided a 3-to-1 match. And what we did is we went, and because this just came up and it started to move into it in the middle of a pandemic, is we bought the Hotel Azura and we bought the Sebastopol Inn. And so now the governor's budget, which would be approved in May, looks to move that money from $650 million to $1.75 billion. Okay. And that's on our advocacy, like me with the president of the California Counties Association and all of you and others, the League of Cities, is that we've said, not only do we want, so $750 million for permanent supportive housing, $750 million for what I would call mental health stabilization beds, because we know we don't have enough, and then $250 million for vulnerable senior populations and housing. So, think about that. That's also, the county has sponsored the match for Santa Rosa and Sebastopol in those areas, but we need to also have concurrence with you all. So like the county doesn't create a, like, hey, here's permanent supportive housing that you don't know about within your district. I think, maybe the strategic plan, but then diving into that might be a good opportunity, because, we've also, as you know, I've had people propose to me to do something homeless service based or safe parking area over at the SMART station as well, right? The depot to nowhere. So however you all would want to follow up on that, I'll make myself available to work with you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. With that, Councilmember Bagby has a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. So I'm very heartened to hear your comments about working with us and making Cloverdale a focus of, or having some focus in the county strategic plan, because the fact is that we have there's so much development that is actually in the county that really does need to be brought into the city. But as has been pointed out, it just doesn't meet our development standards. So we need to find a way to bridge that, just like you're doing in Roseland. But, the other glaring issue here as far as housing is concerned is that, the rule of thumb is that you should pay about 25 to 30% of your income for, for housing, for rent or mortgage. And in Sonoma County, oftentimes people pay 40%. And that's what's really contributing to that lack of not just, affordable housing, capital A, affordable housing, or low income housing, which has, those actually are a percentage of your income, but any entry level housing, a real, absolute lack of places for young working people, to live. And it's contributing to that, when you hit 40% of people paying their, 40% of their take home pay on, rent or mortgage, that moves the needle on homelessness and housing insecurity. So it's something that I know that people struggle with throughout the region, but we really struggle with it here in Cloverdale. I mean, there's just about a 0% vacancy rate in Cloverdale. Okay. So I'm not going to complain. I'm looking forward to working with you on these challenges. And just to let you know, it's something that I've discussed with you and your staff too, is that we actually have a couple of opportunities to partner with the county on affordable housing development. So I would look forward to working with you and your staff on, moving those projects forward, and also 6 Acres, South Cloverdale Water Company, McRae Road, addressing those issues and bringing them up to standard. Because if we don't do it, guess what? The Regional Water Quality Board is going to make us do it. So let's take advantage of some of those opportunities that we have for grant funding on that. On a separate issue, I'm wondering if Supervisor can answer this question. I'm not looking to create another organization where we have to go to another meeting, but one of the options that some other regions are doing is a city county government closer relationship, closer partnership, or organization, associations, which you're probably familiar with. That's the president of CSAC. And then maybe this is for Christelle or Catherine, I'm just wondering what kind of outreach has been directly done with Cloverdale Rancheria to make sure that they're being reached out to regarding their part and their potential part of the strategic plan. And I'll take my answer off the air.
No. You get your answers right now. I think the first thing is I haven't been a part of the other presentations, but I want to make sure that I appreciate you bringing up Cloverdale Rancheria, because I want to make sure that we have a legitimate, appropriate, sincere tribal consultation for this process. And so, Catherine and Christelle, I'll leave it at that for now. If you want to add anything after the other elements I go into, but one of the things, council member, that we've talked a lot about the what, but let's talk about the how, right? I don't know if you guys have done your goal setting or what you have ever done, but I mean, Cloverdale. If you guys create, and just agree that you all don't have to do it all as 5 members. Like sometimes that's the biggest issue with my board. So I'm like, you want to create an ad hoc? And people are like, no, we should review it all as a board, which means we never review it, or we review it in a contentious damn meeting. I'm just being honest, because obviously we've been through so much together. But I really do believe this is that if you guys decide that, we're going to have ad hocs on each of these pillars. If you decide that you want to have ad hocs on each of these pillars, if you decide you want the ad hocs not to get too far out of the rest of the council, so that I commit to come forward on a quarterly basis with the appropriate staff on whatever issue it is to follow up with you. Because the only reason I say that is that as much as the other cities in my district, specifically Santa Rosa, Windsor, and Hillsburg, as much as I interact with them, I've already found far more collaboration with Cloverdale than those. And I think it's because of, I don't know, it's the way they work. There's also so much just geographical kind of intersection there. I would love to have like a master plan for Cloverdale and the county by the end of the year that's like attached, and to the strategic plan. And it's like, it challenges the other cities. It makes them envious that, you know what I mean? We have like a wish list.
And just a master plan for parks with the Redwood Trail, with what the county is planning here, with the new region, with the new parks that we have. We need a master plan for parks.
Yeah. I'm on the North Coast Railway Authority. I'm actually, if you all are interested in a council member taking my position on that, I'm also open to that. I don't mean that in a bad way or a good way. I just mean I'm on 1,000 commissions, and that's the deployment of that is really important for Cloverdale, I think. But I would encourage you all after this is to figure out what you do that I can help come in and staff, whether it's with Catherine and others or my staff from my office, is like the development of a Cloverdale plan that lines up with this, because I've wanted to do it for a long time. And obviously it hasn't always happened. Fires, floods, pandemics. But
Kevin, looks like you might have a question over there. Mr. Thompson.
Sorry.
Supervisor Gore, do you know anything about when the CDBG NOFA will be announced from the Community Development Commission? Because we have a affordable housing project that's really anxious to apply. And normally it's out by now. I just know maybe you don't know anything, but we could follow up.
I'll tell you what, Kevin, is that it's the only thing that's been holding it back has been I don't know if you've seen, but there's been a little bit of drama about the last round. It was initially, it was allocated, the CDC had staff recommendations. The actual CDC commission recommended something different than staff. They were looking to bring it back. And so we've been going through that. My understanding is that it should be out within the month. As you've talked about, as you appropriately say, is that just for the other council members, if anybody doesn't know, is that we have the County Fund for Housing, which goes from fees, but those fees really only go to about $1.5 million to $2.5 million a year. We did from the disaster, from the Tubbs disaster, other things, get an allocation from the federal government about $4.5 million that'll supplement that. So we'll have more money than we had. And Kevin, I would love to get a follow-up from you on what that project is and a request to meet. And I would bring the CDC, either our commissioners or others along for the ride, because as I've learned with those is that sometimes it works when the application just goes in, but many of those applications have about 13 different funding sources. And it's appropriate to kind of review the practicality from a gut check too.
Yeah, and if I may add, Kevin and Supervisor Gore, we have to also definitely keep in mind this vision and this plan for the future, because we want to make sure that the money goes to several hands rather than just one entity, because that's another problem that I have observed in various jurisdictions. We cannot allow a monopoly of funding by one particular group.
Yeah. Well, and the one good thing is that there's more money in that pot than there has been in a long time. So we can design that going forward. I mean, maybe what we do is we unleash the full $6 million, but maybe what we do is we release 3 and then some other ones come in later, because I'll tell you, there's always a lot of projects from like City of Santa Rosa, and they got $35 million from that CDBG DR money. They put about $11 million just back into that Journey's End project this week to make it pencil out. But a lot of these projects just need 200,000, 500,000, 700,000, $1 million to get over the basically the finish line, and they already have the other things. So I'd like to talk to you guys about that. I agree. One thing I do want to mention for you all is that we did get an allocation from the federal government from this last round of $14.7 million in rental assistance dollars. Yet we reviewed it yesterday at our Board of Supervisors meeting, our 12-hour, like you guys, meeting. And so the rental assistance dollars had been going out before, but there was only $4 million since the start of the pandemic. With $14.4 million, my direction to staff, and I did have support from my board, was instead of trying to get fewer families for longer term, is that we try to get more families for shorter term, because there's so many families that are out of work for the pandemic. That might not be always practical in whatever it is, but I'd love to have a follow-up with you all on that, because we also approved $2.3 million to waive all the food inspection and health fees for all of our businesses that have been shut predominantly because of the stay-at-home order. So why should we be charging them fees, whether it's food trucks and other things? But Madam Vice Mayor, I mean, that area of, as you and I have talked about before, that area of rental assistance doesn't always cover everybody appropriately and equitably. I also requested that at least $2 million plus goes into a DocuFund that has put money into some of those Cloverdale apartments and others. And I think that's a way to do it, is to pay landlords as opposed to pay individuals. So that's a specific item you and I should follow up on. Would like to do that since we met with those folks out there.
Real quick, Mr. Gore, if I may, I'd like to offer our student liaison an opportunity to ask you any questions, offer any comments. I don't know how often she gets the ear of a county supervisor. So Jennifer, anything you'd like to comment or ask at this time?
I don't necessarily have any particular questions, but I just to add to the places you can do anything to churches and stuff, would you just leave them alone and just do other parts and just leave the churches be? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you. It was a little choppy, but I did hear what you talked about. And just a follow-up question, do you mean really with the shutdown orders and that the churches can't have people indoors? Is that the point?
No, the point was how we were talking about before, how the churches can be part of the program and other places can. So would you just leave the churches alone and pay attention to other homes?
Yeah. Well, Jennifer, absolutely, whatever follow-up I can. I mean, it's a little choppy. I apologize if I commit to follow up with you on on that issue. I heard churches. I didn't know if it was Church Street or the churches with housing, or maybe you can try and clarify. We can see if you're.
Jennifer, maybe try without the video. That's given us some success in the past.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I was talking about churches and housing.
Oh, okay. Well, first and foremost, I'd love to find out, maybe I can follow up with you and figure out what exactly the item is. I commit to following up and figuring out what that is. I don't know if it's, as I said, if it's related to the health order or to the housing issue or the churches, whatever that is. But I hear you, and I have to get a little more clarity from you. But maybe somebody on the city council can give Jennifer my cell phone.
I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Gore. I'd be happy to ensure she has that.
Yeah, and I'll follow up.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Lands, any questions or comments at this time?
No, sir, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I'm looking forward to meeting with you in the future and getting to know you a little better.
Likewise. Welcome to the City Council. Appreciate you. A lot of people don't go into this, but City Council and even County Supervisor to a lot of extent is when you decide to get into the fire because you care enough about your community. It's an awesome opportunity, but you also get a lot of flack for you have to carry a heavy cross for it. And mass respect to you and the rest of your council. I mean,
thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Gore, if I could, just in the realm of some of the pillars that I heard mentioned, equity, resiliency, things of that nature. I find myself coming back to our pool and just making sure things really get, kind of buttoned up on that. It is a venue in which people of all different walks of life, different creeds, different income levels can come together and participate in a recreational activity. It's very important for us to have some opportunities to open that up a little bit more year round. And I know that there was some struggles and COVID-19 got in the way tremendously, but we're stepping foot into 2021 with hope and a new vision that we won't be caught flat-footed the best that we can. And so I'd just like to see the collaboration continue to just really button that up so we could be prepared to work with the YMCA the best we can as we move into that season.
We got to figure this out. It's one of those things that drives me nuts because it's like, it's not a crazy amount of money. It is a lot of money, right? But it's not a crazy amount of money. It's one of those things that it's like finding the right pot for the money, is like our general services areas, how do I get that? We've done this for a couple of years. I think there is a solution on the table, and there's 3 partners who have participated heavily in it. The only thing I can say is that let's get back to it, because I would love to see an item even before really summer kicks that says, here's a commitment to it. I know we'd committed in this realm of like $50,000, $100,000, but I think it was reaching up the pool rehab up into $200,000, $300,000 for like the actual fix on it. It's one of these weird things that I try and find the money for, but where there's a will, there's a way. So
yeah,
let's get back into it.
And there are tremendous hurdles, and financial hurdles are just that. It's very tough. If the money's not there, it's not there until you find it. So I appreciate the willingness to continue the collaboration, and I see opportunities with certain things that have been brought up tonight or even recommended for a specific Cloverdale facet of the strategic plan. And I think the pool and its vitality and sustainability can be a spoke within that overarching wheel, along with the other great ideas that have been brought up. These are all things that benefit folks that reside within the city limits, but as well as folks who don't. And it's an opportunity for them on the, as you mentioned, north of Santa Rosa, not being Santa Rosa centric, to have diverse recreational opportunities. So again, I don't want to overly chew your ear, because it sounds like I have your enthusiasm as it is, but really, I agree with you. We got to just kind of keep making this heavy lift and slowly but surely getting it up over the hump.
Well, if you don't have the effort, it never gets done. The reason that even though the project hasn't been done yet, but that the funding of $4 or $5 million for the pedestrian access on First Street Bridge was because of, before I got elected, because of 5 to 10 years of advocacy that led to the right place, the right time, an MTC meeting where I called folks, lobbied, you guys got letters. You know what I mean? It's like, sometimes that's the way it works. But I do want to say, Mr. Mayor, that the focus here, I really am inspired by the opportunity to, whether we want, it'd be great to use the pillars that are there and then add others, but I think we should create a Cloverdale wish list for not only me, like my to-do list, but like, whoever's in this position after me, because some of it'll be done by then and some of it won't. But there's so much integration between the county and the city that we have to do that. And if I may, real quickly, can I give you just one quick update on the vaccines?
Please do.
I know we're a little bit over time, but I just want to say is that, like, I was on a call. I host meetings with counties to the state. There was an announcement yesterday that the state is looking to do a third party. Let's say it's like Blue Shield, which is not public, but yeah, it is like somebody like that to come in, Blue Shield and Kaiser in some way, to come in and be like kind of adjudicators and administrators for a lot of the vaccines going into 58 different counties. The big issue here is it's not like a control grab on us. It's more the fact that the state currently sends out vaccines to healthcare providers directly. It sends us the vaccines that ultimately go to the federally qualified health clinics like Alexander Valley. We do some ancillary stuff since we don't have direct patients as the county, but we'll do like firefighters, police officers, and other things like that. But by and large, our community is provided for by the health centers, the health clinics, excuse me, and the large healthcare providers. That's 90+%. So, you know, across the state, sometimes you'll have counties that have 20 different entities that do this. We have quite a few already. We have the big three, but then we have a litany of health clinics. Our health clinics provide medical support to more than 60% of our population. So I don't see this as a bad thing. You know, they haven't been able to give us the data for us to track, to give them the data back so that they can go to the feds and say, this is how many vaccines we got into people's arms, so let's increase the allocation to California. They have said that, you know, looked like what the state was hoping is that the feds would give us an allocation on per capita, like, hey, we're the biggest state, give it to us, but they're going to give it to us based on our ability to get stuff out. You know, there's a lot of frustrations on all sides, the state with what's going on, but we do have, I want folks to know that, you know, if you haven't heard already, I mean, not that I know that, the only reason I know this is because my mom and my dad called me up, and they live in Clover Springs, and they're set up to get vaccines over at the depot with Alexander Valley Health Clinic, right? At some point, they're 75, right? And then I do want folks to also know that we are a part of a 4-county pilot sponsored by the state, which is an Optum-Serve 500 vaccines a day, Roanoke Park, that's set up. And people can try to get through there too. But as that happens, it's still, as much as the complexity is there, it's all about supply and demand. I mean, the state has made basically in Sonoma County, almost half of our population, more than half of our population, I should say, eligible. And yet we only have, you know, 4,000 vaccines a week coming in. So it'll take a while to ramp up, but you know, just like testing, I'm hoping that it'll be good in about 3 to 4 weeks. That's the best I can say.
Excellent. Thank you for the update. Any closing comments from council members or city staff before we allow the county representatives to go about their evening?
I did not get an answer to my question about Cloverdale Rancheria.
Oh, thank you.
I can provide a response to that. It's a good question. Thank you for bringing it up. Through our chair of the board in the fall, we reached out to all of the tribes in the county. We sent strategic plan materials, and we offered to host focus groups for them on the strategic plan, and none of them accepted, but they were all contacted, and the materials of the plan were sent to them.
Did that cover your question okay, Melanie? May not be the answer you wanted, but covered it nonetheless.
It answered it. Thank you.
Well, I think Melanie, I can make a commitment to reach out to Vicky Macias and some of the others and just make sure that they have an opportunity.
Haven't we yet learned that that's what it requires?
Yep. There you go. You know,
right,
what do you mean? Just sending stuff in the mail don't work? Yeah. True tribal consultation is deep. Catherine, I want to thank you for making sure you reached out and did that. I will commit to reach out to Vicky and Silver and some of the others with Rancheria to make sure that they have their voices heard, and the other tribes in my district. At this point, I have 3, and one that's not federally recognized, but is trying to be federally recognized.
David, I think I saw you were about to come off mute there a little bit. Anything you wanted to add?
Mayor, members of council, first I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Gore for joining the presentation tonight. Of course, I want to say thank you to Crystal and Catherine for their collaboration with me on the presentation. I think what we heard tonight is really something that's maybe bigger than the master plan process in terms of the offer by Supervisor Gore to engage in really high-level discussions about planning for the greater Cloverdale community and county service area. We are seeing this trend where there's a lot of opportunities for collaboration and partnership between our unincorporated area and our incorporated area. And I think that's something that would be ideal to reflect master plan, is to seek opportunities for integration of services in our public service model related to, of course, as Supervisor Gore mentioned, land use, homelessness, certainly planning and emergency response to hazards, public communication, infrastructure, affordable housing, and parks. And I think for council, we need to engage a planning workshop and seek areas where we can identify and prioritize the specific topical areas that we can collaborate and work together with the county, because we really need the partnership to be able to, successfully accomplish a lot of these key goals. As we know, the infrastructure doesn't end and stop at city boundaries. Homelessness doesn't end and start at the city boundaries. So there's, all of these issues are things that is important for us to collaborate on, and to the extent that the planning process can identify as maybe part of the vision would be integration of public services, especially as we find ourselves being continually constrained financially on how we accomplish some of our goals. It's going to be critical that we collaborate. So I think taking Supervisor Gore up on his commitment to work with the city is a great idea, and to the extent that it can be reflected in the master plan, that integration of services with the county and the incorporated cities will have a lot of value.
Excellent. Thank you, David. And one thing that came to mind is I believe in the presentation, there's a deadline asked for any additional comments by February the 12th. And if my memory serves me correctly, we'll have one more council meeting on February the 10th prior to that deadline. How does the council feel about bringing this topic back during that council meeting and giving direction to staff on any additions or changes we may have in regards to the strategic plan?
Yeah, thanks for bringing it up, Mr. Mayor. I thought this was a presentation. I wasn't really prepared for it to turn into a workshop. And I think that there is, as the city manager just summarized, I think I'd like to have a chance to go through this, digest it a bit, and come back with some ideas and strategies. Probably hear from the chief, probably hear from Kevin and other staff members on things we'd like to see. And so, yeah, I'd like to have an opportunity if the agenda allows to do a little bit of workshopping amongst ourselves, and then submit a document to as our comments together. I think it would be, I'm certainly, any of us can make our comments and submit them, but I think it would hopefully would have a little bit more weight if it comes from the entire council and the staff.
I agree with you 100%, Councilmember Bagby. And I like that idea, Jason, about bringing it back at our council meeting just before the deadline of the 12th. And just on an FYI, we have a hand raised in the audience.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Walter. I appreciate that.
Yes,
Irene.
Wait a second, Mr.
Sure.
Walter, if I may, please. I want to follow up on what Councilmember Bagby was saying regarding the rancheria, because we have not been able to establish any kind of meeting with the Cloverdale Rancheria. And I believe that in order for us to be more effective, we need to schedule such with the city manager and the development assistant city manager, because they are part of our community and we need to really engage in conversations. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice Mayor Cruz. Irene, would you be so kind as to open this up to the public? I think Christina has her hand up, and there may be others who wish to chime in as well. I'm happy to hear it.
That's correct. So, Christina, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you so much. First of all, my name is Cristina Lepe Duarte, and I want to thank Supervisor Gore. Thank you so much for your time. It is very valuable, and it's a true investment into our community of Cloverdale. We truly appreciate it. I also want to thank Crystal and Catherine and Jenny Chamberlain. She's been so kind to in some of our Cloverdale resiliency meetings, which are wonderful too. But I'm here tonight. I want to speak on behalf of my community, of which I love and I'm devoted to. I can't emphasize enough the importance of being a partner with us here in Cloverdale. If we can have just the tools to empower us, one of which was mentioned tonight by our Vice Mayor, Marta Cruz, having access to a grant writer would be so beneficial for Cloverdale in the sense that it can help us help ourselves more. And really, truly, expand that dollar power of the funds that we will be receiving. I also want to emphasize the importance. All of the pillars are truly, they go hand in hand, as mentioned. But one of the things that I'm seeing a lot, just as a community advocate, is the struggle of people being without work and due to COVID or the fires or both. And so when you mentioned the rental assistance, that one really spoke loud and clear to me, because that's something that I'm seeing a lot of community members reaching out to myself or Zeke Guzman or Councilmember Cruz, even Cloverdale Resiliency. So I want to do my part as a community member and really try to help empower my people here in Cloverdale. So if you can be so kind, I really truly want to be part of, helping to make Cloverdale sustainable, but and I want to find ways to really help our families stretch their dollar power. So thank you again for your time. I know it's very valuable, and I can't imagine, all the responsibilities that are on your plate. So I thank you again.
Excellent. Supervisor Gore, if you do have a comment or any response that you'd like to offer, I'm happy to hear that.
Well, I just want to say absolutely and awesome. Irene, I would love to get a note from you and a follow-up and maybe an opportunity to even have a conversation. I'm going to put my, I'll just do it. I'll just put my cell in anybody else. I try to respond to everything, but here, I'm going to put this in the chat, 292-9335. Shoot me a text. I love the message that you just promoted, and the folks that obviously the connections that you're already embedded into. You're talking about 3 or 4 different hubs that are achieving progress, but are screaming for more. So let me know if there's a way that we can work together.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Gore. Thank you, Christina, for your comments this evening. Appreciate it as always. Irene, any other hands raised?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
All right. City staff, do you have an idea of how we'd like to move forward on this for the February 10th meeting as discussed previously?
Absolutely, Mayor. We'll bring this back for discussion and try to facilitate a way for us to generate the council's comments to the board.
Mr. Mayor and City Manager, if I may, one thing that I could do is you can do your comments normally, but when this comes before the Board of Supervisors, I can request that we ask cities to put together addendums, or I can just maybe do it in a way that doesn't make a mad rush by everybody else. I can just say, hey, I understand some communities are going to be doing this, and I'd want it to be included into it. Because as much as we have our KPMs and our goals, our missions, our tactics, our beliefs, and all these other things, we also got some things we need to get done to be able to continue to build confidence and progress. So, City Manager, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, everybody else, I appreciate your time. You might see a little exhaustion just like you all have, but I'm ready to go, man. So let's do it.
Well, Mr. Gore, Catherine, Christelle, thank you so much for your presentation this evening. Thank you so much for entertaining our questions. I know it's not easy when you're kind of expected to answer off the top of your head. And I think you guys did so wonderfully and gave as much information as was available. I look forward to the follow-up. I look forward to you working your way through our to-do list. And above all else, I look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you again for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, you guys, we're going to go ahead. Oh, absolutely. Thanks again. So let's get into our next presentation, which is on water this evening from Sonoma Water. It's going to be a presentation on a temporary usage change petition and Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership. David, while everybody gets kind of together, would you be so kind as to introduce our speakers, and we'll go ahead and get into it.
Absolutely, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce this item. This item is a presentation by Sonoma Water. We're going to be joined tonight by a principal engineer, Don Seymour, and then water conservation staff at the agency, Paul Piazza and Ryan Pedrati. The particular matter is coming before you because we, despite the significant rains that we're receiving, we received last night and tonight, we continue to experience severe drought conditions. Earlier this year, or earlier in 2020, we brought before the council a presentation on a temporary urgency change petition by the Sonoma Water to change flow conditions in the Russian River. That TUCP, as it's called, was for the period between roughly July and December. And because the drought conditions persist, and based on some modeling work that was performed by Sonoma Water staff, which will be presented tonight, they have submitted a new or an updated temporary urgency change petition to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, State Water Resource Control Board, to change some of the management objectives for the reservoir that serves the majority of Sonoma County in Lake Mendocino. And the presentation tonight is going to touch on that, and they are seeking our support for this change in their management objective for the reservoirs that serve Lake Mendocino. Primarily, it's part of the Potter Valley project in Lake Pillsbury, and that'll be followed by a presentation by Sonoma Water on the Sonoma Marin Water Saving Partnership, which provides an overview of a program that's administered by Sonoma Water. So with that said, not to waste any more time, I'd like to introduce Don Seymour, who will walk us through a presentation on the TUCP.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, and thank you very much. Take it away.
Good evening, Mayor Turner and council members. My name is Don Seymour, as David indicated. And yeah, we're continuing in drought right now. Paul, can you go to the next slide? So I think we'll start off just with where we are right now, and specifically Lake Mendocino. This is the storage condition in Lake Mendocino as of last week when we submitted the presentation for the city council meeting. That dark black line, that short little black line, is actually observed storage so far this year. And those other hydrographs are as you can see up in the up at the top in the legend are previous years to kind of give you a comparison. So even though we've had these rains right now that seem pretty hard and intense, storage in Lake Mendocino is actually less than it was last week. It's actually down to about 26,600 acre feet. So the storms we've had have only improved storage today by about 400 acre feet. So we're still declining. And I just want to point out that dashed black line, that's the water control rule curve for the reservoir. That indicates when Sonoma Water can, the area, the volume that Sonoma Water can store water in for water supply, and versus what's used for flood control. So anything below that dashed black line is the water conservation pool, where water can be stored and then later released for downstream minimum stream flow requirements and demands. And as you can see right now, that dashed line, the top of it is about 68,400 acre feet. So we have quite a hole to fill right now to get up even to the top of the conservation pool for this time of year. I would mention that the California-Nevada River Forecast Center, which does modeling to predict what type of inflows we might see, their modeling has shown that we could see maybe another 5,000 or 6,000 acre feet over the next 10 days, but that's going to be far short of where we need to be. So we're going to need a number of these events over the next 10, 12 weeks to get us out of these really low reservoir conditions. And next slide. And Lake Sonoma also is in really poor water supply conditions also. Unlike Lake Mendocino, Lake Sonoma is quite a bit larger, so it does have 155,000 acre feet in it right now. But to give it perspective, that black dashed line that goes across in the upper part of the graph, the figure, is the top of the water supply pool, which is about 245,000 acre feet. So again, a really big hole to fill over the next 10 to 12 weeks where we see most of our precipitation. And it's a bit concerning because a number of, December and January are generally very big precipitation months for us. And those are really in the rear view mirror. So we're really going to be dependent on what happens over the next 10 to 12 weeks. And as David mentioned, a number of factors kind of drove Sonoma Water to decide to file another temporary change petition that was filed on January 7th. And there was three real reasons. One, the very low storage levels in Lake Mendocino. But two, prior to the petition we filed last June, PG&E announced they are filing a variance for flow conditions of the Potter Valley project because of continuing low storage conditions in Lake Pillsbury. And we expect that when they file that with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to do these temporary changes to the flows, it'll be approved, and it has the potential to significantly reducing transfers from the project from where they are right now, continuing to impact storage in Lake Mendocino. And third, probably the most important reason is on January 1st of every year, the water supply condition for the Russian River is assessed. And it's based on cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury starting October 1. And based on that, the amount of cumulative inflow Lake Pillsbury received, it actually put the Russian River watershed into normal water supply conditions, which kicked up the minimum stream flow requirements on the upper Russian River from 75 CFS to 150 cubic feet per second. And this is just really misaligned with the actual hydrologic conditions of the watershed and the storage in the reservoirs. And so this really led to the decision by Sonoma Water to file another temporary change petition. Unlike the petition we filed last June and that was approved in late July, we requested, sorry, my dog's in the room. We requested that the minimum stream flows in the Russian River be decreased by 25 CFS. And that was really in response to the changes that PG&E had made in their variance with FERC. And it really was to offset it. It was really to offset that. But however, I'm sorry, my dog's barking. I have to get her out of the room. Come on. Excuse me.
Don't feel too bad. I have to mute every time my kids start hollering in the background, so it's all good.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we're working under strange conditions now. But as I was saying, rather than request a change in minimum stream flows, because really there is a lot of uncertainty, there is a lot of rainfall we could still receive. We wanted to do something that was reactive to that, and that if we do see significant rainfall and the reservoirs fill up, well then the minimum stream flow should be reflected by that. And so we did something very similar to what we did in 2013, December 2013, where we were facing very similar conditions. We actually are requesting from the state board to allow us to determine the water supply condition rather than on cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury, which is misaligned with storage thresholds in Lake Mendocino. And so they would be assessed monthly starting February, as soon as the order approving our petition is issued. And it would be done monthly all the way through June, when it would, the water supply condition would be set, or actually the order approving it would expire. And so this way, the system can react to really how much water is available. And it may seem very intuitive to, we have these low storage conditions. The state board should recognize that, normal water supply conditions don't exist, but they really need, an analysis demonstrating that before they can approve these type of changes. The next slide, please. And so, you can't just say, well, what happens if it stays dry? We could be in a really bad situation. We really wanted to leverage the tools that are out there to demonstrate what could happen. We wanted to provide the state board information that they could use to say, if we don't issue an order approving those changes, this is the risk, this is the consequence the region might face. And we also wanted to provide them with the information, if they do approve the order, what's the benefit? So, so that they can weigh that balance. And so the first thing, we did was, so we have a hydrologic record for our hydrologic data set for our modeling that goes back to from 1910 to 1917. And, we could have applied those full 108 years of record, but, a lot of those years aren't reflective of where we are right now. They potentially received a lot of rainfall in October, November, December, well, we didn't. So we wanted to try to use some tools to pick out the years that are similar to where we are right now, so that we could use those to project out where we might be in the next 9 months. And so to do that, we leveraged an ensemble forecast that's issued by the California Nevada River Forecast Center. And it's a forecast of a population of members that show what type of cumulative inflow Lake Pillsbury could receive over a 15-day period. And we started this analysis in late December, on December 28th. And so this shows what that forecast is. And there's 38 different members of that ensemble. And you can see some of them are kind of wild hares that we know aren't going to happen. And then there's ones that you can't really see very well, that are really low. And so what we wanted to do is take a range that would be realistic and that reflected the potential error in the forecast. And so we chose the members of that ensemble that were above the 90% exceedance and then below the 10% exceedance. Next slide, please. And so this figure shows the observed cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury between 1910 and 1917. This was actual observed inflow into the reservoir. And so by superimposing this range that we were taking from this forecast that does have a lot of skill going out 15 days from the River Forecast Center, we were able to find the years, select the years that are representative of where we are right now. Next slide. Next slide. And so all the gray members fell out of that range. They received either way more, all this precipitation early, or maybe even they were worse years. And so this is the range of years we were interested in, because it really reflects where we are. And so the lowest cumulative inflow as of January 12th, which was at the end of the forecast, was 8,700 acre feet. And the most in that range was 28,100 acre feet. And as a matter of fact, on January 12th, actual cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury was about 17,000. So we were falling right into that range. And as I think I mentioned, there were 21 years that kind of represent where we are right now. Next slide. And you can move on from there. And so we took those years and we used our two models of the system. One, our river operation model for the Potter Valley project that estimates transfers of Potter Valley project water coming into the Russian River system, and our own Russian River model, our own river operations model for the Russian River. And we started the simulation on December 27th with just those years. And we also used the proposed variance that PG&E was proposing to be used. We had initially believed that they were going to submit that variance in late December because of negotiations they're doing with the drought working group over that. They still haven't filed that variance with FERC yet. So that assumption's a little off, but we're still using, that was what was used with the best information we had at the time. Next slide. And then we used our own Russian River operations model, again, starting on with the actual storage in Lake Mendocino on December 27th, and projected out all the way to the end of the water year, which is September 30th. And this is just listing some of the assumptions that went into it for the modeling scenarios. And that figure down in the right-hand corner is showing what the thresholds are for each of the storage thresholds are for each of the months to either be critical, dry, or normal. So for example, February 1, if the storage is below 36,000 acre feet, we'd be in critical water supply conditions. If we're between 36,000 acre feet and 59,000 acre feet, it would be in dry water supply conditions. And if it was above 59,000 acre feet, the water supply condition would be normal. Next slide. And so we ran the model using two different scenarios, one with applying the temporary change petition and one without applying it, using the cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury. And this is showing the results of not making those changes to how the water supply condition is assessed. And as you can see, there's a lot of hydrologic variability. A lot of those years, come late February, March, we get a significant amount of rainfall and the whole system, storage in Lake Mendocino recovers. And then there's some years that are drier, but there's still, the storage in Lake Mendocino is still not too bad. But what's really concerning are those four hydrographs in the lower part of the figure. All four of those projected years, the storage by the end of the year falls below 20,000 acre feet. That is a really big concern. Number one, that would be starting to reach historic low levels. The last time the reservoir was below 20,000 acre feet was in 1977, 40 plus years ago. There's been sedimentation over the past 40 years into the reservoir. So no one really knows at this time how Coyote Valley Dam and Lake Mendocino would function at those very low levels. So this is a real concern. And so this is going to the point of providing the state board with, this is the consequence. 20% of the years could fall below 20,000 acre feet. Next slide. And so this is the storage projections for Lake Mendocino if we applying the temporary change petition, assuming it's applied February 1st. And it's probably not far off because based on conversations with state board staff, they believe they're going to be likely issuing the order next week sometime. They will potentially, if they receive additional comments, they might amend the order later, but at least if we get us a start on being able to apply the changes to the watershed. And again, in particular, pay attention to those four lowest hydrographs. They all are lifted above 20,000 acre feet. So there's a real significant benefit. The other years aren't affected so much. It's really these 4 dry years, the potential for those type of hydrology to continue like those 4 dry years that we're correcting. Next slide. And that just kind of shows, we dropped it back down again to show where it would be if we didn't apply it. Next slide. So that's the improvement right there. Next slide. And this just zeroes in on that earlier slide where the cumulative inflow, and it shows that what we're looking at right there are those 4 really dry years, and then below it is that red dotted line, and above it is the green dotted line. Those are the thresholds in our water rights for determining whether the year is critical or dry. And as you can see, none of those years stay critical, even though they result in very, very poor storage conditions in the reservoir at the end of the year. Next slide. And just, again, how does this impact Cloverdale? So our river operations model not only simulates storage in the reservoirs, but flows too. And this set of hydrographs, the colors represent different percent exceedances. So the blue is the very minimum. The blue is representing basically those 4 very dry years. The green is representing the 25th percentile. The yellow is representing the median. The red is representing the 75th percentile. And then the purple are the very wettest years, the maximum wet years. And what this is showing is, so the dashed line of each of those colors is with no changes to our water rights. And the solid line is, the dashed line is if we don't make those changes. And the solid line is if we do, is if the board approves those. And what's happening is you're seeing the response is that those minimum stream flows have to be reduced to preserve that storage. And I just want to point out, that's a pretty drastic change in flow, but models are fairly good at being predictive, but generally they're used for comparing different scenarios. So that's likely, you're not going to exactly see that this year, but it's really showing the difference between the two alternatives. Next slide. And so the takeaways, based on this analysis, we know there could be a wide range of potential hydrologic outcomes, but what we don't want to end up with is one of those really poor years by not taking action. And it gets back to this misalignment of the current hydrologic index that's in our water rights, and Decision 1610 have to be using cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury as being reflective of what the water supply condition is in the Russian River. With these temporary changes, we see an improvement in those very dry years. And then lastly, the changes in the terms of the river flows, there's really very little change other than those four very dry years. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I do have to apologize to Councilmember Bagby, because she actually had to sit through this earlier today at the Upper Russian River Water Managers meeting. So, and I just want to say I did try to go through very quickly to be respectful of the fact that you're kind of falling behind in your timeline for your council meeting.
No, thank you, Don. I appreciate that. As a matter of fact, one of the things I'd like to do at this point, because we're about an hour and 43 minutes in, is before we get into questions, opening up to comment and any other deliberation, I'd like to offer everybody a 5-minute break. So with that being said, we will reconvene at 7:48. All right, it is 7:48. Let's try and start getting back to our spots. Irene, if you could help me just make sure we have everybody here. I'm kind of scrolling through myself.
Yes, of course.
Vice Mayor Cruz, welcome back. Councilmember Walter, are you with us?
I'm with you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome back, sir. Councilmember Bagby. We'll give her just another moment.
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if we could ask Don what type of dog he has.
I'd be happy to ask Don what type of dog he has.
I have a very sweet red-nosed pit bull terrier.
Oh, how
Very
fun.
nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Maybe next time she comes in, you can show her off.
Well, she's the gift that keeps on giving. She was diagnosed with torn ACLs in both her knees. So,
oh, geez.
So she had surgery on one, and surgery on the next one's coming up in late February.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
It's
all right, I do see. Oops, sorry. So I do see that everybody has made it back to join us. Dawn and staff, thank you so much for allowing us that break in the middle of your item. I do apologize about the timing, but I kind of let the time get away from me there, and bio breaks are necessary. So thank you very much for your flexibility with us. At this point, Don has concluded the initial portion of his presentation, and I'd like to go ahead and open it up to questions or comments from my fellow council members as well as city staff. It sounded a little daunting to me. It's kind of dire, the information that we were getting. So I kind of hope you'll help us see some of the light in that as well. And with that, who would like to lead us off with some questions?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Bagby, please. And then Councilmember Walter, you may go next.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Don, the presentation doesn't make you feel any better the second time around. But I guess, my main question is, is at this point, are you seeking a letter of support? Are you seeking, what can we do? Because I think it's very important that the city of Cloverdale participate in this and let the state board know that if my colleagues agree with the approach, that we give the mayor leeway and the city manager leeway to just go ahead and write you a letter of support, or is there anything else that we can do as a community?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, filing a letter of support with the state board would be very helpful to go on record that you're supporting our actions. And Sonoma Water would very much appreciate that. I think right now, the best thing as a community, and Paul will get into that, is, really being responsible about water use and water use efficiency. And his presentation is going to go into, how that, maybe in the future, how that could help the city of Cloverdale. And I think obviously your participation in the Upper Russian River Water Managers Meeting is critical too, to be part of that engagement and really approaching it as this region of the Upper Russian River, which is, when I say Upper Russian River, it's basically upstream of Dry Creek, where you folks don't have access to Lake Sonoma water. And so I think at this point, those are the things I would recommend. And yeah, a letter of support would be really appreciated. And
then what's the time frame on that?
Even in the next week or two would be great if possible. You would likely be submitting after the order is issued, but it still goes into the record that Cloverdale was supporting this. And it's helpful in our engagement with the state board through the term of the order, and also in the future when we're dealing with that.
Yeah, and I actually, the reason I just want to, go ahead and throw that out to my council members is that the fact is that the state board really does look at our region as a model for regional cooperation. We We have the advantage of cooperating through the Russian River Watershed Association. We cooperate regionally. We, believe it or not, we work and play well together, comparatively well, especially to some other regions, and they consider us the model. So I think that anything that we can do to show that, you know, we are working together to meet our climate goals and our water conservation goals, I just think it's to our advantage. So I would, if the other council members are willing to give direction to the city manager to just go ahead and draft a letter of support that the mayor can sign at his convenience. That's, I would just, we wouldn't have to make a formal motion for that, but if there's support amongst the other council members, I'd like to see us move in that direction.
Okay. So it sounds like we have a concept on the floor, and Gus wanted his opportunity to make a comment. And after Gus makes his comment, I'll entertain if anybody is opposed to Melanie's concepts. If you are, please present your arguments at that time. So Gus, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Melanie, thank you for listening to the presentation once again. And, you know, I support writing of a letter in support of the city of Cloverdale. The one thing that Don, and I know there's not a lot that anybody can help us with, but the one thing that really wreaks havoc on our infrastructure with the wells and our equipment down along the river is the lack of dredging and keeping the water in the middle of the channel. It goes from the west to the east. It's washing away some of the embankments on the First Street Bridge. It wreaks havoc with our pumps and our wells. So anything that we can do or that you can do to help us get in there and keep it in the middle of the channel would be great. And I'm not sure if that's sensitive to you or not, but that's how I feel. Thank you.
All right. I understand the challenges when you have a meandering river and it's moving around with respect to where your wells are located. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about getting in the river. There's certainly work going on in Alexander Valley on levee maintenance that you're probably aware of. There's a lot of activity going on with respect to that. And I'm not sure how far, if it extends up into the Cloverdale area, that might be one avenue that could help that. And I do want to point out that, just one thing, and I know there's concerns with your engineering staff on flows in the Russian River, also how they affect your wells. And I just would like to point out that when the minimum stream flow requirement is for the entire reach of the Russian River, so all the way from the East and West Fork down to Healdsburg. And generally it starts in the upper part of the watershed up, in the Ukiah area, and then it migrates down as tributary flow declines, and finally the compliance point is the USGS gauge in Healdsburg. And so to have that, meet that minimum stream flow requirement in Healdsburg, we have to have a much higher flow in the upper river because people our diverters are taking it out. And so I would just like to point out that, we would do everything we can to, make sure to, if at all possible, to support those flows, that's feasible.
Thank you, Don.
Irene, if no one's still using it, would you mind not sharing the screen? Then I can kind of see everybody in front of me as a cluster of squares, and it's a little bit easier for me to coordinate the conversation. Thank you. That's tremendously helpful. So, Councilmember Lands, Councilmember or Vice Mayor Cruz, any questions or comments at this time?
I studied this over the weekend. It was complicated, but I'm happy to have studied it. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I support letter of recommendation.
All right, Councilmember Lands, any closing comments or anything like that you'd like to add before I open it up to the public?
Nothing at this time. I was just going to double down on what Councilmember Walter said, and along with the dredging that we used to do in our rivers, like they do in Healdsburg, we could also remove a lot of the wild plant life that is growing down the center, because that takes up a lot of our water as well.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer, any comments on water that you'd like to add or anything about the presentation you have questions or comments on? All right, thank you very much. All right, at this point in time, I'd like to go ahead and open it up to the public. Irene, are there any hands raised on this topic?
Yes, we have one hand raised from Jenny Candelaria Orr.
Jenny, when you're ready, please.
Thank you. Good evening, or good evening, everyone. Sorry, this is the first time I'm actually commenting or asking a question on this, so I'm a little bit nervous. My question was, I know whenever I was campaigning last year for city council, one of the things that kind of came up that was kind of interesting to me was, I want to remember if I'm correct, are we a part of, is the city a part of the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership? And if we are not, what could we do? Is there anything that, you know, we could do to join this, or, you know, why haven't we, I guess is really kind of my question. Thank you.
Well, you are not a member, but the next presentation by Ryan and Paul is exactly going to address that. So stay tuned.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other hands raised at this point in time, Irene?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
All right, I'll go ahead and close public comment for this particular portion. Mark, if it's okay, I'm going to put you on the spot for just a second. Don mentioned some concerns that the engineering department may have over this topic. Do you care to elaborate, please?
No, it's just that when the flows hit a critical stage, and we're talking about 30, 35 CFS in front of our water intake at the water plant, that's where we start to suck some air, literally. So that's our only concern. But if their flows are you know, the gauging point is Healdsburg, that minimum flows as demonstrated in the upcoming plan, we should have no issues at our water plant.
Is it fair to say that mitigates your concerns at this time, at least?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. All right, before we move on to the next presentation from Ryan and company, any other questions or comments on what we have seen so far? Seeing none. Ryan, please take it away.
I think Paul's going to be leading this presentation.
Oh, I apologize. Paul, please.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly frozen. Give me just a moment.
Through the chair, if we need to, we can have Irene put it up because we have your presentation in the packet.
Oh, should we go? We should be good to go.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm happy to be here and appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Turner, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. It's also good to know that you're already familiar with Ryan Petrotti's work. I'll be touching on some of his programs later, but it's good that he's able to join tonight and we'll be able to pipe in and help answer any questions that come up. So my presentation tonight is to give you some background information on the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership and what we're up to. The partnership is a collaboration currently of 12 city utilities and water districts in Sonoma and Marin counties. And the partnership got started back around 2008 with the understanding that pooling our resources collectively is going to have a better effect in terms of our ability to outreach and run programs. And it's also just going to be a little bit more cost effective and provide economies of scale. After the execution of the original MOU, which was for a 10-year period, we did do a first amended MOU from 2018. And one of the considerations of that time was not just a time extension and continuation of the partnership programs, but to make it possible for new agencies to join in the Russian River watershed. So I'll go a little bit more into that later in the presentation. The regional programs that the partnership operates are primarily meant to complement the local utility programs. And so the focus of these are primarily on public outreach and education. And we have a slew of programs that touch on both residential, commercial, education, and then also programs that are for direct support to our utility partners. And I'm just going to kind of run through these quickly. I know, reading through these fast is a lot to take in. So just know that all of the program information is available on the Sonoma Marin Partnerships website, which is at savingwaterpartnership.org. So if you want to browse further, that's a great place to find this info. In any case, going through some of what we have to offer for our residential programs, we have a collaboration with the UC Master Gardener program in Sonoma County. The Garden Sense program essentially is a much more in-depth training program for master gardeners. We provide significantly more training on irrigation efficiency, as well as low water use landscapes for them to be able to go out to residential homes and provide site-specific visits. For those interested in participating in our regional rebate programs for changing out lawns for low water use plants. We have a great Water Smart plant label program. We have a consultant that we partner with that actually goes out and provides trainings in local nurseries in both Marin and Sonoma counties. We also have a really unique little plant card deck that we make available as well. We've had a WaterWise gardening database available to constituents that are interested in getting information about plants in our local area that thrive with less water. I'm happy to say that we are in the middle of a website update that we expect to be live in May that will include a new update to that regional plant database. Every year you may have been a participant in our eco-friendly garden tour. And I should say at this point too that although a lot of these programs are meant to occur in person, we've done a lot on the fly in the last year to provide virtual solutions to continue the success of these programs. The Eco-Friendly Garden Tour being one of them. So we did transition this tour to a virtual online event. It was a combination of still pictures and descriptions of the gardens that are participating, as well as contributing videos by the actual garden hosts. We're stepping up that game a little bit this spring, and we're actually working with a professional videographer. So look forward to that in May, and there'll be more information going around in social media outreach. The Qualified Water Efficient Landscaper program is one of the more successful programs of the partnership. It's a multiple EPA WaterSense award-winning program. For the residential customer, it's essentially a way to be able to reach out to a landscape professional and know that they've got some additional training, not just on how to make their landscape beautiful, but how to save water for them as well. During the fires, we undertook a big effort to create some rebuild landscape design templates for those homeowners that were having to go through the rebuilding efforts and may have been struggling with the cost to meet the model water efficient landscape ordinance requirements. So we designed a series of templates that are open source. So the benefit here is that not only they are available to the fire rebuild victims, but they're available to anybody who wants to visit the website. One of the other programs that we're involved in annually, it goes by a variety of names depending on daily acts chosen title, but more recently they would brand it the Community Resilience Challenge. We partner with Sonoma Clean Energy, Sonoma Clean Power rather, and the Sonoma County Energy Services to provide DIY home water and energy toolkits. These are available for checkout through all of the public libraries in Sonoma County and contain a variety of tools to assess your home's efficiency for energy and water. And it even includes free devices that you can keep and install in your home, such as high efficiency shower heads and low wattage light bulbs. For our commercial programs, we partner with the Sonoma County Energy and Sustainability Division to offer a green business program, and as well as green car wash certification. Again, here we're mentioning the QUEL program, the Qualified Water Efficient Landscaper program, for commercial purposes, and that we offer trainings annually to landscape professionals to kind of up their game and get a certification that's EPA WaterSense certified, so they can improve their marketing ability and meet the needs of our regional communities to make sure that water is being used efficiently in landscapes. We have an annual event. This is a partner event with the Russian River Watershed Association, of which you're a participating member. Actually, next week, we're holding the 6th annual Russian River Friendly Landscape event, and we've got some really amazing speakers lined up with Dee Dee Purshouse and Walter Yenny from Australia. So I look forward to that for your community members. Ryan Pedrati is doing an amazing job with youth education. I know that Cloverdale is already a recipient of these programs through your membership with RRWA. I do want to emphasize that this is a partnership program as well. And so members of the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership receive this as part of their membership fees. So when I talk about fees a little later, I'll talk about how that crosses over with your current RRWA membership potentially. And I'm not going to try and speak to a lot of the different programs that make up Ryan's energy and water education program. I will say again that he and his staff have done an amazing job to transition to the virtual realm, offering both synchronous and asynchronous lesson plans for all of the programming for all of these grade levels for teachers in Sonoma County. In addition to the regional programs that have more of a residential or commercial business focus, we just do a lot of support programs direct to our utility partners. That includes an annual summer outreach campaign. It's a multimedia outreach campaign that is both online, does broadcast radio, a lot of digital platform placements on streaming radio as well. And then this year, because we found ourselves in this low rainfall scenario and are in a bit of a low water use year, we're taking the unusual approach of outreaching in the winter months as well. So we just launched a media campaign amongst the partnership for this winter, focused mostly on social media placements on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other sites. We offer support to our utility partners to provide water loss audit validation services. This is to meet the SB 555 compliance requirements that your annual water loss audit submittals to DWR have to be third-party validated. I'm excited to mention that at our partnership meeting next week, we'll be doing a kickoff presentation of a new water loss control regional working group. And if you've been following anything regarding the statewide water conservation legislation, you're aware that there's going to be some new target setting by the state that includes water loss performance standards. And this regional water loss working group is to help our utilities both understand what's coming down the pipe and to prepare for that eventual target setting. We, as I mentioned earlier, maintain a website for the partnership at SonomaSavingWaterPartnership.org. We will be making a significant amount of improvements to improve that website's functionality as a regional clearinghouse for all of your constituents to have kind of a one-stop shop opportunity where each of our partner utilities will, based on a zip code lookup, be able to translate to constituents the programs that are available to them in their local areas. So I'm looking forward to that. We're at the Sonoma County Fair. We do an annual report of the partnership's activities every year that a lot of the metrics that go into that report support a lot of the stormwater permit reporting activities as well. And then we have a water conservation subcommittee that meets quarterly as a technical working group to make sure that we're up to speed on new program that are available to the partnership, talk about grant leads, brainstorm about our media campaigns as well. And then really quickly, we've done over the years a significant number of pilot programs for the support of our utilities, always trying to innovate new ways to develop programs that help save water. You'll get a lot of regional and statewide representation through the partnership, both through the California Water Efficiency Partnership, the Alliance for Water Efficiency nationally, ACWA, the Association of California Water Agencies, and others. We take the lead through the partnership to both acquire and disseminate grant funding to the partners. We do a lot of research studies, and then of significance from today and into the future is related to the statewide water conservation framework and the target setting and all of the support that we'll be providing to the utilities for that. In terms of the ability to join the partnership, I mentioned that the amended MOU added some additional language to make it easier for Russian River watershed agencies to join. There's really just a few requirements for that. We have an annual fee that goes into the Water Conservation Subfund at Sonoma Water. That is the fund that funds the partnership's programming. There is also a local program match. That's a requirement that would require you to budget and expend 175% of your annual fee locally. So that would be programming that you would provide direct to your utility customers here in Cloverdale. And then there's just a few other terms in the MOU, such as execution of membership with the California Water Efficiency Partnership. In terms of the costs for new members, there is a detailed formula that's followed by our original partners that are signatories to the restructure agreement, but there's a simplified approach for new partners based on the simple cost analysis that's done to expand the program to your area. So in this particular case, in discussion with Ryan, the Cloverdale fee annually would be $22,000. And then as I mentioned, there's the other local match that's required, which would equate to $38,500. So for Cloverdale to join the partnership, you'd have an all-in cost of $60,500 annually. And then the next steps, I just want to—
I'm sorry, real quick, Paul, forgive me. Can you repeat that last fact one more time, please?
In regard to the fees, Mayor?
Please, if you'd be so kind.
Certainly. So for new partners, for Cloverdale in particular, the annual fee would be $22,000 per year. And then there's another requirement in the MOU that requires a local match where Cloverdale would have to budget and expend 175% of your annual fee. And that would equal, in this case, $38,500 a year that you would budget for to run conservation programs locally.
Thank you.
So all told on an annual basis, about $60,500.
Appreciate it.
You bet. And then just to remind you, in terms of steps for joining the partnership, we would convene the Water Conservation Subcommittee, and I would present a memo to them for consideration of a new member joining. And upon approval of the subcommittee, we would provide a recommendation to the TAC. And upon TAC approval, next steps would simply be to execute the MOU. So that is all I have for you in terms of the presentation. Happy to take Q&A. And again, let you know Ryan Pedrati is here too if you have any specific questions about the water and energy education program.
Excellent, thank you. Again, Irene, as long as no one's using it, it's a little bit easier to field questions and everything. Perfect, thank you. Paul, thank you very much. And as he mentioned, Ryan is here to field questions as well. Council members, city staff, I'd like to open it up to you first. Who would like to begin?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, please, Councilmember Walter. This
Please.
is for city staff. David, would this be, would this $60,000 a year, if the city decided to move forward, would that be charged to the enterprise fund, or would it be a general fund operation expense?
Great question, Councilmember Walter. The expense would be incurred to or by the water enterprise. So in this case, our water utility customers.
So that would be $60,000 a year coming out of that.
Correct. We do currently, as part of the water enterprise, do provide, or budget, I should say, funds for certain water conservation efforts. I don't have the total aggregate amount, but that would be something we could certainly evaluate. So we already meet part of that criteria by putting funding towards water conservation, and that funding gets returned to our ratepayers in the way of programs or educational materials that we would generate through the city.
Program similar to the Cash for Grass program that we did a couple of years ago, that came out of the enterprise fund.
It could be Cash for Grass. It could be toilet or facility rebates for new improvements that reduce water usage.
Okay, I'd be interested in knowing what that expenditure is at some point down the road. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Walter. Council members, city staff, any questions at this time? Melanie, please.
Paul, are you prepared this evening to talk about any, the crossover programs? Because it seems to me that through our Rush River Watershed Association membership, we're already getting some of these services that, from Sonoma Water. So it's a little bit confusing when you see these numbers, because we're already getting some of these services. And then the follow-up to that would be also, is there any crossover with the on-bill financing opportunities that we'll have through Marin that is being administered by the Regional Climate Protection Authority? And then, so if you could kind of, talk a little bit about the programs that we're already, where the overlap is. And then also, I guess what I would be interested in from staff, and it's kind of unfortunately, it's a very tight timeline, is kind of a matrix that shows, what we're already getting, what it covers, how much it costs, where the overlap is, including the new potential programs that we're already, program that we're talking about with our CPA. Because I think that this isn't a question of, oh, it's 22 grand, oh, but it's really 60 grand. It's actually, we're already getting part of this that passes through, Russian River Watershed Association. And I've talked about this with the executive director at Russian River, and he's like, it's just a pass through. I don't care if you pay it directly to Sonoma Water or you pay it to us and then we pay Sonoma Water. So I think that, as far as like being asked to consider a decision, I think we kind of need to have it laid out better for the council to review. So Paul, if you could kind of comment on that, and then maybe our staff could follow up on how we could clear up the muddy water a little bit.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I definitely agree with Councilmember Bagby. We need to have a more visual demonstration for our users so that they understand where the benefits are. I do believe that is appropriate for us to be part of this program, but we want to make sure that it is transparent to all of the users of these services. Thank you.
Sure. Paul, there was also a question you were asked to address. Were you able to capture that okay?
Was that a question in the chat or from?
No, sir. Melanie mentioned something about a pass through and how those might coordinate. If you have the opportunity or can comment on that, that's the question on the
floor. Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is, Paul, sorry, it's just, it's really confusing. It's not your fault. It's just kind of being presented this way. It's like, you're not asking us for 60 grand. We're already getting parts of these programs. So if you could just,
let me
illustrate that a little bit. And I think staff's going to have to kind of come up with a matrix for us so that we can figure out what this really means.
Sure, I think it'll be easy to clear up. So I'd mentioned that you're already receiving in the city of Cloverdale all of Ryan Pedrati's water and energy education. Well, most of them. Ryan's shaking his head. Maybe I should let Ryan pipe up. But anyway, what you need to be aware of is that the fees you're paying to RRWA to get Ryan's programs, which I understand is roughly $10,000 per year, is just a pass through to Sonoma Water. And so we've already been in discussion with the executive director at RRWA to let him know that we were asked to provide a presentation about joining the partnership and to provide the understanding that if you would decide to join the partnership, you would no longer have to pay that $10,000 annual fee to RRWA to receive programming that's already a part of the partnership, if that makes sense. And I think Ryan might be able to pipe in here and give a little bit more clarity about what he provides on his end.
So just the specifics, because I'm the one who created that.
Excuse me, before Ryan goes, Ryan, I want to give you a little bit more of a question for this as you answer. It would be wonderful if you could tell the public the frequency of the programs and how that would increase if we were to become members, and also how would this be administered and where?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm responsible for probably the confusion with RWA because I went to just the genesis of this. We've had teachers in Cloverdale requesting our programs for a number of years. And so I worked with Andy at RRWA to figure out a way for Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership members to get access to a small amount of our programs. So what we decided was a $10,000 contract for each community: Healdsburg, Cloverdale, Ukiah, Lower River, and Sebastopol. And it's actually not quite a pass-through. If you look at your charges, RRWA is taking about $2,000 off as administrative fees. So right off the board, I'm excited to kind of cut through a little bit of the contract here, contract there piece. And how it works is I actually bill RRWA for services that we do in Cloverdale. And then once I reach the $10,000 threshold, it stops. And so that's only giving you access to 2 of our roughly 7 programs. So if you join the partnership just from the education side of things, you get access to everything that we have, which is kindergarten, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, high school, middle school, and just how we administer the programs is we have trained educators on staff. We go into classrooms and do presentations, and then we also do field trips where we take students out to our education center, where we're teaching them their connection to the Russian River. And we've actually made, so Healdsburg, just as an example, did this exact same thing, where they had this small contract. We skipped the RRWA component, and now they have access to all our education programs. So I hope that kind of helped explain a little bit of that. The only program that won't change, Councilmember Bagby, is the video contest, which Cloverdale students have had access to for a number of years. But we're still going to administer that program regardless of partnership membership. We'll just have more high school program offers.
And Mr. Mayor, I just have a couple of follow-up questions for Ryan, if I may.
Yep.
So typically, could you, and I think this is with the issue with the presentation previously, is not really understanding what the motivation for the educational programs are. So in the other cities, do the cities pay for it typically out of their water fees, or does the school district typically pay for the education opportunities? Like what's the norm?
Question. It's in water rates. So the department that Paul and I are in, there's a small amount that goes into, it's called the Water Conservation Subfund, which funds the water use efficiency programs that Paul runs, and the education programs that we run. And then I've also worked with Sonoma Clean Power directly, and they fund us to do climate change and energy efficiency education as well. So the major benefit here is that all of our programs are free to students and teachers in our service area. So they don't have to deal with any of that logistics, transportation, materials, any of it. So yeah, it is paid for by water users.
Great, thank you.
And I would clarify on that by water users, we're referring to the city utilities who are partners in the partnership. So for every acre foot of water that they purchase from Sonoma Water, a small portion of what they pay per acre foot is contributing to the Water Conservation Subfund to fund this program.
Excellent.
Councilmember Bagney, you also included a question about the on-bill financing with Marin, which I was surprised to hear you mention and excited to hear as well. I happen to be very familiar with that program, having been a utilities staff member at the town of Windsor for many years, who was the first water utility in the nation to develop in partnership with RCPA and Marin, an on-bill financing program to enable water customers to make efficiency upgrades in their homes at no out-of-pocket cost. That program was called Pay As You Save. It enabled utility customers essentially with no upfront costs and repaying measures through a small surcharge added to the water bill. Our contractors to go out and actually change out fixtures, and the savings that was created by doing that was in excess of the monthly surcharge added to the bill. So even as you participated, your net utility cost would go down with the surcharge added to the bill. So it was branded Pay As You Save. And we did a lot of good work over a few years with that program. I'm very familiar with Chris Cohn, who's the program manager at RCPA that's in charge of that, and Chris Brott at Bevilacqua Knight as well. Now that I'm at Sonoma Water, I can say that the role of Sonoma Water was essentially early on just to backstop some of the, how could I frame this? Some of the uncomfortable concerns about consumer debt potentially by a utility paying for the upfront cost to do all this work, particularly as the repayment of the mechanism was through the water bills. So Sonoma Water acted as essentially a backstop against bad debt and provided a long-term agreement to help provide that confidence. And I can say that in the quite a few years that I was at Windsor, we never charged any bad debt against that backstop agreement. By and large, people pay their utility bills with great consistency, even for normal, I guess you would say bad debt issues that utilities experience from time to time. It's less than 1%. So it's a great program. Glad to hear you're interested. We're certainly a proponent and would be able to support your efforts in that in any way we can.
Excellent. Thank you for the dialogue, everybody. Appreciate it. Jennifer, anything you want to add or any questions you might have on this particular water issue?
Yeah, I actually had a question for Ryan. You stated that programs are for teachers and students, but what about regular citizens? Do they have access as well? And are these programs online / in a website and somewhere at school? So can you tell me more about the programs?
We do have a website, and we have it broken out by grade level. So depending on the grade level that you're in or the grade level that you teach, you can click on one of the 12 web pages and it has resources that are set up for your grade level. So as an example, right now, everything we do is virtual. So we have 17 different synchronous or asynchronous lessons that are available based on teachers, the grades that teachers teach. And in terms of our public-facing programs, we pre-COVID would staff outreach events. So we would be at the Sonoma County Fair or Ag Days or outreach events like that. So that was our engagement with the public, was through outreach events.
May I ask, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Ryan, how do you measure outcome and success?
Great question. So my team are credentialed teachers. So I'm driving quantity. So I measure success by, we want to be able to provide different content to each grade level that are based on the next generation science standards. And so we mix what we're trying to do is support teachers in teaching science. And so each grade level has different science standards. And so we look at where, for example, storm drain pollution is taught. It's a 3rd grade standard. So we develop our lesson around that. In 5th grade, it's natural resources. So we do our water supply lesson for 5th grade. And so we set internal standards for the quality of our lessons, and we work with teachers to get feedback on the types of lessons that they want us to teach. And so that's one metric. And then the other metric we do is to see how many students we can reach. And so what I mean by that are for the past 5 years, every single teacher that signed up for a 3rd grade lesson or a 5th grade lesson, we were able to meet those demands, meaning that there wasn't a wait list for our services. So we had 80 schools that participated in our 5th grade program as an example. So that was one method for success as an example. I will just say when we took on a new area like Healdsburg, we will have to do specific intentional outreach to Cloverdale teachers because they aren't as familiar with our programs as they are in other areas. We've started to develop those relationships through the contract with our RWA, but we would need to do some specific outreach to get your teachers to be more aware of our programs, which we're excited to do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm inclined to open it up to the public as long as there's nothing else burning that someone would like to ask or comment on before I do so. Seeing no one.
I'll just make a quick comment if I may, Mr. Mayor. I went ahead and so for Jennifer's edification, I went ahead and unfortunately I think she might be the only one who can see it in panelists, but I put up the link for the high school video contest for 2021. It's at sonomawater.org. And so if you just Google 2021 video contest RRWA, the link will come up, and that deadline is happening in April, and you can win cash money. And we've actually had a lot of success from Cloverdale High School students in the past with their participation. So I would urge you to make sure that you share that with your friends, and hopefully we'll get some good we'll get some good entries from Cloverdale High School this year, and that's one way that you can really can start really getting involved.
Melanie, excuse me, wasn't it our last liaison who won one of the contests?
She got 2nd place.
She got 2nd place, yes.
She got 2nd place, which I think is still $1,000, so that ain't bad. So the key with sorry to drag this out, but I'll tell you, the key is to enter with just yourself or one other person. The people, the kids who did it with like 5 or 6 people, I'm sure that they had a really great time, but then they had to split the prize money. So, you want to be strategic in how you plan this out, because you want to, hold on to as much cash as possible. So, and so Eden was really smart, which of course, Eden's brilliant. So she didn't have to split the cash money with anybody. So I would really urge, or if you can, Jennifer, just make sure that information gets out to the student body so that we can get as much participation in that as possible. And I will say too that, so as the outgoing chair of Russian River Watershed Association, I would really, I know how good this education program is through Sonoma Water. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. And, teachers from across the county are so pleased to have the opportunity to have us in their classroom. But in addition to that, they've taken on the contract for Sonoma Clean Power, which I'm also on the board of, providing information about renewable energy. And it's just been really, really valuable. I'll just speak from my generation, because we were kind of the first kids who got hit with, recycling at school and environmental protection at school. And you take that home to your parents, and there is nothing more powerful than a 6-year-old saying, "Why are you putting that can in the trash can, Mom? You're supposed to put it in recycling." So, that's the model here. So I think that there is a lot of value with what we're trying to accomplish and as a community we just got the report on where our water is, and conservation has got to become a way of life. And the way to do that is to educate our kids. Renewable energy and climate change is something that we're committed to as a community. We've passed that climate emergency resolution, and we need to start getting that education about renewable energies and technology in the classroom, so kids are really familiar with it and understand it and are really comfortable with it, and bring that information home. So I definitely want to look at where we are currently spending and where some overlap is and how it can maybe benefit some other programs, just so that the council can really make an informed decision about what the real costs will be moving forward. But I do support moving forward and considering becoming a member of this organization. So.
Thank you,
may I say something really quick?
Jennifer, of course, please.
May I say something really quick? Okay.
Yes, you may.
I wanted to comment on what Melanie said. Thank you. I appreciate the link, and I'll spread the word out. I wanted to say that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you said that you appreciated the link and that you would send the word out. We can hear that coming through.
Did you guys hear me? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry about that, Jennifer. I know the technology sometimes leaves us a little bit to be desired, but we definitely heard your comment, thanking Councilmember Bagby for the link and acknowledging that you would spread the word out. So thank you for that comment. Irene, now I'm inclined to open it up to public comment. Are there any hands raised at this time?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. One of the things I created my own loose end that I forgot to tie off, so I'd like to do that real quick. Melanie had asked council support for David and I to coordinate on a letter of support regarding the first presentation. I didn't hear any objections. David, is there anything further that we need to ensure that we work at the behest of our council?
Mayor, I've already drafted a letter for your signature and sent it to Don for his review. He's given me feedback, thumbs up. So if council supports your signature, I will have it on your desk for your final approval tomorrow, and we can get it to the State Water Resource Control Board right away.
Thank you, David. Any arguments against? Now is your time, please. Seeing none. All right, thanks you guys. So that's that loose end I left tied off. I appreciate that. Any final comments or questions for Paul, Ryan, and company? Oh, I might have lost my battery. Get that out of here. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, good. Good. Any last comments or questions before we go ahead and move on from this item? Again, Paul, Ryan, and company, thank you so much for your time today. I know I greatly appreciate it. I have a lot to consider, and I look forward to the future information from city staff in the form of a matrix and how we can ensure this is value added for our community and our city. And again, looking around, seeing no one waving at me, I'm going to go ahead and close this item for today. And again, thank you all very much for being here. All right, I should have you guys back in my ear. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent, thank you. So that has gotten us through our proclamations and presentations, and I am only an hour and 42 minutes later than I told people I thought I would be. So I apologize about that. We're going to get into the consent calendar, and then we're going to move into communications, and then we will be hitting the item regarding the apartment complex that I think folks are waiting for. So if anybody asked you to text them because the item was coming up, I would say, conservatively speaking, we're within 5 to 10 minutes of that. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and move us to the consent calendar. All items under consent calendar will be considered together by one action of the council unless any council member or member of the public requests that an item be removed and considered separately. Items numbers 4 through 7 are a part of our consent calendar today. Council members, please speak up if you would like any item pulled and considered separately. Hearing none. Irene, is there any hands raised in the audience for folks who may wish to consider an item separately?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Irene. With that, Council, I'd be happy to entertain a motion on our consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move
Mayor, I'll move
approval.
the item.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and say Gus went ahead and motioned the item. Melanie seconded. Can we have a roll call, please, Irene?
Yes. Councilmember Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz?
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
And Mayor Turner.
Aye. Thank you, Irene.
Thank you.
So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to move into communications. Any communications that we need to discuss? I don't see a link on here. I don't think we received anything specific. David, anything I might be missing, sir?
No additional communications, Mayor.
Excellent, thank you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move into our public hearing items. Council, real quick, do we have a need for a quick bio break? There is an opportunity. This might be a bit of a longer item, or we can just go ahead and power through. I'm very open-minded. Okay, we'll go ahead and hit item number 8. Thank you very much. So item number 8 is a resolution approving a mitigated negative declaration and design review for a 21 multifamily dwelling units and 1 manager's unit, and for first reading by title only, an ordinance amending the zoning map and general map for approximately 1.41 acres of land located at 669 to 679 South Cloverdale Boulevard to high density residential, also known as R3 zoning district. David, would you be so kind as to introduce this item, and we'll go ahead and take it from there.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Again, tonight, this is an item, it's a public hearing item regarding a land use matter. As the mayor just elaborated, there are a number of entitlements that you're going to consider tonight. My recommendation is for our community development director, assistant city manager, to provide a PowerPoint presentation, an overview of the project. As part of that presentation, he will address some of the public comments that have been received since the agenda was posted. Following the presentation, my recommendation for council is to entertain any questions that you may have about the project, and then follow that up with input by the project proponent or developer, and then open up the public hearing for public comments. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Kevin Thompson, our Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, for a formal presentation.
Great, thanks, David. Mayor, council members, this is consideration of a design review, general plan, map amendment, and zoning amendment for the proposed Taylorland 2 multifamily project at 669 and 679 South Cloverdale Boulevard. I know Rafael's out there. He's our associate planner who really did most of the work on this project. So I'll run through the presentation. If he hears me make a mistake or something, I asked him to pipe in, and he's also available for questions. And as David mentioned, near the end of the presentation, I did go through all the comments we received. I think there's about 4 or 5 correspondence, and I tried to synthesize those and tease out the major issues and have some sort of response that we can discuss at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So here's the location. I think everyone's familiar with it. It is a 1.4 acre parcel. Actually, it's 1.4 acres in total on 4 parcels. You can see them on the right side, and then on the left side is a picture of the site. Next slide, please. We already talked about the design review. The zoning amendment is from R1 to R3, the proposed zoning amendment. Next slide. Here's just a brief description of the project. Again, 1.5 acres, 1.41 acres, 5 buildings, 22 units. It's a 16 unit, just under 16 units an acre. 18 of the units are 2-bedroom. 4 of them are 3-bedroom, and in the front of the project is a single-story manager's unit. There is 66 parking spaces provided, 21 of them covered. There's 3,200 square feet of private open space near the back, I guess it would be the northwest corner. For the units themselves, they provide open space through decks and private open space in the ground floor units. Access is off of Cloverdale Boulevard, and it is subject to our inclusionary housing ordinance. And for those of you who don't know, that's an affordable component where the developer is obligated to help us with affordable housing. He can satisfy that in one of 2 ways, either provide 2 units as part of the project, or he can pay an in-lieu fee. And we've been discussing with him how he wants to satisfy that requirement. Next slide. I just want to give a little bit of a background about the Planning Commission. I think they did a tremendous job. We took it to the Planning Commission at 2 separate hearings, both public hearings, of course, October 6th and November 10th. During the October 6th meeting, they did provide the applicant with some comments, which I've sort of summarized here, some of which the applicant has done and others he was unable to do for reasons listed in the staff report. And we can talk to him more if you want more information. One of the big asks was to move the manager's single-story unit to the back to sort of mitigate the height in the back near the single-family homes. But the applicant has indicated that he prefers that managers be in the front manager's unit to keep an eye on the place and to see who's coming in and out. And in his experience in developing these types of projects, that's really the best way to go. At the November 10th Planning Commission meeting, there was some concerns raised about the traffic memo that was completed for the project, particularly Hillview. I have a little bit more in a few slides. As a result of those comments from the Planning Commission, the developer did have the traffic study amended, and that's part included in your packet. And there's 3 real distinct recommendations about the new intersection that was evaluated as part of the Planning Commission comments. Next slide, please. So here's kind of the design. It's not super easy to see, but you can kind of see from the Cloverdale Boulevard moving back the 5 buildings, with the front building being the manager's unit, the single story, the parking along the northern side, and in the back corner, the open space. The building is shifted all the way to the south on the lot. If you take a closer look, you can kind of see the footprint of the existing apartment building and its proximity to this proposed apartment building, which of course is, again, pushed as far south as possible. Next slide. The design, I'll just quickly go through these. It's a hardy board lap siding with a composite shingle roof. It's going to look very similar to the one that's already constructed along South Cloverdale Boulevard, the white apartment building at Taylorland 1. So that gives you a good idea of what it will look like. Next slide. So here's the maximum height on the buildings, 27.4. Next slide. Garage is tucked underneath. Each unit gets a covered garage. Next slide. And on this one, I just included the footprint, or the floor plan. We don't normally take a look at what's going on inside as much, but I just wanted the council to take a look at what I had marked as the front or the north side, and the articulation of the varying walls that stick out to give the building really some good architectural features. There's no real blank, broad walls. So this floor plan really gives you kind of a perspective of how the undulation on the front of the building really adds to the architecture. Next slide. And finally, the 5th building, and this is the building to the rear of the project. Okay, next slide. So I went through, I think I've listed everyone on top here who has submitted comments, and I'm sure they're listening, and they were participants in the Planning Commission as well. If I could, I'd like to just kind of go through what I saw as the major issues brought up in those letters. So one of the comments was pertaining to the city's growth management ordinance, and the letter stated that we were exceeding our 375 However, if you look in the zoning ordinance itself, it does relate to building permits issued. We have approved a lot of projects recently. We have not issued a ton of building permits. In fact, over the past 5 years, we've only issued 106 building permits. So there may come a time in the future if all of those projects are built, and I've been doing this a long time. A lot of projects that are approved don't always get built. If they did all come in at once for building permits, we would have to, think about allocating those out, not to exceed that 375 in a 5-year period. The growth ordinance is really based on our ability to provide sewer and water. And we've heard a lot about that tonight. I have a little bit of information a little bit below that I can offer, and I may ask our city engineer to chime in on that. One other thing I just want to point out about our growth management ordinance, it does not exempt affordable housing, which in my experience, most of those types of ordinances do exempt affordable housing. So when we bring forward a housing workshop that we're going to be bringing forward in the next few months, we may include that as a discussion point for the council to consider. Again, traffic, the Planning Commission astutely realized that Hillview was not included as one of the intersections that was studied. The traffic engineer did revise the memo to include it, and these are really the 3 conclusions: that there's adequate visibility, and that means someone pulling out from the project can see, I think it's about 400 feet in both directions, and there's no obstructions there. At South Cloverdale Boulevard and Hillview, the collision, the rate of accidents is below the state average. So that was interesting. And the Hillview intersection will still operate at an acceptable level with the added traffic from this project. And I understand that traffic is kind of an emotional thing, and people don't always agree with traffic reports, but these are traffic engineers, and this is our best source of good information. Parking, I did bring that up before. There's 66 spaces. That's about 3 spaces per unit. Water use, this is, we've talked again a lot about water, and city engineer, let me know if I get this right, or if you want to add something to this, please do. Our water use, and we know this from our rate study that we've been going through over the past few months, is down significantly since 2014. I have a graph if anyone's interested in that. We have senior water rights of 413 million gallons. Our current demand is about 344 million gallons. And we have plans to build a new well funded in part by impact fees. Likewise, water, we have, according to our 2015 RMC study, the plant's at operation about 45% capacity. The sewer plant receives about 0.35 million gallons of water per day in the summer, about 7 million in the winter. And we have a peak of 1 million in the summer and about 2 million in the winter. So the takeaway there is we're operating at about 45% capacity. Mark, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but.
No, you got it correct.
Okay, thanks. Next slide. Of course, there's been a lot of discussion of the 2-story and the privacy, and it's very understandable. Most of the homes around there are single story. This project is proposed again at 27 feet, just over 27 feet. I did want to point out that the maximum allowable height in that zoning is 35, and also in the proposed zoning, it's also 35. So in theory, there could be a home built there, a 2-story home that could be taller than this project. We just did a quick analysis of what could potentially happen there if there was no zoning change and a single family project came in. It'd be about 5 or 6 homes, depending on how the layout worked out, and up to 12 ADUs, because we do allow 2 ADUs per unit. I mean, that's probably not realistic, but that it would be the maximum of what could happen under a single family scenario. And just a little bit more about the privacy and the concerns of the neighbors. The applicant has agreed to a taller fence, really as tall as we could allow. He's suggested 8 feet. There's some code things with that, but it is possible to go 8 feet or even higher. He has agreed to, and you see on his current project, to purchase larger trees than just a 5-gallon tree from a nursery. He seeks out larger trees that are much further along, that would be planted along the property line to offer some type of screening between the 2-story and the single-story. And then there's been some question about, the population and the growth in town and what's been occurring over the last couple of years. Just want to do a quick overview. The general plan did anticipate a population of 12,000 people by the year 2025. I looked up today at the Department of Finance has Cloverdale listed at 9,213 people. So just hypothetically, if all the units that we have on paper were built using our current housing element rate of 2.7 people per unit, that would increase the population of Cloverdale just over 1,000, leaving our population at 10,239. To get to our general plan build out, we would need an additional, and not to say we need to hit our general plan build out, but the general plan build out number of 12,000 is what we've been doing all our planning for utilities and other things. But that would leave 1,700 people short of the general plan projection, or about 652 more units before 2025 to reach our general plan anticipated build out of 12,000 by 2025. And we can go, if in the future we can add a lot more information in here. If this is of interest to the council, we can have discussions about this, just to keep tabs on how growth is going and where we are in relation to our general plan. So next slide, please. Thanks, Irene. So our recommendation is adoption of the resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan, the design review and general plan amendment, and reading, introduced by reading only the first title only. Sorry, I'm having trouble saying it. The ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the City of Cloverdale amending the adopted zoning to rezone 1.14 acres site from single family R1 to multifamily R3 for the Taylor Lynn Phase 2 apartments located at 669 and 679 South Cloverdale Boulevard." And then before David, you take over, I just want to ask Rafael, did I miss anything, or do you want to add anything? He's on mute, or? Okay. Okay, well, let's just go ahead. He'll chime in if he hears something. So that concludes my report. If we want to ask me any questions now, or do as David suggested and open the floor to the developer. I know he's on here. I saw his name on here.
Council members, any questions for Kevin before we allow Mr. Ledson to weigh in?
Questions?
Not seeing anybody. Mr. Ledson. Oh, Kev, go ahead.
No, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to also say that Daylene Whitlock from W-Trans, who completed the traffic study, is also in attendance.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ledson, it would appear you're up, sir.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for all you staying up late. You got a long schedule here. I'm surprised how long this one's going to be. I've been watching the whole time here, and that was quite an amazing presentation with the water board. I do see that being an issue for all cities, and it was interesting to watch it. So I want to start off a little bit to do with our project in water. Looking at phase 1 of the Taylor Lynn Apartments, over the last 5 months, we've used about 800 gallons of water. There are several things that we do. We do see the water urgency in all of our projects we build across California. We use turf. There's no lawn. We use less plants to plant, just enough to make it look good. They're more drought tolerant. We plant pretty tolerant trees, more native trees. You saw a lot of oaks we planted over there, big trees. We've used shower heads that have a control valve on them so that when you get in the shower, you just get wet, reach up on top of the head, turn the valve off, go ahead and soap up, turn the valve back on, you're out of there. So the gallons that we're using are very low for these projects. And there's, there's a lot of other type things that were mentioned in your water study that you did that, of course, we're all doing. So I was pretty proud. There's actually one other thing. We have a meter on every household, every unit, and we monitor everybody's water usage. And the reason we do this is from what we find. We had one of the units where the water usage was 3 times of everybody else's. So we simply called the people and said, hey, I don't know if you realize, but your water usage is 3 times what anybody else's is. Said, oh my God, well, how could that be? I said, well, do you have people coming over doing the laundry? She says, oh yeah, my whole family's coming up from Santa Rosa and we're doing the laundry here. And I said, well, that's what it is. She said, well, thank you so much for letting me know. Her usage immediately dropped. So we are trying to do our part at all times, wherever we build. The next thing I want to touch base with is I have heard some comments and stuff back on school and stuff like that. And in my life, I've done a lot of mentoring of children over the years. A lot of school children have been very, very happy with it. And I think school is extremely important for all of us, especially with the times we're going through now, dealing with COVID-19 and the kids not getting the social connection that they normally get. But I wanted to kind of take a look at what does our 22 unit project have added to the school board. And in our 22 units, there's 5 kids that have the opportunity to go to Cloverdale. This year, they are not. They're continuing their schooling at their regular schools. But next year, between 2021 and 22, there'll be 5 kids possible. And right now, they're talking about only 3 of them actually enrolling and 2 staying in Healdsburg. So that kind of gives you an update. When I look at the demographics of the people that are renting these units, the jobs that they do, where they're at in their life, their age, their work, their family, their whole life plan. We're at a time where a lot of people can't afford to have a lot of kids. Times are not easy going. So it was different when I grew up as a kid. So we're not seeing as many kids. And I think people getting smarter than me and they don't have kids until they're in their 30s and they try to enjoy life more. So that kind of gives you the school board part. As you noticed at Taylor in phase 1, we did as much as we could do to screen our project from the road and from other areas. We put in some time with our other developer next door to try to make sure that we could try to work together and not just the screening, but also the road out in front, making sure that road got done to a standard that we would be proud of, not just for the cost, but to do it right. And I think everybody's pretty happy with it. In our phase 2, I've heard comments about screening to do with the Skellinger project, which is the project that's still there. And right now, when you walk on that site, the back of their apartments have balconies on a lot of them. And they're up high, and all those people that live there are looking over into Roan Court and all the neighbors. And originally, when I first started this project, I was going to put my parking towards them, and I was going to put the units more towards the houses. But after hearing the comments and realizing it, I had an opportunity that I didn't want to let go. And that was to screen the other building, to screen all those balconies that are facing on these people that haven't anybody looking at them. So we've turned our units around, as you see on the plot plan. They're right up against that. Nope, you won't see any of the Skellinger units. And our buildings are set back. I think Kevin has the map there, but if you look at back of the actual houses of people and look what our units are, it's got to be at least 50 feet. It's quite a ways. And along that property line, like I did out on Cloverdale Boulevard, we will plant as many large trees as need be done. So there will be no viewing looking through there. It will be screened, not just but for sight, but for noise, for for everybody. My family's been here since 1862, and I've been building my whole life, and I've seen a lot of stuff where somebody comes into a town and their goal is there to make money. Well, we all have to make money in business, but we need to think about each other and everybody else. And I've tried my whole entire life with every project I've built to consider everybody. And when I say consider everybody, I also want to consider children. I want to consider the new people that are trying to, buy their first truck, to rent their house, try to have a nice place to raise their kids in. And so I spent a lot of time in mentoring children and try to build housing of all different price points all the way to the Oregon border. And this is another project. I love Cloverdale. I have a place up in Mendocino County in Boonville as well. So I go through her all the time. I lost a dog in Cloverdale one time for 12 days, jumped out of the truck, and everybody was so kind. I was knocking on doors everywhere, and they're all so happy and nice. And I finally found the dog because of the great people in Cloverdale. They all said, "Oh, I'm Mr. Litson. I'm sorry, and found the dog." So I love the town. Staff, everybody's been very cordial, very helpful. I've had some very good communication with neighbors. When we built phase one, there was a lot of concerns about the fence, concerns about existing trees that were overgrown, that were fire hazards. I took care of all that out of our own pocket. We cut all those trees down the neighbors wanted to cut down that were hanging over their houses, widowmaker limbs hanging there, fences falling down. We had a great relationship with everybody. I also want to say that there was some complaints, and I don't want them to be miscued that it had to do with us, nor do I want to point the finger at anybody else, but there was some dust control issues that came from Roan Court and some of the other neighbors up in front on Cloverdale Boulevard. And that wasn't us. I've known the Skellingers all my life, basically, as long as they've been here. And so I'm not talking out of school, but they didn't do a good dust control. They didn't keep the dust down when they moved the dirt out of the other side onto that site. They didn't keep a good control. But once I heard from the city that there was a problem, we got on top of it right away. So, and I've talked to some of the neighbors over there, and I've assured them there will be no dust control. We own our own water truck. We'll have our hydrant just like we got from the city before, and that place will be watered. My personal cell phone has been given to all the neighbors on my side and will be given to all the neighbors on the side of Roan Court in there as well. I never want to be a person that causes anybody else's problems. I don't want this to be the last project I build in Cloverdale. I want it to be one of many. And in order to do that, people watch what you do, and talk is cheap. It's actions that count. So just looking back over my list and stuff, there was some concerns about, and I think Kevin brought them up, about moving this manager's unit to the back. I've built a lot of different projects, and all of us citizens have good intentions, but I've seen that when I don't patrol my projects and I don't like to say patrol or police them, but in a sense, you got to watch, you got to pay attention to stuff. And if I have that unit in the back, we're going to get cars coming in there, cars that don't belong in there. I can't control it. So I need to have the unit up in front to stop people from coming in there. And second of all, when you drive down Cloverdale Boulevard, before any of these apartments were built, and I've done it for years, long before the freeway was ever moved, there's a lot of nice old houses along there. It kind of creates some character to it. The Skellinger kept the house on their apartments, and the one that I have had there, well, I'm sure all of you know, it wasn't worth keeping, and they actually burned it down. Once I closed escrow, they lighted it on fire. I don't know if they thought they were doing me a favor or what, but it wasn't a favor. It's more work to take apart something that burnt than otherwise. I want to put a house back there. I want to put an old house that has an old Victorian look. When you drive by it, it still looks the same. There was some thoughts about, or some concern about a dog park in the back or picnic tables, and I totally understand that. I actually got an awakening to it myself when we built phase one. In phase one, our plan showed dog park, picnic tables, and all this stuff. And when the neighbor said to me one day when I was back there, so what are you going to do with this space? It's just a nice open space. It's way more than skeletons. What are you doing with that? So people are going to walk their dog and have a picnic. It got pretty quiet. I realized that wasn't the place for 22 families to go have a picnic or to walk everybody's dog to go use the bathroom. So we didn't put any picnic tables in there, and it's not a dog park. And in phase two, that will not be a dog park or a picnic or a gathering area. It's open space. So I think I've covered dust control, screening your own court, the unit in the front, water, school, trees. I'm here to answer any questions that any of you might have or any neighbors have. My intentions are good. Thank you.
Mr. Ledson, thank you for that presentation, and supplement to Kevin's presentation as well. We will in fact be opening it up to public comment, and I encourage you to hang tight for as long as you can to answer some of those questions directly that may come up. But until then, I will be first opening it up to the council and city staff for any questions on the report or questions for Mr. Ledson, Kevin, Rafael, or David before we open it up to public comment. So who would like to kick us off?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to reserve my comments until after I hear the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Walter. Anybody else would like to offer any comments or questions at this time? Seeing some heads shake no. All right, Irene, why don't we go ahead and open this up to the public? I know we've had some folks anxiously waiting and quite patient with us through this meeting to have their chance. And now is the time. So anybody that would like to offer comment, please ensure that your hand is raised or Irene is notified in some form or another. And Irene, whenever you are ready, the first person, please.
So it looks like we have a hand raised by Superintendent McLean.
Superintendent, please.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. I just wanted to, of course, advocate for the school district in partnership with the city, because high density multifamily dwellings usually have a very high number of children. We have been speaking to the city council regularly on this issue. We don't feel that we've done a great job of collaborating when it comes to making sure that our schools have the capacity, and not just our schools, the community as a whole. When I look at that project, what I saw in terms of open space for children to play is a little patch at the back of the property, which I don't feel really enhances or adds a good quality of living for our children in this town. And I feel that we as a school are constantly in the role of providing open space and play space. That's part of our role. But when development goes in that doesn't take into account the impact on schools, and the developers' fees do not help us to expand our facilities or maintain our facilities or add play space for kids, play structures, and so on, I feel that we're doing a disservice to the community as a whole. So I'm simply here to say this is high density housing. In all likelihood, you could have 50 children in that number of units who need to attend high quality schools with high quality facilities. So I want to advocate once again that you consider that as you move forward and in your conversations with the developer. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Much appreciated. Irene, when you're ready, if there's anybody else, please.
Yes. I have Steph Bearden.
Thank you. Steph?
Steph, you should be able to unmute yourself to make your public comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Greg Carter. I'm using a Zoom account, which has another name attached to it. Please forgive my voice, which is being destroyed by cancer. I hope you'll still be able to hear and understand me.
Yeah.
First, I was the person who brought up the growth that Mr. Thompson addressed in his comments. I'm reading from the General Plan Policy LU12, page 17, that I retrieved moments ago from the city website. It says, develop a growth management program to allocate an average of 75 units per year, not to exceed 375 units in any 5-year period. It does not say building permits. So if it means building permits, that's not what it says. And I'm going by what it says there in the information that I presented to you, that I emailed to all of you earlier. My wife, Julie, and I live in a quiet neighborhood of single-family homes on Roan Court. The developer is asking the city to allow him to build high-density apartments in our low-density single-family neighborhood. If this request is approved, it will substantially and irrevocably damage our neighborhood. It will destroy our privacy, damage our quality of life, and drastically reduce our property values. It will effectively constitute an involuntary transfer of wealth from middle-class members of the Cloverdale community to an already fabulously wealthy out-of-town developer. Approval of this project would not benefit our city. Cloverdale does not need 22 new luxury apartments starting at $2,100 a month. Between projects already built in the past few years and the pending Baumgartner Ranch, Cloverdale is on track already to add a whopping 389 housing units, or approximately 1,000 new residents. If we're already going to increase our housing inventory to allow for over 1,000 new people, there's hardly a compelling need for these 22 units, especially when the effect is the destruction of an existing Cloverdale neighborhood. I've also sent to you a petition containing 147 signatures, at least 114 of them from Cloverdale residents opposing this development, gathered in just 2 days. My neighbors and I bought homes here because we wanted to live in a neighborhood of single-family homes, and because we trusted our elected representatives to protect our interests by following the city's own general plan and zoning ordinance. I ask you to justify that trust tonight. Save our neighborhood. Vote no on the Taylor Lynn development.
Thank you very much for your comments. Much appreciated. Irene, when you're ready, the next comment, please.
Yes, I have someone by the name of Kelly.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi. Wow, I couldn't have said it better than Mr. Carter just did. We bought our home 24 years ago, raised 3 little girls. They got to swim in a little doughboy pool that we put in. And now every time I open my bedroom curtains, the person on the balcony is, we can almost wave to each other. It's unnerving to have my granddaughters out there playing now. And it's a privacy issue, it's a personal issue. And I don't mind my neighbors. I wave to them and everything, but it's just strange now to go out in my backyard and have somebody overhead, and the noise level has changed as well. So our quality of life has definitely changed since those other apartments have gone in. Every now and then we talk about selling, which is really sad because I was born here. My kids were born here, my grandkids. So I don't know. I feel the way Greg does. I feel like, I liked listening to Mr. Ledson. I appreciate that he is going to block the other apartment complexes from us. I just wonder what his is going to look like. I wonder if it's a 2-story, are we going to have the same issue, only now closer? So I hope that it's going to be a good thing for Cloverdale, but I'm afraid it isn't. And I know I'm just one voice. So I mean, I have to leave it up to you guys. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Kelly. And one voice or no, we are happy that you took the time to come in and offer us your feedback, as well as your email that we received. And this is the place to start. So thank you for taking the time to be here with us, as well as I believe his name was Greg. Irene, are there any other comments at this time?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay.
Oh,
So with
my
that,
apologies. Sorry. Looks like a couple
that's okay.
popped up.
Excellent.
So we will, next we have Rachel Allred.
Rachel, please.
Hello, I'm Rachel Allred, and my husband Scott. We have lived on Roan Court for 36 years. We found the property, we bought the lot, and then we planned and built our home. We have lived here happily with wonderful neighbors. We watched our neighborhood. We were actually I think the third home built on this court. And as our neighbors have moved in, we've enjoyed all of them. We've all, we see each other all the time because we're on a court. But our quality of life the last couple of years has not been so great. Where our house is located in the back corner of Roan Court, we can't even go out our front door without having the apartments glaring. We can't open windows in our house. We can't even be in our backyard, our side yard, because our privacy is gone. So it's really disconcerting that this has even come to the council, but we love living in Cloverdale. My husband and I both had our careers in Cloverdale. He retired from the police department. I retired from Cloverdale Unified Schools. And we've done lots of service in this town. We've loved having a vineyard behind our house. We like that it's R1 zoning because it would be a single family. And you had mentioned, they'd mentioned that you could put 5 houses there or 6 houses. Well, are you gonna subdivide the lots? Because right now it's 2 lots. And the 2-story at 27 feet is pretty high. And we will have parking spaces right behind our back fences. It doesn't matter how high the fence is built. We'll have parking, people parking right behind our fences at who knows about what hours of the night. Our home has always been a safe haven. They always say that your home is, there's no place like home, but right now it's kind of, we're like prisoners in our home. There's also a dirt berm on the property that is almost as high as our fences. So are they building the 8-foot fence from where the dirt berm, the top of that dirt berm is? Or are they going to remove that dirt berm so that the land is at the same level that ours is? It's really been pretty frustrating. The other 2 apartments, we didn't have any say upon the zoning because they were already R3. But we can have our input on the lot, on the zoning that's right behind us. And I would encourage you to leave the court or the zone right behind us to R1. I also want to thank all of you on the city council for your sacrifice and for serving us on the council. We know that it's a time commitment from all of you, and we sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Very much appreciated. I know it's not easy to come on and speak for everybody. So thanks again for taking the time to do that. Irene, please, the next commenter.
Next, we have Bill McClymont.
Bill, please.
Thank you. I live at 704 South Foothill Boulevard. I'm at the west end of the property under consideration. I'd just like to ask, as I did the Planning Commission, that you spend a little time in our neighborhood, walk the neighborhood and the surrounding area for the property. See how invasive the windows are that align with our windows. I have a friend who lives over in the Iola Ranch that his property is overseen by the windows of the first and second floor of the first project. We're going to lose our privacy. I look back at my backyard and through my fence And I look forward to seeing the vineyard that was there and the trees. I think I'm going to lose a lot of light because a 27-foot building is going to block the sun for many hours in the morning. And I have a small fruit tree orchard. I have some vegetables I try to grow. Take the time, if you will, and spend some time in our neighborhood. Look through the fences or knock on our doors. We'll show you our backyards so that you can see what it looks like, how tall those buildings are over and how close they are to our backyards, how close they are to our bedroom windows, our kitchen windows. It's invasive. We're going to lose our privacy. Our property value will go down. Who's going to compensate that for us, the city or the developer? Instead of seeing a patch of blue and some of the green of the hills, we're going to see nothing but a fence and windows. It's zoned the way it should be, single family homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Irene, the next commenter, please.
Yes, so our next speaker is Chad Acey.
Thank you. Chad.
This is Chad Acey, from the Planning Commission of the city. I just wanted to just remind you all that we met about this multiple times, and it's completely unfortunate that a lot of people are concerned about prior developments from the first project and the mistakes that they made, and then also the impact it could cause on their neighborhood. I understand a lot of these impacts, and we addressed this in both meetings, and we really dug into this with the developer and Mr. Ledson on how he could help improve that. But basically what we need to understand, even though we don't want this in our backyard, we need more housing. And crossing those property thresholds like the $12,000 or 12,000 person limit is very important for us to attract better commercial and jobs and opportunities for our city. So I want you to keep that in mind, as well as the fact that we are just simply in a housing crisis in our county, and we have an opportunity to bring lower income housing. A person in the public just mentioned that these are $2,100 a month in housing. That actually, according to HUD standard, is a low income housing rate right now in our community. So keep that in mind, that this helps those people who are working and living in our community to have more affordable housing. It's very strategic. As we're looking for future development of our city and we're looking at mass transit, this location is in walking distance to some commercial, walking distance to a restaurant. It will be a location that connect to mass transit, even though we have 3 points of entrance and exit in the city. But this is a very focal point of our city. And the property values are not going to be affected by adding a nice multifamily housing unit there. We have other areas of improvement to raise the value of this area, like across the street with the car wash area. So, and that the transit study that will be needed is something that we should think about, but is something we should also keep in mind for the future development of mass transit and how to connect to the smart train when that comes down the road. Think years ahead and how this point of area could be a connection for mass transit. I really appreciated what the developer was doing to address the concerns of raising the screening. He's looking at doing a 12-foot tall construction screening. His housing is placed so far off of the property line, these 27-foot tall buildings would be 50 feet away from the fence line, which should not disturb their viewpoint at any point. And I'm also very impressed with the ample parking and his water conservation management program. So for that reason, we passed this, and I support his project.
Thank you, Chad. Appreciate the comments. Irene, is there anybody else who has their hand raised at this time?
Yes, it looks like we have one more, Christina Lepe Duarte.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina.
Good evening, or good night, I should say. I don't want to take too much time. I do want to thank our city council. I can't imagine this being an easy decision at all. In all honesty, everybody that has spoken tonight has true valid points that should be taken into consideration. One thing that does speak loudly to me is the fact that we do need more affordable housing. But in all fairness, I can also say that when one does purchase their home, they do look at many factors as a deciding factor. And one of it is, the neighborhood, the scenery, the safety of it, and the efficiency. And so with that being said, what I'm hearing a lot tonight is the issues with the zoning. If we were to change the zoning, in essence, it would actually be setting precedents from what I'm seeing to change other zoning and other properties. So that's something that, I'm asking the city council to really take some time considering, because, it's, if you do it once, then it can happen again and again. And I did hear about the affordable housing price being $2,100. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that, because we have to take into consideration our social economic factors here for our families. And $2,100, if you do 30% of that, you're looking at somebody that would have to make over $5,500, or a family that makes that a month. And realistically, low income families sometimes don't meet that criteria. So I'm not here to bomb this whole project or anything. What I'm really asking is, for the developer and the city council to really listen to what the constituents are saying, the neighbors surrounding and community members, and really listen to the issues at hand. And most importantly, when we're put in that position, it's nice to put ourselves in those shoes, because it's easy for us to make decisions when it doesn't affect us personally. But when it does affect us personally, or for instance, our schools, we really need to think about that. I know that we just recently passed a bond for millions of dollars. And so our tax monies are going towards that, and that's to improve schools. So if we do get a bunch of new students, which would be wonderful for our district, but we also have to think about, where are we going to have these students be? And will the developer fees that are paid be sufficient, which they're not. So we really have to think about the big picture there too. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina. Appreciate your comments. Irene, have any other hands gone up?
Yes, we have one from Julie Carter.
Excellent. Julie, sorry, go right ahead.
Okay, hi, you guys. You heard from my husband earlier, and I wanted to draw your attention to the petition that we started 2 days ago on Facebook. In 2 days, 114 of our friends and neighbors said no to this project. 114 of them didn't show up today to tell you no, but they wrote their names down. And why we only did it in 48 hours is because, due to technicalities, none of us got our announcements in the mail until after the 20th that this meeting was going to happen. We would have been joined together and talking days earlier. We would have had a Facebook petition that would have been out there for 5 days, 6 days now, and probably would have been into the hundreds of people, not just 114. People were sharing it on Facebook. People were donating money to boost our Facebook post. Our neighbors knew that the 13 families on Rome Court were going to get, polite company, I can't say that word, buy this project. These families, myself included, will lose thousands of dollars when we sell our houses. We have retired first responders. My one next door neighbor is in her 90s. She's the original owner of the house. The people on the other side of me have 3 kids in Cloverdale schools. Right across the street from them is a multi-generation Hispanic family with several kids. They're talking about, yay, they have in their 22 units, they have 5 kids. We have 10 or 12 in our 12 or 13 units. And every single one of these families is going to lose money. Last night I went to sleep, as I will tonight with the rain, panicked because there's a very good possibility my yard will flood tomorrow, as it has every winter since Ledson and Friends raised the berm behind us by 6 feet. Those in the city are familiar with me. I've had to call them several times to get that fixed. And I'm still worried tonight we may flood again. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate your comments. Irene, have any other hands gone up?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
All right. So we'll go ahead and give that a quick 3 count to make sure nobody else wants to chime in, and then we'll go ahead and close public comment. All right. Public comment is now closed. I'll bring it back to the dais or the council for deliberation. We've heard testimony from the public. We've heard a report from staff. How would we like to deliberate, and who would like to open us up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and get us started.
Please.
Kevin, if I understand correctly in reading the staff report, we are going to have inclusionary housing of 5 units. If I read that report properly, the 15%.
Yes, it's 15% of the total units, or he can opt to pay the fee. And I've been discussing with him. He needs a little more information that I need to send him before he makes his decision. So there could be some affordable units in the project, which would be deed restricted, or we'd have an affordable housing agreement with them, would be more accurate. And that maximum rent would be set, not at $2,200, it would be set at, based on the formula that we use with the county, based on the number of people in the home, and 30% of their income with a utility allowance. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they would be lower than what he would charge at the market rate of $2,200 or $2,100.
Okay.
Now it is his, David, go ahead.
Kevin, I was just going to add that based on the 15% inclusionary requirement at 22 homes, the just the strict formula is 3.3 homes. The code does provide for payment of the in lieu fee for the 0.3 so that it addresses that fraction. So in this case, the developer would be required to pay either the in lieu fee for the additional 3 units or restrict the 3 units, the rent based on the income for the bedroom size. And we can walk through that with council if council wants to explore that further. There was a presentation to the council by Dave Rosen Associates providing for the income limits based on bedroom sizes, and we can bring that up. I'll send it to Irene if council wants to look at rents by bedroom sizes in more detail.
But also he could, sorry. Councilmember, he could opt to pay the in lieu fee.
Yeah. Well, this council member prefers that they actually build the units. It just seems that we take that money into our housing silo, and for us to build houses, it's very difficult. But if the unit is already built, I'd prefer to see it part of the inclusionary housing. I look back at the other development that Mr. Letson built, and I think it's top notch. It's quality. And I think looking at what he's looking to do to mitigate a lot of the concerns of the neighbors, I think it's a pretty good job. The actual structure is going to be 50 feet from the fence. Hopefully, one of the individuals said that the cars are going to be right up against the fence. Hopefully there's going to be a considerate buffer there with some trees in between the fence and where the parking lots are going to be. So, right now, based on the mandates that are coming out of Sacramento, and the need for housing in Cloverdale, I'm supportive of this from what I'm seeing so far. But I'd like to hear what my fellow council members have to say. Thank you.
I would like to
Understood.
go
Thank
next, if I may.
Please, Councilmember Cruz. Or Vice Mayor Cruz, forgive me. I'll get that down, I promise you.
Don't worry, we're here to work. It doesn't matter what the title is. Okay, I respect and I acknowledge all the comments and all the concerns of my constituents. I remember when I bought a condo one time and I had a beautiful view of the ocean. And sure enough, soon enough, there was another building there and I was looking into somebody's living room. So we don't buy the view. We don't buy, the trees, the panorama. We'd like to consider that when we're buying a house, but that's not part of the house. And it's a risk we take when we become homeowners. And it's sad, but that's the reality of development. And we're no longer a little country town in the outskirts of Sonoma County. We have become part of the Bay Area. And, fortunately, the people who spoke and many others were able to buy a home 40 years, 20 years ago. Today, families have to rent because the cost of purchasing a home, it's out of their range. It's out of their possibilities. And, $2,200, as was mentioned, is not an abnormal amount of money in our area. We live in a very expensive state and in a very expensive county. Also, Cloverdale Boulevard is like the main, it's the main fair throughout town. It is an urban area. It's no longer a country road. And there has been a lot of money spent and a lot of money in the plan for development in Cloverdale to continue to work on the Cloverdale Boulevard to make sure that it is accessible to bicycles, to pedestrians, and that is safe for cars and for all the homes in the area. In terms of high density housing, I'm very familiar with this town. I have been to very many developments where people don't have an outside area, where children do not have any kind of play area. And they're still here, they're going to school, they're doing their work. Some are doing better, some are not doing so well. But high density housing does not equate to bad quality of life. On the contrary, given the demands that we have put on the environment, this is the way that we are going. This is the way the world is going, so that we can maximize what's available. We have open space in Cloverdale. We have acres of open space where we can go and walk and jump and run and enjoy nature. We have a park. We have several parks where we can go and take our children to. And we have a very good river park. I just went this weekend again, trying to get my knee functioning. We're not lacking space for being outdoors. We can no longer think of an acre house like we had in Indiana with hardly any neighbors and many trees. That's not the reality of the world anymore. And that is not California anymore, unfortunately. And the school board, school district has to plan has to have a plan, just like the city has a plan. And given the explanation that Kevin gave on what is the 5-year plan and what are the numbers of population, of water usage, of sewer usage, etc., we're still within our limits. And if we are having more housing at this point than what our original mandate was, it's because of the new mandates by the state and the federal government. And just because somebody has a decent place to live that may be a little bit less than what some people can pay, doesn't mean that you're gonna get a lousy kind of life or bad neighbors. We have to make sure that in this country, we continue to practice the principles of democracy and opportunity for all. We all need a starting point. And this might be a starting point for a young family, for a young couple, for a young professional, or just for a very hardworking person. That's my statement. Thank you. And I support the project.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cruz. Councilmember Bagby, I see that your hand is up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, you know, in the interest of a full disclosure, you know, and it's reflected in my council report, I spoke with the developer this morning, Steve Letson, and got his verbal permission to walk the property, which I like to do, especially when there's a big no trespassing sign. And, you know, just, you know, talked a little bit about the current project, talked about phase 1, talked about kind of, you know, what went wrong with the development right in the middle, which was not developed by him, the berm that's currently there and causing the drainage problem was not caused by Mr. Letson and his firm. And it's really unfortunate that, you know, when you're a neighbor on a project like this and there's just dust from construction and, you know, you don't care who's really responsible for it. You just want it to stop. Or if there's a drainage problem, you know, you kind of blame it on, you know, whoever the closest is. But I've been very impressed with how conscientious and thoughtful Mr. Letson has been and how responsive he's been with the concerns of the neighbors. And I just had a couple of thoughts. You know, I think that so I drove over this morning while the sun was shining. I was very lucky. I got a really good window and, you know, pulled over, actually parked in the Boulevard visitors parking lot and walked the property. And, you know, normally if it had been during COVID, I would have gone to the Taylor Lind grand opening and just kind of seen what those apartments are about. And it was really obvious to me that walking the Mr. Ledson's testimony of that there are probably 5 kids living in there. It sounds about right, because when you walk that property, it's really clear. There aren't a lot of kids there. There are a couple of wagons, a couple of kid items, and the rest of them have kind of like, you know, yuppie welcome mats. The other thing I noticed is that it looks to me that in both of the developments, there's like 0 vacancy, which is really consistent with, you know, the vacancy rate throughout Cloverdale. It's functionally 0. We have such a need for workforce housing, and we're talking about you know, our nurses, our healthcare providers, our hospice care providers, our police officers, our firefighters, you know. People in their 20s and 30s who aren't able to buy a house. I mean, my husband and I, when we first got married in our early 20s, we lived in a very similar apartment in Southern California when we first graduated from college. So, you know, that's what this housing is for. It's for people who are just getting started. But this has the advantage, unlike our place in Calabasas, is it's right on a bus line. And that is vitally important for the future of this community. The other thing that really struck me is that this is really consistent with our climate emergency resolution. This is the kind of development that we need to see in Cloverdale, because it equals more ratepayers who use less resources. I was really impressed with the low water, I I'm starting to lose it. It's 9:52, way past my bedtime. I was really impressed with the low water landscaping that's featured at the boulevard, and the quality of the construction, and also the walkability of the area. You walk across the street to Ace Hardware, walk across the street to Zini's. You could bike to the south easily, bike to the north. And you know, whoever bikes out of there is probably going to use my option, which is when I left the boulevard parking area, I turned right and I took Foothill home, because, and that, if I were on my bicycle, that's exactly what I do too. If I wanted to get to Friday Night Live or get to downtown, I want to ride my bike, I probably would not turn left onto Cloverdale Boulevard at that point. I probably turn right, make a right, get to Foothill, and, you know, ride my bike, go to Plank, something like that, because that's definitely the safer route. And I think that it's part of a bigger issue, and is that Cloverdale Boulevard, especially right there, as it's kind of going downhill in front of the stoplight at Ace, that road needs to go on a traffic diet. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But as far as it being functional and safe, based on, you know, if you want to turn left or turn right, it's probably as safe as you're going to get. And the problem is that because we developed these roads and the traffic study was done with cars in mind, we need to start creating roads and atmospheres, bike lanes, sidewalks with people in mind, not cars. So that's that's just my observation on that part of Cloverdale Boulevard. The other point that I kind of teased out of Kevin's presentation is that, because really what the main issue here is, do we change this zoning from R1 to R3? Okay, so this is where the rubber meets the road. That's the big question here tonight. And the fact is that R1 does not protect people from this property being developed in a far worse way. And you kind of have to be a planning geek to understand why. But he did point it out. The fact is that this property is so large, there's no way someone's going to buy it and put a single home on it. There's just absolutely, this is just completely unlikely. It's absolutely the wrong location for that kind of thing. What would likely happen is that a developer would want to put 5 or 6 houses on this property. And what Kevin said is that, and now this probably wouldn't happen, but by right, they could have up to 12 ADUs, which by my count, they're hitting 2021 units, one short of what's actually being proposed. The other thing that they could do is that they could actually go to 35 feet on a 2-story house, as opposed to the currently proposed 27 feet. So the fact is that lobbying to keep this R1 actually does not give the neighbors any viable protections concerning the complaints that they have. The second thing I noticed is that this development is going to be completely screened off, fenced off. There's not going to be a neighbor gate. There's not going to be access. The idea that it will change the neighborhood character of Roan Court is completely misleading and erroneous. It is, it's going to be completely fenced off. You're not actually going to be neighbors with these people, because you're never going to see them unless you decide to walk down the street and around the corner and go and knock on their doors and introduce yourselves. These neighborhoods really aren't going to mingle. They're going to mingle with each other like side to side, but they're not going to mingle with Roan Court and those properties beyond that. I also thought it was really generous that Mr. Ledson really looked at the design at the boulevard, and he was like, well, geez, I wouldn't like that either. Let me move some things around so that those balconies don't look down into the backyards of the neighbors, and he's going to put screening in. I think that I don't think you're going to be able to ask that of a developer who wants to put in single family houses. I just don't, because this is going to be a by right use, and I don't think that they are going to be as amenable to the current requests. So I think that I just ask the neighbors to really rethink what they're asking for. Also, it's like, there's going to be development here, whether you like it or not, unless you buy the property. This landowner owns the property. It's currently R1. That zoning designation does not protect you from the biggest concerns that you're bringing to us tonight. The project, as he's brought it, with the example being phase 1. You want to find out what it's going to look like, what the look and feel is, go take a look at it. Take a look at the proposed drawings in the packet tonight. That's what it's going to look like. No matter what, development's going to happen on this. This is a parcel that is in the center of town. It's zoned for residential, and this is really a good project that brings opportunity for us to have workforce housing. If you think $2,100 is outrageous, I'd say that you need to go and do some research on current rents. In addition to that market rate housing that would be affordable for a working person here in Cloverdale, who's a nurse, a firefighter, a police officer, a school teacher. In addition to that, this could potentially have, 4 units? We're saying 3.3, which I'm gonna round up to 4. 4 units going to affordable housing. I think that this is a really good deal. And I would urge the neighbors to just do a little bit more research and consider what your option would be if somebody came in and developed this with single family homes. I don't think it's going to be as good an outcome as this project is. And so, yeah, for those reasons, I'm supporting moving forward with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Melanie. Councilmember Lands, would you like to offer any comments or questions at this time?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kevin, for the report that you gave. And thank you, Mr. Ledson, for your compassionate project that you put forward here. I really appreciate the fact that, first off, the one you built is very nicely done. The fact that you gave a lot of consideration to ways to make it better with the new one that you're proposing to go in, and you took people's concerns into consideration. So that means a lot to me. However, I don't have the same outlook as everyone else on this council, and me being new, it's kind of what's expected, I would think. And we just got done with the presentation about not having enough water in our town. In 2012, 2013, we were using over 500 million gallons of water. We're currently using like 350. So we're down about 150 million gallons, and we still don't have enough, and we're going into drought. So our natural resources can't support the growth the county and the government's pushing upon us. I don't think that we have to hit that 12,000 number. I know that they have certain regulations that they put towards us, but there's caveats that say if you can't support the growth, you don't have to do it. And us not having natural resources available is not supporting that growth. We can't do it here in Cloverdale. Cloverdale is not built for 12,000 people. There aren't enough natural resources for it. Just because we have the room to build the houses doesn't mean that we have all the resources and we have to fill it up to its max. Every time you get a cup of water, you don't fill it to the very brim every time. It's just not the way it works. Right now, we talk about wanting workforce housing, and that seems to be a big push in our town. Right now, 86% approximately of our residents don't work in Cloverdale. So we get nothing other than them living here. And I think that's great that they live here. However, the focus should be on keeping those people in our town, giving them jobs and giving them opportunity here so they're not leaving here, spending their money elsewhere. The fact that we don't have jobs for people should be our #1 focus, not adding a certain amount of people to the town. Our own general plan and housing element report from 2019 states that develop standards for new development to respect the height, designs, and configurations of older structures in the area. I think that no matter what you say or no matter what you want to say, could it be a possibility with R1? 18 units basically total worst case scenario on a single family dwelling area is not going to happen. We know that. That's a scare tactic in my opinion. And high density residential is not good for that. I also walked the neighborhood, except I went to Rowan Court. And I wanted to look from the perspective of the letters that I was getting. And I could not believe the wall of houses that you can see standing in the street or on the sidewalk. And I can only imagine what it's like as you get closer in someone's backyard. And to bring another one that's going to be approximately, 60 feet, 80 feet closer than the current, it would be completely unacceptable to me. And I feel like our council is doing a lack of respect for the current residents because they want to cram more people into our town. And it reminds me of like a cable company right now. As soon as you get your cable bill, you sign on a new company, it costs you $100 a month. Within 6 months, your bill is $300, and they say, tough beans. But that new guy can call tomorrow and he can get that same bill for $100. So we're welcoming all these new people into our town and trying to give them everything, but we're not caring about the ones that are here. So with that said, I am against this project. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ledson, I like your development, but I can't support it.
All right, before I take my turn, Jennifer, is there anything you'd like to add or any questions you'd like to have on this particular topic?
I'm not sure my point counts, but I am for to build the housing because of Martha's points and Melanie Bagby, that at the rate we're going, like, it's gonna happen no matter what in the future or now. If you oppose it now, you're only like stopping the inevitable. And I agree that what Todd Lance is saying, but my point is that it's kind of inevitable. Either we do it now or later. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you, Jennifer. I'll go ahead and take my turn. I don't necessarily share the exact same points of view as Todd in a sense of the project in its ideal as a whole, but I do have a pretty tremendous amount of concern over the timing. I think we have a lot of folks that throughout 2020 have really felt that they've lost control over just about anything in their life through shelter in place. And I promise I'll have a point. I realize I've come out of left field right out the gates, but allow me a moment to arrive to it. The school board faces a tremendous amount of uncertainty with things that change from the state into how they're going to be asked to reopen or criteria that they might have to meet. And so there's just this tremendous level of downstream variables that have people concerned. And I don't necessarily view this how it might be considered as kicking the can down the road, but I'd like to see this conversation come back after the 147 or 117 comments that were received on the petition could be reviewed and considered. I was on the planning commission for the first two projects that went through there. I think one person showed up to those different meetings, whether it be frustration that folks feel that things are moving forward without them, without their input, or it's just frustration that pandemic fatigue and shelter in place fatigue is caused, or uncertainty fatigue is caused. I just don't know that us putting a yes vote on this right now is demonstrative. I don't believe it demonstrates the ideals that we have when we say that we're looking to represent everybody. 117 people, let's scratch that. All of Rowan Court, 100% of Rowan Court has showed up today and said, no, thank you. Now, it's right next to a bus stop. It is right next to the main thoroughfare in Cloverdale. It is right opposite a gas station. It is right opposite commercial real estate. Those are facts. That typically is where you see infill go in, is in those areas. the area of the boulevard that we're talking about here has some future development opportunities where sidewalks can get a little wider, bike lanes can be a part of it. The gas station across the street, while they might be still trying to put their finances together, they've sought their approval for a better, more comprehensive lobby where they will start to sell milk more than they do so already, fresh foods at that point. It does become this natural corridor for infill to take place, in my opinion. But unfortunately, with the downstream variables that we are facing, and Mr. Ledson, this is by no means a reflection on you. I have been very appreciative of really you bending over backwards. I don't think this was your fault. I do believe that I have not been compelled to approve this under the timing, and I do apologize about that. But I will have a hard time supporting this project this evening because there's just too many downstream variables that I can't land on, and I'm having a hard time answering very real questions that come from people about this. So that may change your opinion of me, and I have to be okay with that, but that is my position this evening. Are there any other comments from the council? Otherwise, we have some options ahead of us.
Mr. Mayor, I thank you for articulating your concerns, but in addition to listening to the neighbors' concerns and listening to the entire community, we're also charged with conducting the business of the community. And this project, if it were an R1 development, I'm not using scare tactics here. I don't think we would see as good of a project for the neighbors. Unless the neighbors purchase this this parcel themselves, they do not have a say, as long as the developer wants to use it within his rights. He's making a very reasonable request to change this from R1 to R3 to be consistent with the two previous projects, to be consistent with with development patterns in the city that would create this apartment complex would create a buffer between the commercial area across the street and with a residential neighborhood behind it. And again, this project does not become part of Roan Court, which I also drove past and am very familiar with from having walked in neighborhoods recently. I got a very good look at the siting, and the absolutely correct concerns of the neighbors that right now, that apartment complex in the middle that was not developed by Mr. Ledson, it does look into their yards. If you're gonna solve the drainage problem that's there right now caused by that developer who did the wrong thing, you're gonna have a development of some kind under R1 because it's a by right use. And again, it could be up to 2021 units. Probably not that high, but that is that would be a by right use of the current owner or any subsequent owner of this property. So when I consider the change from R3 and I consider the evidence of the phase 1 of the project, and I consider the evidence of the fact that it is consistent with our development practices, there really isn't any good reason to deny this. And that's what this comes down to, is this a reasonable change? Is it a reasonable use? Is it consistent with our general plan? And the answers are yes. My concern is that if we say, well, it's been a bad year and people are really concerned, then when they bring these same concerns on an R1 project, they're not going to be able to stop it. I think that our student liaison said it best. This is really inevitable, and this is a really strong, good use of the property. I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors But I think that they've been really well addressed by our community development director and by Mr. Ledson. So for that reason, I'm going to move that we, I'm going to make a motion that we move forward with the resolution before us.
I understand. There's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
And just I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. Just for the record, this would be taken separately. So, Councilmember Bagby, your motion would be to do the first resolution?
That is correct.
If I could interject, there is a corrected resolution that was sent to you today. There was a couple words that were changed on the design review resolution.
Right.
On attachment 1 or attachment 2?
I think it's 2. Is it 2, Irene? Yeah, it's 2.
Okay. Is it changed? Is the title changed?
The title has changed. It referenced the zoning map, and that's actually handled through the ordinance, not the resolution.
Okay, you would do that.
So can you read the corrected one, please? Or shall they change?
So resolution A, if everyone looks on the screen, that one is correct as written. And so we're taking the motion
and what
one
page
by
is
one.
that in the, okay, what page is that in the packet?
Oh, let's see.
Is it 110? 110?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Page 110.
So there's a first, Mr. Mayor. There's a motion.
And I second.
Irene, if you'd be so kind, a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Cruz?
Aye.
Councilmember Lands?
Nay.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
Councilmember Walter?
Aye.
And Mayor Turner.
While I do not disagree with Melanie, you bring up very valid points. I think we could guide this a little differently, and this could be brought back. So unfortunately, my vote this evening is no.
So Mayor, members of the council, I just want to point out that I think the action tonight was to adopt the resolution approving the mitigated neg deck. So you still have two items before you, including the resolution as revised by your community development director approving the design review. And then last but not least, if you desire to proceed, introduction of the ordinance by first reading.
And Kevin or Irene, can you please read the corrected version of the second resolution? Therefore, if a motion is made, it could simply be made as amended.
Irene, do you have that?
Yes, let me pull it up here just so I'm clear, because it's just taking away the zoning, basically the word zoning.
Yeah.
I have adopt a resolution, which is attachment 2 in your packet, entitled A Resolution of the City of Cloverdale City Council approving a design review, general plan amendment, changing the land use designation and zoning of the project site from low density residential and R1 to high density residential and R3, allowing construction of 22 dwelling units on the 1.41 acre project site located at 669-679 or through 679 South Cloverdale Boulevard, which includes APN numbers 116-180-002, extended through 013, 014, and 015.
Our is having a couple sound issues, so you need a motion to approve as amended. So moved.
I'll second that.
All right, Irene, we have a motion moved by Councilmember Bagby, seconded by Councilmember Walter. If you'd be so kind, a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. So Councilmember Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Lands,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby,
Aye.
and Mayor Turner.
No.
Thank you. And then we have item C. Do you want me to read that? So this is to introduce for first reading as attachment 3 in your packet by title only of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City of Cloverdale amending the adopted zoning and general plan maps to rezone the 1.41 acre project site from R1, a single family residential, and LDR, which is a low density residential, to R3, multiple family residential, and HDR, which is a high density residential, for the Taylor Lynn Apartments Phase 2 project located at 669 through 679 South Cloverdale Boulevard, and includes APNs 116-180-002, 013, 014, and 015 properties.
So moved.
We have a motion on the
by
floor.
Walter.
Excellent. Irene, we have a motion by Councilmember Bagby, seconded by Councilmember Walter. If you'd be so kind to roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Lands,
Nay.
Councilmember Bagby,
Aye.
Councilmember Walter,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Aye.
and Mayor Turner.
No. Mr. Ledson, thank you very much for being here with us this evening. I hope everyone can understand this is the democratic process and how it works. The majority spoke this evening and this motion passed. It will come back for a final reading at a subsequent meeting. I hope we can all move forward professionally and productively, considering that we did not necessarily agree unanimously on this particular item, because that is what will continue to move Cloverdale forward. So thank you very much for your deliberation. Thank you very much to members of the community who chose to come out and speak, write emails on this, and anything of that nature. Your time is very valued, and I thank you for taking the time to be with us. With that, we're going to move on to the next item, but first I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break. I will ask us to reconvene at 10:24. Thank you.
Irene, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. I'm just making sure.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you for sticking with us, Ann. That's Ann from GHD, David.
Yeah. And was there anyone else joining you?
No, just myself.
Thank you.
And I think you're gonna have to show my slides too.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, it is currently 10:24. If we can make sure we make our way back to our screens, please. Irene, if you'd be so kind as to help me ensure we have everybody back.
Of course. Looks like we're still waiting for a couple people.
Walter's here.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
A couple ladies.
All right, I think my 5-minute time frames are a bit tad unreasonable. We'll kick it up to 7 next time. You know?
Easier for the gentleman, faster.
I know each time I recessed, my wife went, "Oh, are you guys done?" Not even close, love. Not even close. All right, we're at 10:25. Todd, thanks for making it back. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor Cruz, I see you. Thank you. I heard Councilmember Walter, and we'll give Councilmember Bagby just a few moments here, and we will introduce the next item. Councilmember Bagby has returned. I will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. It is 10:26 p.m. Our next item is a presentation on the draft City of Cloverdale Capital Improvement Project. I see we have a guest joining us for this item. David, if you'd like to go ahead and introduce the topic and our guest, we will go ahead and kick this off.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and thank you for your patience this evening. A lot of heavy lifting this evening. Just for reference, the CIP stands for Capital Improvement Program, which is a comprehensive set of capital improvement projects. This effort was kickstarted with GHD, and Ann Lynch with GHD is going to give you an overview of the draft capital improvement program tonight. Just a little bit of background, how we got here. Council approved the scope of work for GHD to prepare an update back in 2018. And it's been a significant lift for city staff along with GHT to be able to bring this forward to you tonight. In part because the CIP hadn't been updated since about 2010. So it really sat on the shelf for nearly 10 years, in part because the city experienced significant financial impacts and staffing loss due to the Great Recession. And the result was that the CIP really had to be almost rebuilt in entirety. The cost estimates from 10 years ago were no longer feasible, and the whole list of projects that are recommended in the draft CIP were really entirely revisited. So with that said, staff with GHD's assistance reformulated a comprehensive update to the CIP. The CIP covers 7 topical areas, including airport, civic facilities, parks, stormwater, streets, and probably, and maybe very most important, is both wastewater and water. the CIP is a very important document, not only because it describes the individual capital improvement projects, but it really serves as a financial and infrastructure planning tool because it identifies costs and timing for projects. And it should guide you in your budget development process. It's intended to be integrated with our water and sewer rate study. And as this council is certainly aware, a big driver of water rates were the capital improvement projects. So we really want to focus in on some of those projects. Ultimately, it does assist with the orderly development of the town, which is so critical. And last but not least, it helps to implement very important master plans, including our water master plan, our wastewater master plan, as well as our streets and drainage master plan. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Ann Lynch. Ann is going to kind of walk you through the capital improvement program and highlight some of the individual capital improvement projects. So with that, Ann, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, so we'll go through to the next slide. And I think you've covered kind of our agenda for this presentation, which is kind of give an overview of what CIPs are, and then talk through each of, some of the key facts about each one of the actual individual CIPs, and then talk about next steps. So next slide. So what's a capital improvement program? So it's really a document that contains projects, your equipment needs, your operation and maintenance needs. It also undertakes major planning efforts or studies, and it addresses regulatory compliance requirements. So either from safety or a health standpoint. And they're usually spread out over a 5-year time frame periods. So it's a dynamic community planning document that helps you really coordinate your needs and your projects with your available funding. So if we think about it that way. So what are the benefits? It synchronizes funding. It helps you evaluate, competition between your resources or projects. It helps you identify, prioritize, or optimize both your needs and your financing capabilities. So you can identify if you want to pay as you go, if you want to try to get grants from state, federal sources, or if you want to take on some type of debt or loan. It also links strategic and comprehensive planning with your fiscal capacity, and it helps inform the public about the key things that you need. So let's move to the next slide. So how did we develop the CIP? So we started out by reviewing a number of existing documents, some of which David Kelly talked about. And so, the past urban water management plan, the general plans, the existing CIP, your construction standards, all your existing master plan documents, and then also looked at other regulatory requirements like some of your MPDS permits, and then what were capital project funding sources that were out there and available. And once we did that, we also interviewed city staff. And this is a really important step because it helps you identify what are those O&M needs or those other things that maybe weren't in one of those plans that have developed that the people closest to it on the ground help identify. So we bring all that together and develop a list of projects or needs, or they could be called actions. And then from that, each one of these, we developed a scope, a kind of a project description and a cost estimate for it. And then we went through and prioritized them based on either mandated, necessary, or desired. Those were the 3 categories, and developed implementation timelines for each one of them. So that was the process that we used to develop each one of the CIPs. So we can go to the next slide. So just as an overview of each one of these, the individual CIPs, so you can see there's about 64 total projects or actions across the different CIPs, and it's about $173 million, 174 if you round up, $1 million, and they're spread out over time, with the majority of them being in that 20 to 27 and beyond timeframe. So we start out kind of small with 3 projects and grow over time. So, and if you look at the wastewater improvements, probably the biggest chunk, and that is really predicated on improvements to the wastewater treatment plant, which would take it to advanced treatment, which is a expensive undertaking. So we'll move on to the next slide. So when we look at the prioritization of the projects, so the water improvements, there were 7 projects that were really identified as mandated, and most of these were related to either water supply or rehabilitation of the Cherry Creek Reservoir, which was due to, a coating and it being an older facility that needs to be rehabbed. And then, just some other rehab and replacement actions that need to occur, mainly related to maintenance activities. And most of those projects, if you look, the Cherry Creek is really the earliest project that starts. Most of all the mandated projects start usually around 2025, and they go out to the 2027 and beyond timeframe. So in the wastewater improvements, there's 2 projects. One is the advanced treatment upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant, and then the other is to do the sewer system master plan, which Mr. Kelly talked about. And then the next project that's mandated is a stormwater and drainage improvement. So that's the stormwater master plan. And those documents were last updated in the mid 2000s. And so they're, getting to be 10 years old now. And so that's part of the importance or older of updating them. And then the last mandated project was a street improvement project to reconstruct West 4th Street. And once again, that's in a later time frame. So we'll move to the individual master plan. So we'll start out with water. So really the key focuses on the water master plan actions were water supply enhancement, security around some of your facilities to protect water supply, and then pump station and reservoir rehabilitation to help maintain your existing assets so they don't become unusable. The master plan that we talked about, completing your meter reader program, and then also doing SCADA enhancement at your facility to improve some of your O&M. Doing pipeline replacement, which is pipes age is just a natural situation that I think everybody in the country that has any type of pipe in the ground is facing right now. And then enhancements and repairs and rehabilitation at the water treatment plant. So if we move to the next slide, we can look at the cost of these individual projects and whether or not you can see in red the ones that are mandated. So the main ones that are mandated are really around water supply, the master planning efforts, and then rehabilitation of some of your existing facilities to provide for either public health and safety due to corrosion problems and or re-epoxy things. And some of these tanks are fairly old. There's some of the older ones in the system. And so that's why they do need this repainting and relining and recoating. So you see that we start out in 2022 with it's a substantial investment, but it's really just two projects. One is a source capacity study to look at whether or not you can add a well at the water treatment plant and what that would entail. And the second is to start on some of the pre-design work for the Cherry Creek Reservoir rehabilitation. So, and then as we move to 2023 and beyond, the projects, there becomes more of them. They're primarily around rehabilitation at first, I would say. So, kind of fixing some of the problems with your aging assets. And then as you move into like the later timeframes in 2027 beyond, you get some of your bigger projects. So that are occurring. And if you'll notice, like the water main replacement, the larger number in the 2027 timeframe is just a function of it being a standard replacement rate, but it being over a longer period of time. So to get to the end point on your pipeline replacements. So we'll move on to the next one. Try to get y'all out of here a little bit quicker. So the wastewater treatment improvements are really focused around your improvements at your treatment plant, and then your sewer collection system. And much like the water pipelines, sewer pipelines have the same issues where they age over time, so they need replacement, or potential another alternative is slip lining, and the same with some of your manholes. And then the CCTV is a way to inspect the pipelines to kind of identify what's the best option. And then there's a number of improvements at some of the lift stations, and that's really required so that you continue to meet your public and health and safety needs that you have to have for certain flow limits, partly for fire safety, but there's also just a mandated limit by the state for supplying houses or residential units. For water quality and supply. So you have to maintain a certain pressure. And then there is some GIS mapping of some of your facilities, which just kind of helps with maintenance, and that some of that feeds into some really good asset management practices over time. And then the final project is really focused on doing some evaporation ponds for biosolids drying. So, and it also provides you with backup storage for some O&M activities. So if we move to the next one, you can kind of see the layout of the timing of these different things. So, there's really only one mandated projects, and that's the master plan. I think it was either done in, I want to say 2009 or 2011. And so it definitely needs updating. And then there's a number of projects that were deemed necessary and a few that are desirable. So you'll see probably easier to talk about the desirable one, the GIS mapping and the manhole lining were given a little bit less priority. But, the treatment plant upgrades and some of the sewer line replacements and slip lining are really important to maintaining your existing infrastructure. So you'll see in 2022, we're really focused on, well, probably really throughout the first 2 years is focused on your pipelines and looking at them and then identifying and slip lining. And then we move into some of the sewer line replacements starting in 2024. So you see that number kind of grow over time. That's a similar situation that cities and agencies that supply water and sewer and sewage are facing throughout the country. So you're not alone there. So we'll move on to the next one. And then you see the big dollar value for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade at $85 million. So that was probably the largest single project out of all of the plans. So sorry, you can move ahead, sorry. So the next one is stormwater and drainage improvements. There's really only 3 things that were in the CIP. Installation of some trash screens on Cowtown's property, downtown creek realignment that is somewhat associated with a civic buildings action or project related to the police station, and then a development of a stormwater master plan to be in compliance with LID improvements. And so some of that has to do with some of the MPDS permits and TMDLs on stormwater. So like the trash screen is an example of that, and the LID needs are another thing that the state is really pushing. So that's the impetus for those. So if we move to the next one, we can kind of see these are smaller projects, although the downtown creek realignment is a bigger project and it's out in later years, but the master plan is about 150, and the trash screen's a pretty simple project, putting in a kind of a BMP for that. So and most of these you see 2024 and then the bigger project that was out in 2027 and beyond. So we'll move on to the next one, is parks and landscape improvement. So really these are focused on master planning efforts. So I heard earlier in the thing, kind of needing to do some plans on some parks. And so some of these would relate to that issue. And then really park facility upgrades. A lot of this have to do with either providing in the maintenance shed space for maintenance and repair and storage of equipment, and or at some of the other ones, it really is around supplying ADA compliant restrooms. But there's also trail improvements, construction of a small skate park that has a restroom, and then the reconfiguration of the 2nd Street Park based on the master plan that I think that y'all have looked at over the last year. So we can look at the slide that kind of outlines the timing and the dollar values of this. So you see the most expensive project is the 2nd Street Park and Scout building improvements, and that's just because of the complexity of the project. It's got restrooms, a full park reallotment, so it's got more kind of bells and whistles on it. The skate park is smaller, but it does have restroom facilities, so that's part of the cost there. And then, there's a couple of projects around the dog park feasibility study, these master planning for reconfiguring the plaza, which is also related to the civic buildings project related to the police station, and then a master plan for sports fields in the south part of the city. And then looking at doing restrooms in Clark Park and the skate park, and finally the maintenance shed in Ferber Park, which, as I said, would provide, a storage and a repair area for maintenance equipment. So we'll move on past that one. And all of those were desirable, so they were there was nothing mandated on that one. So the civic facility improvement, so I've mentioned it a little bit, is the police station. So there's a couple of different things related to that. Construction of a new station, demolition of the existing station and using that space as a paid parking area. And then a study looking at communication for radio pathways, and then design of a repeater station to improve that communication. And then the second focus is on maintenance yard improvements. So really providing new building, vehicles, covered vehicle storage, bins and a fuel tank and backup system. So just kind of really upgrading the maintenance yard so that's more functional for O&M requirements for the city and its employees. So next slide, we'll look at the timing of these. So you see the probably one of the second biggest ticket items is the construction of the new police station. And that is scheduled as part of the CIP to commence in 2024, along with improvements to the senior center. And those are around adding an HVAC new system and upgrading the windows and doors. And then in 2026, you see once you have the construction of the new police station, demolition of the old one, and then the formulation of that area. And then the same year, the study looking at the communications issue with radio repeaters, and then the corporate yard improvements. So, and these are a mix of desirable and necessary, with the necessary being, the construction of the new police station. And that's really predicated on the growth of the city and to, meet the safety needs of the community. So we can move on to the next one. the street improvement CIP. So these were really around roadway construction. So looking at South Washington Street to Hillsburg Avenue, do an extension there, and then reconstruction of the West 4th Street from Foothill Boulevard to the end of West 4th Street. And then I heard a couple of you talk about doing some bike paths or some other traffic calming implementation within the city. So the traffic improvements include signalization and then adding some of these traffic calming elements at 3 different locations within the city. So if we can look at the cost and timing of these on the next slide. Yeah, so most of these don't start until 2025, so these are pushed out a little bit further, with the reconstruction of 4th Street being the only mandated project. The majority of that work would really take place in 2026. And, then we have the extension probably being and the traffic signal improvements at a number of different locations within the city, or two segments within the city, and then the traffic signal and traffic calming on Cloverdale Boulevard. So those are all desirable projects. I think that's commiserate with what some of you have stated earlier in the meeting. So, and then the final one of the CIPs is the airport improvements. And these are really focused on 2 areas, safety and security. So safety, vegetation obstruction removal to make it safer for airplanes to land, and then reducing flooding at the airport, and then providing nighttime navigational aids or NAVIDs. And then the second component being focused on security, and that's really around fencing improvements and gate access security. So when we look at those, there's just a few projects here. The obstruction removal and the drainage improvements being probably the early starts on this, things that are more important to get done to provide safety, followed by taxiway rehabilitation, and then some additional drainage improvements, and then design of segmented circle and lighted wind cone barriers and other security or safety action for the airport, and then finally construction of those wind cones, and then design of perimeter fencing and card access replacement, which would be a security issue. So these are all, were all deemed necessary projects because they are related to health and safety. So, and then finally, so next step, so what are we asking? One, for you to kind of look through, there's a little report and there's a sheet for each one of these projects, kind of providing the scaling of the funding or the staging of the funding, and then a description of it. So we'll ask you to approve the different CIPs. And then we need to identify funding for the CIP. So what are the ways in which these actions need to be funded? Is it going to be pay as you go? Do we want to investigate state and federal grants? There's a number of things that are out there. For example, on some of the flooding and drainage issues, you might be able to go after hazard mitigation grants that FEMA puts out on an annual basis. So, and I think that's it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or.
Mayor, members of council, if I can, I just a couple of things I want to share with regards to the capital improvement program. That there are some additional steps that we would want to capture before the CIP is finalized. First and foremost, we want to ensure that council has the opportunity to, really review and digest the CIP document, which is included in your agenda packet. And it includes all the individual projects and a lot of narrative, including general plan compliance that, I think is pertinent to your review. And then as part of that, of course, is the timing for those projects. As you know, for example, during the discussions on the water and wastewater rate study, there was a lot of conversations about the timing for projects and whether they could be, moved back, say, 5 years or 6 years or later, and ultimately how that affects your rate studies. Last but not least, one of the requirements of the government code is that the CIP be brought forward to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is required to make a finding of consistency with the general plan, and that's typically done prior to adoption by the council. But what we do think, tonight we just wanted to present the CIP to you so that you have the time to really start, to give you an overview and provide the opportunity and time for you, of course, at this meeting to ask staff any questions about projects, but also to give you time to start reviewing the CIP in more detail, because it does tie and relate to, one, the budget development process that we're about to begin in February, also some of the master plan work that is going to start or is underway, especially with regard to the urban water management plan, and also then ties into the rate study that for water rates and sewer rates. And the big driver of rates, of course, were the cost of the capital improvement projects. And I do want to make a kind of a general comment that as Ann pointed out, there's kind of 3 criteria: mandated, necessary, and desirable. Generally, mandated means that there is some regulatory compliance requirement, whereas necessary is meaning staff has identified, maybe because of the age of a particular piece of equipment or infrastructure, that it's very likely and a good practice for us to look at either undertaking major maintenance or replacing it in its entirety. Obviously, you can look at this document and you can become a little bit shell-shocked in terms of the cost that of the infrastructure improvements, and unfortunately, it tends not to get better over time. Those costs just seem to increase. So often, the more you push something out in time, the greater the cost is going to be. You can kind of relate when you think of an automobile. An automobile can be considered a capital purchase on the household level. At some point, you need to repair it. There's costs for that, and then it becomes where those costs become too. It doesn't make sense to continue to maintain it, and you want to purchase a new vehicle. And often with a new vehicle, you can get efficiency enhancements and other technology improvements, and that's built into some of these CIP projects. In terms of financing, it's really critical to look at how individual projects are going to be financed. For instance, when we look at the airport CIP, a lot of that funding is going to come directly from grants that are obtained through the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA. But a number of projects either have to come through, directly from your rate studies, so they're paid for by customers and residents, or you fund through your general fund and general tax revenues, as mentioned, grants, and then sometimes there are other special funding sources like assessments. My recommendation for council to kind of unpack the CIP, because I don't think you're near ready to adopt the CIP, is to remand this to one of 2 subcommittees, and that would either be your Public Works Subcommittee or your Finance, Admin, and Police, or both, for further review. Council could also appoint an ad hoc to review further, but I think the subcommittee is probably a better location, and we can delve into the specific individual projects. I saw some, eyes grow large when we talked about the police station, for example, and that's one, for instance, that council hasn't made a final ultimate decision on whether to move forward with that. I think there's a general consensus that we are going to look at alternatives, and but we didn't want to eliminate it from the CIP until council really kind of gives us that feedback. And we are going to present some alternatives to council in terms of revitalizing and rehabilitating the existing police station. So, I mean, you can drill down from a very large kind of big picture overview all the way down to, very specific individual projects within the capital improvement program. So lots to unpack here. We know it's been a long night, but we do have our consultant here, Em, who can kind of offer the big picture comments. On the more specific projects, I would recommend we call on individual staff if you want to talk about those projects at this particular time.
All right. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. I will go ahead and open it up to my council and city staff. And first and foremost, thank you so much for being on and as detailed as you are at 11 o'clock at night. I do appreciate that. I can't believe we're the first council meeting to run this late. So again, I appreciate your time and commitment to us. Forgive me, Vice Mayor Cruz, I saw your hand go up. Would you like to make a comment, please?
Yes, I have a question and concern here because I understand the Downtown Creek realignment project has to be part of the mitigation program in order for the city to qualify for some federal funding. But I see here that it is a necessary and not a mandate. So is a mandate just because it's a mandate by the state or the federal, or is it because we want it also?
So go ahead. Good. I was going to say a mandate is usually related to some type of like regulatory requirements. So if you look at like the master plans, they're required. Some of the stormwaters around some of the MPDS, eventually will be required. They're not right now. So some of, if you look at like the wastewater treatment plant, that is going to be when your MPDS permit is up in 2023, it's going to become mandated because they're going to force you to tertiary treatment. So that's
okay. But I understood that we couldn't apply for some federal funding in terms of helping with mitigation to realign the Downtown Creek until it was done. So it's kind of a catch-22, which one you do first, and can you really qualify to apply for the funding? So that was my concern in that particular project. So I don't know if you or David or Mark want to address that.
Vice Mayor, just kind of, I think to target your question is, you're absolutely right. We council had previously approved a grant application for that, for the realignment of the downtown drainage corridor. And we were denied by FEMA because we didn't have a local hazard mitigation plan that identified that as a critical project for the city, and therefore it's necessary for us to prepare a local hazard mitigation plan, and that's kind of a mandate, or that it is a mandate that we have one. It's required by law, but it's not necessarily required by law that we undertake the drainage improvement project. That becomes a desirable project by the council because it, I think the logic being that it would, facilitate and improve not only drainage in the city, but provide for future development opportunities within our downtown corridor. But that doesn't mean that down the road state law or state regulations don't change, and then all of a sudden we are put in a position where certain improvements do become mandatory, and that often does become the case with certain capital improvement projects.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ann, for offering some answer as well to Vice Mayor Cruz. Councilmember Bagby, I see your hand is up.
Not at all. And Ann, I'm not sure if this is a question for you or more for staff, but I'm just wondering why there is unless I've missed it, there's no mention for library nor for city halls specifically, which is a building that's in pretty shabby shape. And then this may also be outside your expertise. Forgive me if it is. But do you anticipate any federal funds becoming available for civic buildings? And do you think that there is any advantage to doing public-private partnerships? So, maybe building a larger civic building that has space for nonprofits or for organizations to rent space or anything like that. I was just wondering if you could, shed light on any of those possibilities.
So what I would say is that there may be a potential for funding if we think about greening of buildings as part of the new administration, some of their policies. And so they haven't laid out their full infrastructure bill, but what people are seeing is that there's going to be a lot around that, and money put into, resiliency, sustainability, so those types of projects. So, I think over the next 2 weeks, we'll have a better answer for that. Because I think, they're set to come out with a few more details over the coming weeks. But that's kind of the nexus that I see for civic buildings. And I don't really have an answer about public-private partnerships. There are opportunities to do that. There has been some money that has been put forth by some NGOs and or investment groups around kind of societal benefits, but I haven't seen that necessarily for a civic building yet. So, but I think that's an area that's definitely some place where we're going to go in the future. So it's not out of the question, just not typical.
It's
Great,
interesting because I just went ahead and sat at a round table, and they were talking about a partnership in OC, Orange County, between a private and the city to address homelessness. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's
a lot of talk about that in the circles where Melanie is in the League of Cities.
Yeah, and they've got something similar in the city of Winters, and that's why I was just asking if there was maybe anything on the horizon. But thanks for the tip to kind of stay vigilant in the next 2 weeks for some of those possibilities.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is in the flood control or flood management arena, there's been some discussion about, especially in the Bay Area where you have Facebook and some of those that sit right on the bay, of them participating in a public-private partnership to address some of the flood control issues. So, and sea level rise. So there are some discussions going on. There's still discussions though.
Excellent. Thank you, Ann. Councilmember Walter, I see you have your hand up. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, I have a couple questions, but revolving around funding. I'd be interested in how many of our capital improvement projects are shovel ready right now. And I think that comes into play if the new administration is going to start doing infrastructure improvement money. The first one with their plans to the table usually get blessed with the money. So that's number one. I'd like to know about shovel ready of our projects. Secondly, funding through USDA. I know sometimes they do grants for cities that are considered rural under a population of 20,000, which we would definitely qualify for. And then any of these projects that we're looking at, can we piggyback that with the offer made by Supervisor Gore this evening, where he wanted us to do a wish list? Can we partner with them on any of this? And then, yeah, I guess that's it. I've got a couple more here, but based on the hour, that's plenty for now.
Well, actually, Councilmember Walter, you brought up a concern that I was starting to face, whereas this is a very important issue, but we're all lassoing with the fact that we're kind of getting to the WIC's end. So while I definitely appreciate your respect for the time, due to the importance of the topic, if you have further questions, I would like to encourage you to ask them.
Well, the only other one, I guess, looking at my notes that I have, is the 6 acres fiasco that's coming to us, I'm sure, within the next 12 months. Anything in the capital improvement? I didn't see anything that was earmarked for a potential financial burden that the city's going to have to bear. Do we do that, David, or is that something that we wait until the shoe drops and then we scramble?
Yeah, Councilmember Walter, that's a good question. We're going to be bringing forward a presentation on a pre-annexation agreement with 6 acres, and it would be appropriate if council supports that to then develop a CIP, an individual capital improvement project that identifies, what would be the city's cost for that project. Again, we didn't want to do that, and get out ahead of council and develop a CIP for something that, where the council hasn't, fully weighed in on yet. But, that kind of speaks to why it's important that this document really be a living, breathing document that council looks at really every year and you use it as part of your budget planning. And kind of to your point, council member, about, are these projects shovel ready is many, if not all, capital improvement projects are usually multi-year and multi-phase, and often kind of phase 1 can be a feasibility study, and then phase 2, if it's feasible, then you start doing preliminary design work, and sometimes that design work can take 1 to 2 or even 3 years. You think about a new wastewater treatment plant; it can take multiple years, and then you go to construction, and then construction can be 1 or 2 or 3 years depending on the type of project. So to shovel ready usually means you've got design drawings, or you've got your feasibility study, you've got your design drawings, and you are ready to kind of put those out to bid and go. We do have some projects that are kind of in that phase, and we would I'd have to ask our city engineer to kind of put together a list. And again, where that ties back to the budget is, where does council want us to prioritize? Which projects do you want us to prioritize, and where do we start? So we put money in towards, for example, a new dog park, and we look at doing the design drawings, and then the next phase would be putting that out to bid and actually building it. So those are the kinds of things we want to be able to do incrementally, starting with this is kind of your guide, but then putting those dollars into your budget on an annual basis. So we're tying that budget process with the capital improvement program.
Well, I know with 2nd Street Park, we spent quite a bit of money having it redesigned and getting it shovel ready. And I know that was, I think on the report, it was $8 million, and it was a want as opposed to necessary. But I'm just wondering, a project like that being shovel ready and putting it on the wish list with Gore, because, I keep singing the same song. There's county folks that come and use our city parks. When the kids want to play baseball and they live out in the county, they come to Cloverdale and join the Little League. So they're using our parks. That's something I think that the county should, and I'm sure the county doesn't agree with this, should help pitch in and get that park redone, because their folks use it as well. So I've talked enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I could add one more thing to answer your question about shovel ready. One of the things that we are hearing about the new infrastructure bill is that they aren't going to be focused on shovel ready projects, that they are going to potentially provide some money for projects that aren't shovel ready. So that's a little bit hopeful. I think that was kind of one of the lessons learned out of the last big bill that we did around infrastructure. So, but we'll see what actually comes out of Congress. So
excellent. Thank you, Ann. I saw Mark wanted to add a comment to this. Mark, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to add some clarity to what is, quote, shovel ready. Shovel ready is basically you have a bid packet And we don't prepare bid packets to put them on shelves, because once you do that, they're useless after 6 months or a year. So, you know, to call it shovel ready, that term has a lot of weight. Engineers don't prepare bid packages just for the heck of it and then put them on shelves and wait for stimulus packages to come around. The only thing I can say is that when we prepare a bid package for a paving project, a reconstruction paving project, that can be pretty much applied to another location just by, you know, redefining the scope. But basically it's reusable, let's say that. But like, for example, you brought up Second Street it's a master plan. It's not shovel ready. It's just a concept. There's no design put into it yet, and it still has a lot to go. So in order to bring that to shovel ready, we would have to spend a lot of money up front and get it to the bid phase.
Thank you, Mark. I just want to let everybody know that during the presentation, I excused Jennifer, our student liaison, due to the hour, and she has left the meeting for this evening. Otherwise, typically I would ask her for her input. Councilmember Lands, any questions or comments you'd like to offer at this time?
Only one question is, did you take into account inflation over the next 7 years?
So the projects are preliminary level estimates, and so they have a range in them. So I mean that kind of takes into the estimate, the inflation.
And the last question is, who selects the priority of each one of these?
So it was done with city staff. So
okay.
Yeah, I didn't pick.
Thank you,
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Lands. Thank you, Ann. City staff, any other questions or comments before I see if one of the 3 people left in the audience wants to add any input? Seeing none. Irene, would you be so kind to see if there's any hands raised in the lobby?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back. David, you had asked that we as a council go ahead and select a subcommittee to assign this to. I'm of the initial thought to put it towards Public Works. It has Mark on it already and as one of the chief staff on that particular one. One of the concerns I had, though, that I'd like to hear what my council thinks is it does not meet as frequently as the Police Finance and Admin Subcommittee, which meets on a monthly basis. What cadence would staff and the council find to be more appropriate for addressing this issue? And why don't we kick it off with Vice Mayor Cruz? What do you think?
Well, you know, I don't see anything that is pressing that needs to be addressed like immediately. All these capital improvements will begin on 2022. So I think it's okay to keep it at the normal rate unless David or our past mayors believe that it should be addressed with more frequency.
Sure, thank you. So right now I have one vote towards Public Works, which meets every other month. Councilmember Bagby, what we're looking at right now is the cadence for which we want to address this issue. Yeah, monthly would be Police Finance and Admin. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to hear from the city manager. What's the cadence is the perfect description. So yeah, what needs to happen next and when does it need to happen by?
Well, I think timing wise, it would be ideal to bring the CIP forward for consideration as part of the fiscal year budget for 21-22. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at about 5 months. Okay. And so there's about I think 2 or 3 more Public Works subcommittee meetings.
Yeah, by my math, you'd get 2 more Public Works out of that, and you'd get approximately 5 more Police Finance and Admin out of that. But I cannot guarantee if I become the chair that it will be a standing item every month. We have to look at more details. So anyhow, I know we're not there yet, but anyhow, that's
and maybe the other consideration might be how packed the agendas already are on finance versus Public Works. So city manager, what do you think would be the better place for it to land?
Well, it does have a very significant financing component to it. And I know that an important aspect of this document. So it certainly could land at the finance, admin, and police. And there's no reason it couldn't, unless Jose objects for it going to two different subcommittees. I think, could be finance, admin, and police looks at it kind of from a big picture financial lens, and maybe public works is a more focused project level lens. So kind of two different ways of looking at the same document, because it is going to be brought forward as part of the budget and deciding which projects you want to be funded in the next budget.
So I could see some logic in that. City Attorney, how are we looking? We operating within the guardrails, or are you going to tell us otherwise?
Well, it's always the concern about sending the same item to multiple committees is now all of a sudden how many council members are going to get discussing the item outside of the council meeting. But it's one of those areas that keep coming up because they are Brown Act meetings. Mm-hmm. They are any member of the public could attend or participate through Zoom. So I do see that. I think what David mentioned, which was a good idea, if it was split, it would be kind of the financial component versus the more on the project-based component for kind of the public works. Also something, if I know there's going to be a schedule for the subcommittees, but for example, the Public Works Committee, if something got really moving that you needed to do and the committee members were available, there's always the option, and I hate to even throw out more meetings, but there was always the option of calling a special meeting of the subcommittee if for some reason there's a deadline or something needs to happen. Just throwing that out there, there's ways to do it. But again, going back to what David said, maybe if it's big enough that it's something could be split, financial component, which is more on the bigger picture, but then there's a specific projects dealing with like the public works kind of realm, arena, water, sewer, etc.
Okay, so as far as I can see, we have a new kind of entertaining concept on the floor. Vice Mayor Cruz, please. And then Councilmember Walter, I apologize, you'll be next.
That's okay.
Yeah, I just wonder how much do we really need to discuss the details of the project with Public Works? I mean, we are not equipped to make any decisions in regards to the mandates. I mean, it's mandated, it has to be done. And we already know the kinds of upkeeping that is needed for the pipes and for the water tanks, etc. I mean, we know they need to be painted. You need to do this, that, the other. I mean, how much are we going to discuss that? I mean, the explanation has been given thoroughly in more than 2 occasions already on why these mandates are essential and necessary.
So real quick, Gus, before you go, I see where you're coming from. The only thing I can think of as a respectful rebuttal is if we got guidance from police, finance, and admin, or the council as a whole to reprioritize non-mandated, of course, because mandated is a pretty clear definition. But if we started to entertain reprioritizing some of the remaining, it would seem to me that Public Works Subcommittee would have the most intimate knowledge to be able to say, no, we really need that. The damn truck, the wheels are about to fall off. That is something that we need and things of that nature. That's the only rebuttal I could offer as to where it would be value added and impactful. But other than that, I've interrupted Councilmember Walter, so please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to say until Vice Mayor Cruz just made her comment, I was going to say that perhaps they should be vented first at the Public Works Subcommittee, and then the ones that the Public Works Subcommittee feels are really necessary, then we can give it over to the Finance Admin Subcommittee to find the money to do it. But after what Councilmember Vice Mayor Cruz said, she's absolutely right. What the hell do I know sitting in the Public Works meeting? Am I going to argue with Mark about whether the project needs to be done or not? I'm just going to listen to what he has to say and nod my head and kick the can over to finance. So I'm not sure why we want to split it up. I mean,
okay.
So anyhow.
No, that's perfect. I've now heard 2 arguments that it will just hug police, finance, and admin. Melanie, what do you think about it? Just kind of hugging police, finance, and admin.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach, is that we should probably take it to police, admin, and finance, especially in the next 2 weeks while we're kind of eyeing the, infrastructure bill, and then yeah, on a project basis, then send that to Public Works. I just think that makes sense. I think
excellent.
We have support for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Lands, any arguments pro or against at this point?
I understand both sides. I think that if it goes to Finance Committee, they're going to be calling on Mark and on his staff to prioritize even further so that it's more than desirable, necessary, and mandated, that necessaries become like a 1 through 10 so that we can really prioritize it and narrow it down to what we truly have to purchase right away or work on right away. So if Mark and his staff are willing to almost work with the Finance Committee, it might just kill two birds with one stone.
Okay. And I think there is a relationship there between Public Works senior leadership and the Police Finance and Admin Subcommittee. If not, there is definitely an opportunity for that senior staff meeting that occurs at somewhat the same cadence to kind of facilitate some of those thoughts, Councilmember Cruz. Councilmember Lands. Vice Mayor Cruz, I absolutely want to hear your comment, but I do want to move us along as well.
Yeah, but we have Ann here. And she's an expert on these CIPs, and she's seen the priorities, and she's seen, you know, she's done the red ink on what's necessary. I think that prioritization has been done. And what is your opinion, Ann?
Oh, you're on mute, Ann. Sorry about that.
I mean, she's
sorry, I muted myself.
We need to make sure that we get.
So we've already worked with staff to identify the priority, you know, based on what they feel are the most necessary items. And so, you know, I mean, we can always move things around, especially the things that are more necessary and the desirable for sure. But yeah, I mean, the years that they were put in for a reason, based on, you know, what the staff felt the needs were and what things and when things needed to occur due to regulatory or safety mandates. So,
okay. All right.
Mayor, if I can, I just want council to be mindful that particularly on the water and wastewater CIPs, that the rate study that we brought forward was based on the prioritization of the projects as they are identified in the CIP. If those are not changed as they are, we'll be right back where we were with the same rates, proposed rate structure that we brought forward. And while of course, staff, we supported that because we felt there was an ultimate need, we were also put in the position where the community came forward in a very significant way and didn't support that. So I just want to point out that there are some challenges in ensuring that if your rate study reflects the prioritization as identified, we are going to be in that same place we were, but maybe through education, outreach, and a campaign, we can get over that hurdle. I just want to make sure that there's transparency on that issue.
Okay. So what I'm hearing and what I'm going to ask for at this point is deliberations are done, and thank you. But I just want to see some nods, thumbs up or thumbs down. We're going to hug this with the Police, Admin, and Finance Subcommittee. I see 1 thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up. That's all I needed. That's what we're going to do. David, do you have the direction you need on that?
We got it.
Thank you. Ann, you have been wonderful. Thank you so much for being with us this late into the evening and offering the details as you did. Thank you for answering our questions and just being available. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you. You too.
All right, we are going to move on to the next item. Now it is 11:30. I'm in a little bit of unprecedented territory here. I've seen even our most professional folks, who I won't call out by name, rubbing their eyes. And do we want to power through this and put her to bed, or do we want to call a special meeting a week from today and continue these items?
Mr. Mayor, we have Nisa Hinton. She's been on this, waiting for her turn to speak since the very beginning.
We will never be able to show our faces again at mayors and council members if we don't take this up.
All right, you guys got it. I just wanted to make sure I offered. No big deal. So we're going to carry right along.
Yeah,
right now
I think we can move along pretty quickly on a lot of this stuff.
So. Oh yeah, let's just get through it.
Councilmember Lands, please.
Does the city council have any type of time constraints that we need to actually do a vote that says we can move?
Nope. Nope.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known that either. I have no idea.
Nope.
Oh no.
All right.
And we're not nearly as bad as everybody else in the county, so we're good.
They have max.
All right. So now we're on to item number 10, resolution adopting the 2021 subcommittee, joint committee, and regional board committee appointments. This is a continuation from the previous meeting where I again have to apologize for not being able to attend. I know we're just kind of buttoning up this item. I do have a couple things that I want to bring up that might have to be approved kind of as amended. And then David, I will absolutely turn this over to you. I noticed that on the report that I have been recommended for the Police Finance and Admin Subcommittee, I'm happy to participate on that subcommittee. One of the reasons and dialogues that David and I had previous to the prior meeting where I would have had the opportunity to articulate myself had I been present, which is why presence is such an important factor in this role. Anyhow, I will have to ask them to change the time. And there is some argument that city staff can be the most productive and have the opportunity to really get into these issues when at its current time, which I believe is 1:30 in the afternoon. I would essentially be asking for these meetings to start at about 5 o'clock, and I would likely have each agenda. So instead of it running 4 hours each meeting, we would probably have half the standing items one month and the other half the next month and see how that works as a small test to change. I wanted to completely be transparent to the council because if that sounds absolutely atrocious to you, we have to relook at me being on the Police Finance and Admin Subcommittee. The other one that came up is Public Works Subcommittee. We have a similar issue where I would need it to start at about 5 o'clock. The other thing that comes up with that is the library board will meet once every 3 months. I believe it'll conflict with that somewhere, which it did on Tuesday, and I wasn't able to join because we had a Sonoma County vaccine update call that immediately followed that. I also utilized the Tuesdays that come right before our council meeting to have my final one-on-one with David to ensure that everything is buttoned up for our meeting so things can move forward productively in the best manner that we can. So we just have to kind of look at some of those moving parts. The other boards that I was recommended for, I've found ways that I can make those work with my schedule because they don't meet as often. But these subcommittee ones for Cloverdale that really need my attention, that need me to be able to come up with items that may need to be brought up and discuss agendas, et cetera, et cetera. I need to manipulate those a little bit to be more in tune with my schedule. So that's right out the gate, some of the issues that I'm facing that I want to just kind of see us get through. And then if there's anything else that you need to cover to just make sure we have this item prepared for our discussion this evening, David, allow me to turn it over to you.
Mayor, the council's fully deliberated. I think it's really the finer points that you just mentioned. So it's really up to council at this point. We're just asking the council to adopt the resolution, setting the appointments and the meeting times so that we can comply with the Brown Act.
So I'll ask it in stages. Is the council okay with me changing Police Finance and Admin Subcommittee to 5 o'clock? I see a thumbs up from Gus, nod from Melanie, thumbs up from Todd.
Especially since
All right.
It only affects me.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm
So
happy
thanks,
that you're willing to come along. So if we could amend that, David, please. The Police Finance and Admin Subcommittee will now start at 5 p.m.
It'll be first Tuesday at 5 p.m. We'll
That's correct.
Attachment 3.
And I apologize, Mayor, just if I may make a comment regarding, so currently it's scheduled for the first Tuesday of every month. And there is also the 6:30 Planning Commission meeting, which there's at least 3 or a couple members of staff that will just be jumping meetings. So on Zoom, as long as we end, within 15 minutes, that gives staff enough time to set up. But if we move to physical location once the pandemic allows, then staff will require more time for setup. Just considering.
Well, that is a little bit of a monkey wrench, which is okay. These things happen, they can be overcome. But as far as the Police Finance and Admin Committee ending in 1 hour and 15 minutes, history does not suggest that will happen. So I just don't want to set you up for failure there. The other options we look at is altering the day. Is first Monday already occupied by a lot of staff? Melanie, do you have a regional conflict that may come up there? My Mondays tend to be okay because I got not removed, but it's no longer my turn on the joint city school. So
I think that works. Unless Irene tells me I have a conflict.
Yeah. So city staff right now, the proposal is first Mondays, 5 o'clock.
And when would you like to begin that? Currently, there's a special joint school city subcommittee scheduled for February 1st.
And what would the crossover be with staff on that one? Dave needs to be on that one, I would think, yeah?
Correct. Unless he sends a substitute.
Would it be possible for you to keep the one that's coming up on February 2nd, Jason?
It's
Kevin,
coming up February 2nd at what time?
1:30.
Well, do you mind being my alternate for just one, and then we get into March and everything is no big deal, right? We get into the cadence that we had decided. I could come on at 1:30. I'm telling you, I could. I'd have about an hour, and again, you know, they just don't end that quickly.
Kevin, how about the Planning Commission? Are they scheduled for a pretty heavy venue of meetings?
No, they're not. I think we're canceling the February meeting.
Second, so 5 o'clock would work.
Oh, okay.
For that month.
So we can, okay.
We could move that one. Okay.
All right, so why don't we do February 2nd, 5 o'clock instead of 1:30, and then moving forward from there, it's the first Monday at 5 o'clock. Is that the way you understood it as well, Melanie? That's okay?
Yeah, I think that's gonna work. I'm gonna change it
Okay, so we'll go ahead and look at that one as amended. The other thing we just have to iron out real quick is the conflict between Public Works, and I have the library board that starts at 6. Does somebody else have an appetite to be on the library board? Because I have found as mayor, my phone rings all the time. People all of a sudden care what I think. And so I do get a lot of ad hoc meetings that come up. If someone wants to take on the library board, you wouldn't be hurting my feelings. Okay.
Well, I'm on Public Works with you, so I don't think I'd be able to step in there.
Well, and I would guess if we kicked off Public Works at 5, the library does not meet at the same cadence that Public Works does. So I think there's only an overlap, like when the planets align, when the math kind of lines up. Marta, can you correct me on that if I'm mistaken?
Well, Todd, why don't you join the library?
Whatever you need.
We need you to be in the library committee, because
you want to be the library liaison, Todd?
Liaison. It's only like once every other, I don't remember.
It's
I think it's once a quarter. Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
We'll do that with you.
All right. So Marta and Todd will be the library. Me and Melanie will be the police, finance, and admin. Gus and I will remain the Public Works. Everybody get the notes they needed on that?
And Public Works is going to start at 5?
That's correct, Mr. Walter.
Thank you.
And I'm the alternate in the library. With Todd.
And sorry, one more note. Are we starting at 5 or 5:30 for finance, admin, police?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So does staff need a motion for us to close this one out and just kind of motion as amended?
Yes, it's a resolution. a motion is recommended.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to,
You shouldn't do that.
I don't know, resolve this or something.
I'll move the item.
Mayor.
And I'll second.
All right. Irene, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, and just to confirm, so the motion is just a resolution adopting the 2021 roster of subcommittee, joint committee, and regional board committee appointments as amended.
That's correct.
Perfect. Councilmember Walter?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz?
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
Councilmember Lambs?
Aye.
And Mayor Turner.
Aye. Thank you guys very much for the flexibility and working with me on that. I truly appreciate it. So thank you. And again, I apologize. I couldn't be part of the conversation at the last meeting. So with that, we will move on to the next item, which Nisa has been very, very patient over. She's still with us on there? Is she in for the marathon? She is indeed, atta girl. So item number 11, direction to the mayor to support appointments made by the Sonoma County Mayors and Councilmembers Association, City Selection Committee, and Board of Directors. David, why don't you go ahead and introduce us on this one, and we'll kick it right off.
Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to our city clerk, Irene, just to give you a brief overview.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the item before you tonight is to provide direction to the mayor, for the council to provide direction to the mayor to support individual appointments that will be made by the Sonoma County Mayors and Councilmembers Association City Selection Committee and Board of Directors at its upcoming regular meeting scheduled for February 11th. So in your packet, you have copies of solicited letters of interest for positions under the City Selection Committee, which includes the Bay Area Quality Management District, Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District, Local Agency Formation Commission, and Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Under the Board of Directors, there are positions open for the ABAG Executive Board, the North Bay Division League of California Cities, Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee, the Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit Commission, and then also the SMART non-SCTA member. Staff just recommends the council go down the list of open positions, which I will share screen, and we can just go down by one if that's easier, but of course I will let the mayor lead the discussion.
Yeah, the mayor is falling apart at the last items here, but nonetheless. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and just take it one item at a time. The first one that came up is the Bay Area Quality Management District. It's one position that's to be filled for an expired term, March 2021. And Teresa Barrett of Petaluma is current, and she would like to continue. It is the one letter that we received.
I recommend we support the sole applicant.
Sounds good to me. Any objections? Hearing none. Anybody raising their hand on this one in the public? Irene, please.
No raised hands, Mayor.
Excellent. So I'm hearing direction to go ahead and support Teresa Barrett at my mayors and council members meeting on February the 11th. Item number 2 is Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District. This is an appointment that's made by the Board of Supervisors, and we recommend who we think they should approve, if I understood the process correctly.
That's correct.
For Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District, we received 2 letters. One from Dominic Fapoli, who's the current mayor of Windsor. Another one from a Gerard Judas, who is the current, I might have said that wrong, but
that was pretty good.
Oh, cool. who is the current mayor of Rohnert Park. Do I hear any recommendations?
I recommend Dominic Fapoli.
Yeah, I would support that as well.
Well, I would support that as well too, Mr. Mayor, but do we submit both and they select? I know there's one where we submit up to 3.
This one is the
one open position.
Is just it.
I understand, but the selection is made by the Board of Supervisors.
Yep. That's right.
Right. So there's the Metropolitan, if I may jump in, I apologize, Mayor.
Yeah.
Please.
The Metropolitan Transportation Commission, that's the one where even though they're selecting one position, you can submit up to 3 names.
Yeah.
Okay, but
And
this one is just
it's
one.
up
Okay.
to, we're not required to send Jason with 3 names.
Okay.
But yeah, but the city select committee will then submit 3 names to the supervisors, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I'll go with Dominic.
Okay.
I hear any opposition? I don't. Irene, any hands raised in the audience on this one?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving right along, number 3 is the Local Agency Formation Commission. It's one position to fill. The term will expire May 2021, is currently sat by Teresa Barrett, the mayor of Petaluma. There was 1 letter received for 1 open position of Mark Landman of Katati. Do I hear any opposition?
I'd like to recommend Mark Landman.
Me too.
Excellent, thank you. All right. Moving right along, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, 1 position to fill vacated term of Jake McKenzie from Runner Park. The vacated term expires February 2023. Per government code, the city selection committee submits 3 names and the appointment is made by the Board of Supervisors. We received 4 letters for 1 open position. We got Brian Barnacle of Petaluma, Victoria Fleming of Santa Rosa, Mike Neely of Petaluma, and Nisa Hinton, the former mayor of Sebastopol. I believe Nisa's with us today, if she'd like to make any comments before the council makes their recommendations.
Talking permitted.
Oh, unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, it's been a long evening tonight. Thanks for having me. It feels like I'm in Sebastopol at my own council meeting. So, hello, Cloverdale City Council members, and thanks for taking this item up so late. I really appreciate it. I wanted to ask for your support for my request for appointment to MTC, as well as my reappointment for the 2-year term for Ag and Open Space. I've actively worked on Ag and Open Space, and I think I've done a great job representing all cities in Sonoma County for the last 4 years. And I've worked really hard to get my hat in the ring here for the MTC appointment. I've reached out to most of your council, as well as most of council members in the entire Sonoma County, from all cities, all 9 cities. And I've really been outlining my why, my passion for the appointment, and my guarantee that I'd represent all the cities in Sonoma County equally, including Cloverdale, to the best of my ability. So I really would appreciate your support tonight. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Nisa. I appreciate you staying on with us. Oops, sorry, I think I started to talk over somebody there.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question of Nisa, and it has to do with your support of Councilmember Bagby. I know she's the only one that submitted an application for SMART, but I just want to make sure that you and the city of Sebastopol will be supporting her.
Well, as Councilmember Bagby knows, I supported her the last time that she went for SMART, and we did vote for her the last time. Unfortunately, she did not get it that time, but this time I think that she's got a very clear path. So
I think she does too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Thank you again, Nisa. I appreciate it. Any other questions for Nisa? Hearing none. All right, so we got to submit 3 names. I'd like to recommend Nisa. I had a very nice conversation with her prior to our meeting a couple weeks back, and I think
if I may.
Yep. Am I speaking out of turn here?
Yeah, because you're supposed to speak last, but it's late, so yeah.
My bad.
And so maybe the other council members will want to jump in too. I'm really, on this item, I'm pretty singular, not just because Nisa supported me last time and she's supporting me this time on SMART, which I really do appreciate. But this in this round and in the previous round, she's really gone after this position, and not just for the sake of the appointment. She has really shown up, and I mean literally shown up at supervisors meetings, literally shows up at SCTA, even though she's the alternate. She's really been putting in the time and the dedication. I also think it's in our interest to just put Nisa's name in to the supervisors. We're not required to put forward 3 names. You'll have to put 3 names forward at the city select committee, but the cities aren't required to do that. And I'd like to support her and her alone, because I think that her effort has been singular, but I also think it would be a real advantage for the city of Cloverdale to have Nisa representing us, because she's from Sebastopol and she's from a small city. She's very familiar with the transit system. She's very well connected and in the Bay Area, and she really understands how and why Sonoma County and the rural cities get left out from so much of the funding, so much of the consideration of the bid planning. And I think that she's going to be able to say, hey, no, that's not fair. We deserve our fair share as well. And I'll give you an example of that, is in the last round of the project, the funding list from MTC, Cloverdale, or rather Smart from Healdsburg North, got left off of the list that makes Smart eligible to go after grant funding for even planning to go north of Healdsburg. And, you know, our representatives at MTC really let us down because they didn't raise a stink. And I think that Nisa, I've seen her go to the mat for people. I've seen her fight for her community, but also I think that her example on ag and open space is what we want from board members that we send from Sonoma County mayors and council members, is that they're not there to just get funding and resources for their community. They're there to, their position is representing the mayors and council members and of the entire county. And I think that Nisa has proven that she understands that, she works that way, and she's gonna fight for us. And so I would like to send a clear message to the supervisors that we want to send somebody to MTC who's not just gonna fight for, you know, Santa Rosa, but they're gonna fight for all of the rural communities, and bring all of us the resources that we need to improve our community. So that's why I'd like to support Nisa alone on for MTC.
I'm okay with that.
Marcia, were you saying me too? Excellent, thank you. Todd, any comments for otherwise? Yeah, he's good with that too. Right on. All right, so agreed.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm still muted or not muted.
No, we can hear you. Yeah, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I won't let you down if I get the appointment.
Awesome. Thanks again for hanging out with us as late as you did. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Well, don't go too far.
Yeah, I'm not going too far.
Oh, yeah, you got another one on here. That's right. Yep. All right. Now we are on to the Remote Access Network Board. One position to fill the term of Tom Schwedhelm. This position changes as mayor. No one's submitted a letter for this. I heard through the grapevine Gerard might, but I thought I would have seen it by now. So I'm not sure what we do with that.
I was going to recommend you, Mr. Mayor.
I think he's got enough on his plate.
I think you do too.
So moving right along, Sonoma County Oversight Board Committee, same, no letters received. Moving into the category Board of Directors, first we have ABAG, Executive Board, 2 positions to fill vacated terms. Jake McKenzie, June 2021, Rohnert Park, and Michael Karnacki, June 2021 of Sebastopol. We have 3 people for 2 open positions: Susan Adams, Ariel Kelly of Susan Adams of Rohnert Park, Ariel Kelly of Healdsburg, Dennis Poke of Petaluma.
I don't know any of them.
I believe Ariel is on the line. Ariel, are you still there?
She is here with her hand up.
Good evening, Mayor Turner and members of the Cloverdale City Council and Vice Mayor Cruz. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Great. Well, I will be quick because I want you to try to end your meeting before midnight, but I am very impressed by the amount of energy and time you guys are putting in for the Cloverdale community tonight. So thank you. My name is Ariel Kelly. I am a council member from Healdsburg. I am an attorney with a background in land use. I sat on our county planning commission for over 3 years as an appointee of Supervisor James Gore. And I am fiercely passionate about planning and land use, and a seat at the ABAG Executive Board representing the 9 cities in Sonoma County would be my great honor. And as many of the statements that were said previously, I would certainly represent all interests, but especially those of small cities who often do not get a voice at the table at ABAG that represents the entire Bay Area region. And ABAG works on our RENA numbers and delegates the housing requirements for all of the cities. And so I would like to make sure to be an advocate for our rural communities in Northern Sonoma County and to be a voice for Cloverdale and Healdsburg, who I think are similarly situated in a lot of our needs when it comes to regional planning efforts, and especially how it intersects with transit, jobs, and housing, and overall land preservation. So I would be honored to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate your time. Council, what do we think?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it looks like we're making a recommendation for 2 positions. One is the member and the other is the alternate.
Right.
Okay. And I know that Susan Adams is the current member, and I'm going to recommend I'll vote for Susan continuing as a member, and I would more than happy to support Ariel for that alternate position.
Excellent.
I back both as well.
And I have the different recommendation. Ariel to start getting her feet wet and Susan to become an alternate this time.
Councilmember Bagby, I'll support your recommendation. Susan and then Ariel as the alternate.
All right, did I hear 3 for Susan as the primary, Ariel as the alternate? Did I hear Melanie, Todd, and Gus?
Oh.
Or no?
Todd wants Ariel as the primary and Susan as the alternate.
All right, so we have a split on that. So that means I get to break the tie, yes?
You get to break the tie, Jason.
Ariel, I really liked your tenacity. I'd like to see you go forward as the primary, and we will recommend Susan Adams as the alternate and see how the mayor and council members take that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, moving right along. North Bay Division, League of California Cities. This is 1 position.
I don't think we should consider this because we're not in that division.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. All right, cool.
Redwood Empire.
And you will have to, you will not be able to vote on that, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
you won't be able to vote on it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So recuse yourself.
I will indeed. All right, number 3, Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee. It's 3 positions to fill the vacated terms of John Deloso of Cotati, Leah Gold of Healdsburg, and Nisa Hinton would like to continue from Sebastopol. We received 4 letters for 3 positions. I'd like to hear some recommendations when you're ready.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would again like to wholeheartedly endorse Nisa and return her to that board because she will be the only returning council member, and I think it's important that there is continuity on that. And as in addition to the fact that she has done a really great job for the mayors and council member division. And then I'd also like to recommend Ariel Kelly of Healdsburg. I think that this is right in Ariel's wheelhouse professionally, and also, getting her fighting for us for ag and open space and a really solid representation in North County. And then I'd also like to recommend Brian Barnacle from Petaluma. Brian is a younger council member. And he's just fresh starting, but he has a degree in planning from Cal Poly. And I think that he would be a real benefit on ag and open space with his perspective. And I like the idea that there would be 3 members that are geographically diverse from small cities, representing us on that board.
Do I hear any suggestions otherwise?
I really wanted Ariel in the A bag because she's very strong. And even though I think she will be great with open space, I would like to see Skylar get her feet wet in a regional committee. If there's no support for her, well, I'll go with Brian, but Ariel is also a new elected, just like Skylar, and they both have proven to be quite passionate about their involvement in the community and in the region. So just for variety, I would like to have Brian, Nisa, and Skylar.
Brian, Nisa, and Skylar. So
my only concern is having two from the same city.
Yeah.
You know, we have Brian, we have Ariel, and we have Nisa, and they're from separate cities. So I'm going to support Councilmember Bagby's request or recommendation.
Councilmember Lands.
Well, I was thinking, yes, not to have the same city, but perhaps to give Skylar an opportunity.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Okay.
And we do have public comment, Mayor.
Okay. Please.
I don't know Brian or Skylar, and so I have to go with whatever everyone else is saying here.
Okay. And then we have a hand raised in the audience, I believe, Irene.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Hello again.
Hi, Nisa. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to try.
No worries. No worries. I just thought I would be happy to work with two new appointees for mayor and council members, whoever you guys select. I did want to point out in my 4 years, we have, I went to bat for the cities and we got a ranking system. We went before the Board of Supervisors and got them to support a ranking system for the matching grant to try to get equity amongst the city's applications and fairness. And so this is also a really important year because we have Carol Hart as an interim director and we will be hiring a new GM. So if anybody ever wants to talk about ag and open space, I'm on both funding committees this year because Sebastopol does not have a matching grant application in. So I'm on both the matching grant for the cities and also on they call it the ASAP. It's the ag funding. I think they've allocated $1 million for emergency ag during COVID that they're going to be helping support local farms and local food in the county. So just wanted to bring you up to speed on that since I was hanging out. And if you want to follow up, feel free to reach out to me directly.
Awesome. Thank you, Nisa. Appreciate it. So what I heard was Gus and Melanie for Brian, Nisa, Ariel, Marta for Brian, Nisa, and Skylar. Todd has indicated that he doesn't really have a preference one way or the other.
Jason, if you're wanting, or if everyone in our council is wanting only one from Hillsburg, I would be supporting Ariel.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead. Okay. So Brian, Nisa, and Ariel, it sounds like that's where the majority was. I heard that from Melanie. I heard that from Todd. I heard that from Gus.
And I'll go with that if that's the majority.
Excellent. All right, moving right along.
Yeah, I'll just say,
please go right ahead.
I think that Skylar would do a great job on any board that she was on, and I'm gonna, make sure I do everything I can to, find ways to involve her in regional issues. But and I think that the kicker for me was the fact that they're going to be hiring that general manager, and I just would like some experience in that position.
Okay, excellent.
Plus, Ariel stayed up this late, so
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Hard work earned. Yeah, I like that. So item number 4, Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit Commission. Melanie Bagby, one and only. Happy to support you.
And Deborah and
Ditto.
Fudge. They're perfect.
And then
duo.
looking at SMART for non-SCTA members, as Vice Mayor Cruz mentioned, Deborah Fudge is the only person we received a letter for.
It's the real duo, Melanie.
It
and
is.
Right.
It's the North County
That's
duo.
right.
So
Yeah.
we're hoping that, we're going to be a good team.
Well, David, I sure as hell hope you wrote all that down. So we'll go ahead and follow up with that on the 11th of February.
Gus has a comment.
I have my standard comment that I give every year. Mr. Mayor, we've given you direction on how we'd like you to vote on behalf of the city of Cloverdale. However, I always like, if the council is agreeable, to give you the latitude to make changes at the table if you see fit. If you want to go outside what we've told you, just come back and let us know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any objections? Seeing
No
none. Okay.
objections at all. That is the stuff.
Thank you kindly. So I believe, unless there's some final comments, that closes out this item. Nisa, Ariel, thank you for being with us this evening. And my agenda is just loading. Where are we at now? Maybe subcommittee reports? I got it loading up here.
You don't want to hear anything at this point.
There we go. Yeah, I was right. We're at subcommittee reports. Boom. No, my cheat sheet went blank on me. It won't load anymore. So we're gonna have to go off Irene's screen here.
Mr. Mayor, our finance, admin, and police, our next meeting is February 2nd now at 5 o'clock. And
I thought it was going.
Has any questions, we could just move on.
I thought it was going to be Monday the 1st. Or did
That'll
I miss
start
that?
in March.
I think
Okay.
it's going to be on the 2nd in February, and then from then on we're moving it to the first Monday in
February 1st is the joint special meeting.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're going to keep it on the 2nd.
Mhm.
Okay.
And Melanie, tomorrow there's a meeting. Could you send me the info?
Sorry,
There's
a meeting for what tomorrow?
Isn't it the 4th Thursday, RRWA?
It's not tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the 4th Thursday.
I'll have to look. I don't think so.
Under a text.
Yeah.
Yep.
Next.
Let's take this one
Next.
offline. Thank you. Public Works, or Planning and Sustainability, please. Looks like the next meeting is February the 16th at 4 p.m. Public Works, our next meeting will be not January the 26th, but probably March, I don't know, 20 something somewhere.
Because we just had a meeting.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and now it'll be at 5 p.m.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah, please.
If I could just talk about Public Works for a minute.
Please
I had the opportunity today to take a ride down Rockydale Lane. And I also had the opportunity to ride down the lane that is behind the Druids building alongside the parking lot. And I was under the impression, at least with Rockydale, that we were going to put that on the calendar every October for a physical inspection to make sure that there's no potholes because of the young lady that's there in her wheelchair. I have to tell you, it needs some attention. Both of those alleyways do. And I was going to wait until the Public Works next subcommittee meeting, but I just feel now that the rainy season is really coming on board, I'm not sure if we can do anything about it now, but they need attention. And we got to get it on the calendar every year to go physically inspect those. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. I appreciate that. City Manager, it looks like you were trying to unmute there. Yeah, please go right ahead.
Mayor, we'll follow up if senior staff, and we'll ensure that our streets department takes a look at both of those areas.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Next, we have the Joint City Fire District. And it looks like the next meeting is set for February the 8th, 2021 at 5:30. Following that, we have the Joint City School District. They have a special meeting set up for February the 1st. It will begin at 5 p.m. And lastly, the Homeless Community Advisory Group Did we land on who's going to be appointed to this moving forward? Is Gus going to keep it? Does it fall to the mayor? I might have missed that detail.
The council, by way of the resolution adopted tonight, appointed Councilmember Lands.
Beautiful. All right.
And
So
I'm an alternate.
Excellent. All right. So you guys have a little bit of planning to do with when you guys want to have that meeting come up. But at this point, we show date to be determined, and that'll kick off at 5 o'clock. Any last comments on subcommittee reports before we move on to council reports? Hearing none. All right. Council reports, please.
I'm
submitted mine in writing.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Excellent. The only... No, I don't have anything today. Okay. All right. Informational reports. Hearing none. Go ahead.
No reports.
Okay. Legislative reports, letters of support, opposition.
No reports.
City manager, city attorney, please.
City managers and avenue reports.
No reports tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Status update on current impacts to water supply.
I think we've covered that subject already, so no report.
Thank you. Status update on current emergency, discussion and possible direction related to COVID-19.
Mayor, we've been really addressing this update as part of Resilient Cloverdale, actively working on the discussion around vaccines and vaccine distribution. And that's really kind of the key focus right now is outreach and public information regarding the vaccination through the tier process. And we're really encouraging folks to track the socoemergency.org /vaccine website to identify the appropriate tier for individuals in our community. And there's a lot of challenges. We could talk a lot about this, but vaccines is really the primary topic with respect to the COVID emergency.
And Mr. Mayor,
please, Gus, sorry, Councilmember Walter, go right ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, please, I have to compliment our police department. I drove by the site this morning. I believe it was around 10:30, 10 o'clock. They were out there setting up everything. My wife took her mother, who's 94, for the vaccine. She said it was so easy and so slick. She's actually signed up to go tomorrow. So just a hats off to everyone that's participating out there, especially our PD and city staff. Thank you.
That's a great comment, Gus. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this particular item? And I'm having a little bit of a hard time scrolling through. So if you have anything you'd like to say, just try not to speak over one another. But I'm not seeing anything.
We have conference tomorrow, League of California Cities. So I want to finish this. 30.
Okay. You got it. You got it. Well, hey, I brought that up earlier and I was told I'd be laughed out of the rooms. Anyhow, council direction on future agenda items, please. Anything out there? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. City staff, you have been fantastic. Thank you for everything, for arranging the speakers and the meeting this evening. The staff report was very comprehensive and easy to read. I hope everybody has a wonderful evening. I will see you on February the 10th, 2021, 5 p.m. for closed session. Thank you very much.